So next up, we're just going to focus on reorganizing our code a bit, breaking some of this logic out from our routes. So right now we have campgrounds, we have reviews, we have users as well. And these routes are getting kind of long, and we're not even done, right? We still have more functionality to add into some of them. So what I'd like to do is instead introduce a pattern that is not unique to Express in any way. We're going to define what we'll call controllers for campgrounds, a controller for reviews, a controller for auth or for users. And these are just going to be objects. It'll be a file that exports an object where we move some of this functionality. So for example, this logic here to make a new campground, we're going to move that onto the campground controller, and we'll give it a name, a function called something like create campground. And then we'll just pass that in here instead of having to write all of this code in this file. So that's the main idea. Just take these functions that we currently have in each of these routes and slim our routes down as much as possible. And instead move all the functions out into some controller or into multiple files if we want, require those files, and then just slim down our routes so that we can quickly look at the routes and see what's going on without having to look at, all these anonymous functions and callbacks and stuff. And we can come up with names that are very clear for the functions. So we'll see something like, router.post is logged in, validate campground, and then, create user or user controller.create user, something like that. So the term controller comes from MVC, which is a pattern. MVC, model view controller frameworks, or it's just an approach to structuring applications. We've been using models, the term models. We have a model directory. We've been using views, right? We've got a views directory, so we can set up controllers as well. In general, the concept is that you put all of your data heavy stuff, your modeling of the data in the models. You put all of your view content, the layouts, everything a user sees in views, and then controllers is where you really structure. It's kind of the heart of your application. It's where all the main logic happens. That where you're rendering views and you're working with models. But for us, it's just going to be a name essentially. So I'm going to make a new directory. I'll call it controllers. Controllers like that, and then we'll make a couple of controllers, and we'll start with campgrounds. Okay, and then in our controller file for campgrounds, we will export specific functions. So for example, we could have one called index, and index just does this. It's a function that does this right here. So it's super straightforward and short and simple, but that's kind of the main idea, right? This is the index page, and it's just going to find all campgrounds and render campgrounds index. So I could move this entire async function, take it out of here, right there. And then over here, module.exports.index equals this async function. Okay. Then I just need to import or require this over on my routes file. So we'll go with const campgrounds equals require ... /campground, controllers, sorry. Just make sure we are in the routes. So yeah, go back into controllers /campgrounds. So now we have this campgrounds object that represents our campground controller. It just has a bunch of methods on it, including campgrounds.index. Just like that. So let's see what happens. Just see if we can still go to the index page. And now we get some issues because our controller is looking for the campground model. It doesn't exist in this file, right? So we're going to have to duplicate some of this for now and then clean things up later. We need campground there. Anything else? Okay, so now the index is working. So we can just continue with this process. For new, we can just take this right here, move that into something, maybe campgrounds dot, we've got to figure out some naming, but we could just call it new or new form. And then this one could be called create. So I'm going to go with new form maybe, or render form. Maybe that's, well, then we have edit form. Render new form. How about that? All right. And then over here, module.exports.render new form equals that function. Relatively straightforward. Make sure it works. Whoops, where'd you go? Let's try to go to /new. I'll log in. and we see the new form. Alrighty, so same thing over here. I'm going to grab the async function, and it's up to you if you want to wrap everything with catch async when you export it or not, but I'm not going to bother for now. I'll leave that in my routes file. So this is to create a campground, so I'll name this function module.exports.create campground equals that async function. So we need campground in here. We already have that. Is there anything else? I think we should be good to go. So over here now, we simply call campground.create campground, just like that. Let's see if that works for us. If I try and create a campground, I still have to sign in, unfortunately. And we'll just put some gibberish in here. Okay. Oh, that's too high, isn't it? Let's see. Okay, that worked. So create is still working. And, this is not the most riveting video. I fully recognize that. But I'm going to extract this. This is for our show page. So what do I want to call this? Module.exports.show campground equals that. We need campground. We've got that. I think that's it. We don't really need to console.log campground anymore, do we? And over here, this should be catch async campground.show campground. Okay, we're getting close. Let's make sure the show page works. There we are. Looks good. Then I'm going to do the same thing once again here. This is for the edit page. So what did we call the new one? It was render new form. Let's do render edit form. So module.exports.render edit form equals that function there. Great. Campgrounds controller.render edit form. Now, when we have a lot of these middleware and they start to get long on these lines, I mean, part of it is I'm very zoomed in, so it's actually not that long of a line. But if you prefer, you can break this up and indent it like that, if that's easier to look at. But we're actually going to restructure our routes in a moment anyway, on top of what we're already doing. So I'm just going to leave that alone. So if I log in here as Colt, let's just make sure I can see that edit form on one of these. Yep, okay, click it, that's working. Okay, keep going here. Extract that into something, we'll call it campgrounds.update campground. It's doing the updating. Where are you? Here it is. Module.exports.update campground equals that function there. And we're almost done. We've got delete. So I'm going to do the exact same thing. I'll call this, you'll hear people use destroy often to describe the CRUD action. So delete is the method. So you'll see destroy campground. For some reason, I just find that a little bit over the top. I just go with delete usually. But that will stand out. Like if you ever go to Ruby on Rails or some of these other frameworks which have very strict conventions, the term destroy is what would be used for this controller method. But I'm just going to go with delete. All right. So module.exports.delete campground equals that right there. And let's see if it works. Oh, what did I do now? Campground is not defined. Oh, it needs to be campgrounds. That's the name of our controller or that's how we required it at least. Try again. All right, so sign in here, Colt. I should have permission to edit this. Sky, River, Falls, updates. That worked. Delete. That worked as well. It's gone. Okay, so we moved a lot of functionality into, well, all functionality into a controller file. So this is where we would go for all of the logic and implementing, every query of our campground model, all the render calls. And then this is where we go just to, 1, look at the routes, and 2, set up middleware and call those, or we're not even calling them, but pass in the controller methods that we've defined. Okay, so this is a lot easier to look at. And then next up, we're going to move on to doing the same thing, but for reviews and for users, which it should be a little bit easier. Well, easier, maybe not, but it's all pretty easy. Shorter. Okay, let's do the same thing for reviews. So we'll make a reviews controller, reviews.js, and let's go to our reviews routes. we've just got 2 at the moment. So let's take this function here, which is to create a review. We'll just call it create review. Put that in our controller. So module.exports.create review equals that function. Now we are going to need to have campground in here, and we need review. So let's go copy those right there. Campground and review we need to require. Make sure that path is still correct. Yeah, we're going back 1 folder and then into models, campground, and review. All right, so create review. So I'm going to require that now here. I'm going to call my controller just reviews equals require ... /controllers / reviews. And then here I'll just pass in reviews.create review. Once again, we're just extracting some of that stuff out. So I've got to log in first. Let's do Tim this time. Can I create a review? Submit. And yes, it works. All right, so let's do the same exact process for deleting a review. We'll call this reviews.delete review. And then into our controller, module.exports.delete review equals that. Campground review, everything else we've already got. We're good to go. And let's test that out. So I have to sign in again. It's one of the annoying things about auth when you're testing things out. Okay, can I delete? And it's gone. Cool. Now let's do the same thing for our users routes. So users, we've got a couple more routes, right? Simple one, just render a form. This one actually registers a user. This just renders a form. This one is going to log in a user, and this logs out a user. So let's make a users or an auth controller, up to you. I guess I'll just go with users for now. And I know for sure that we're going to want user in there, like that. And then we can start with this one, super easy. We'll call this users controller, which we haven't required yet because it doesn't really exist. Users.render register. Okay, and then here we will require the users controller equals require / controllers / users. And then in that controller file, we'll do module.exports.render register equals that. Okay, so if everything went well, I should be able to just register, well, see the form at least. So that's working. Now for the actual register logic, move all of this out, and we'll call this users.register. Alrighty, so then here module.exports.register equals that whole function. Now we will need, do we need anything here? No, I guess we don't actually. We should be fine with just user. Let's make sure though. Register as, how about Bill? Bill at Gmail. Bill is the password. Okay, so that's working. And same thing for login. This just renders the login form. So we'll call this users.render login. Module.exports.render login. Whoops. Equals that function. Make sure that we can render login. Refresh the page, go to login. There it is. All right, so next up, our login post route. So I don't know what to call this one, honestly, because it's not really logging you in, right? That's what Passport is doing here. It's more flashing and redirecting, but let's just call it login anyway. So users.login. Over here, module.exports.login equals that right there. Let's make sure I can log in. Colt. Good to go. And finally, we have log out. Users.logout. Over here, once again, module.exports.logout. And you don't have to do exports for each one of these. You could put them all in an object and just export that object. It really doesn't matter. Let's see, that doesn't need to be async. Okay, hopefully that works for us. Let's try it. Log in. I am logged in, right? I can go add a new campground. Great. Log out. I'm no longer logged in. I can't add a campground. Okay. So our routes are much, much easier to look at and work with at this point. It's just restructuring things, moving code around, but I really appreciate the space it opens up in our files. Right? It's only 20-something lines now. And you can also read all these middleware a lot easier. We don't have these anonymous functions. It's very clear, router.delete /ID on the campground routes. It's first checking to see if you're logged in. Then are you the author? Then call delete campground on the controller. And then we can go look at that controller. It contains all the campground related functionality. So this is great, but I'm actually going to show you another way of structuring our routes. It's not anything crazy, but it's slightly different, where we can actually use some new syntax or a different method to organize and group together routes from the same path in our routes file. That's coming up. Next up, we'll see a way of grouping similar routes together, or rather routes that have the same path, but different verbs. If we go to the Express docs, I'm already here. You go to the router docs. We're using the Express router, right? Each one of these is an instance of router right here. Same thing for the reviews routes, the user routes, the campground routes. Okay, so we've been doing router.get, router.post, patch, all that stuff. But there's also something called router.route. You can see it here. It allows us to basically define a single route, which then handles different verbs. For example, router.route this path, user/user ID. We chain on a .get, a .put, a .post. So this code here runs when a post request is sent to that path. This here runs when a put request is sent to that path. So we can then group together some of this stuff. For example, let's take our two root, slash routes in here, right? Router.route slash. Then I can chain on, I'll indent maybe, .get. Can just actually steal that right there. Okay. And then I'm also going to add on a .post. Like that. With a dot. There we are. And then I don't need to specify the path anymore. Just the middleware. Get out of there. And you get out of there. So let's prove that it works first. This is /campgrounds, because it's a campground and routes. So this is our index and this is create. So let's see if it still works how it's supposed to. Here's our index. And I'll have to log in and all of that. We'll test it in just a moment for this post route. Now we also have some that are just standalones that don't make sense to group because there's nothing to group them with. But then we have 1, 2, 3 /ID routes. So we can do a router.route /ID and then chain on. First, let's do the get. So .get. We don't need to specify the path anymore. And then we have .put. Whoops, totally butchered that. Get rid of that path again. And then finally, our .delete. Okay, so it just groups things together a bit. I think I have semicolons it's angry about. Yeah, there we go. If you're chaining things, you can't put a semicolon in between. And then we can just leave these two as standalone because they just don't make sense. Well, we can't group them together. They have different paths. So let's see if it all still works. I'll make a new one. Aha, this is why we test things. Maybe you caught this before I did. But what happened is our order has changed. And we ran into this a while ago, actually. This needs to go before our show page route. Otherwise, it thinks that new is an ID, and so it matches this route. So let's put that right there. Okay. Now I need to sign in. I will sign in. Let's make sure I can make a new one. Looks good. I can edit it. I can see the form. Good. And I can delete it. Everything still works. Now we can do the same thing for users. I don't know if we don't really have an opportunity for reviews right now. It doesn't make sense. We can't do anything in there. But for users, we have two routes that are the same, two different sets of routes rather that are the same. So we can do a router.route /register, and then do a .get, and just call this. And then a .post, and that should do it for us for registration. And then we can do the same thing for login, router.route/login, and then .get and .post. Okay, and then we'll just leave log out. Let's make sure that still works. I don't have any semicolons in there. It's going to break anything. No. Okay, good. So I'll register as Billy. That works. I'll log out. That works. And I'll log in. And it all still works. Okay. So just a simple change, but I do think it makes things easier to follow, especially in campgrounds. Now we've grouped together by that path, get in a post / get put and delete / ID. Now, of course, these are prefixed by campground / ID or campground / nothing. But overall, this is just a lot nicer to read. And again, if you prefer it, you can definitely chain your middleware, or not chain them, sorry, you can indent them if you like that more. I think these are okay enough to be on one line, but if it was much longer, I definitely would. Yeah, it's okay. This one's a bit long, but I won't waste your time. You can style that however you'd like. Alrighty? So our routes, they've gone from being bloated and confusing to look at to very clear now. And it's technically more code, right, to require them and move them into separate files. We're adding a couple of lines, but it's far clearer. When you look at what's happening, you can read this and see very quickly, okay, this is a function that's called, it has a name, right? It's not anonymous, although we could have added names into our route handlers anyway. But it's just a nice structure to follow. It's always good to have some pattern to help you structure a bigger app. Okay, the next thing I'd like to do is work on adding some star functionality. Instead of having this slider here, a range input, I'd like to be able to leave a review by clicking, 5 stars out of 5 stars or 2 stars and so on. Also, instead of just rating 5, let's maybe start there. Let's display 5 stars or 3 stars. So we could do this from scratch ourselves, especially this part's not too bad at all. There is a entity code for star. So we could do that. Let's see. Yeah, these two right here. So there's a filled one, which is here, and then a non-filled or an empty one. So we could loop over and do this manually. I won't go through the whole process, but this is the show page. Where are you? Right here, and then we're displaying the rating. I could do something like, an H5, and inside of that, we could loop over or repeat something rating times. If rating is 5, then we add 5 stars in. If it's not, we add, let's say 2 of the filled in stars, and then I'll just demonstrate very quickly. I believe that's the filled in one. So this would be to make 4 out of 5 stars, if I did it correctly. Right? There we are. So we could do that, and there's nothing wrong with that at all. And we may end up wanting to do that because we can style this in other ways. We can change colors. It's just text. But all that I want to show you here is that we can do this, but we're not, at least not right now. Instead of manually setting up those entity codes and, we'd have to add some loops and some logic to correctly render this, because right now it's just 4 stars, even though rating is 5, and here rating is 3. So we would have to calculate, how many of these to show of the filled in stars and then how many empty stars to show. But we're not going to do that for a couple of reasons. One, it's annoying to do, but 2, it's extra difficult or annoying to make accessible. And that's important. These are just entity codes, and if this was all that you saw, or that's a poor choice of words, but if this is what your screen reader is reading out loud, it doesn't make much sense at all. So what we want to do instead, or what we're going to do, is use a tool to help us. So there are many libraries out there. This one is called Starability. It's really just a CSS file. So let me just show you their demo. It's a CSS file that we can include to set up basic rating functionality. So you can choose from different options. Here's a slot machine rating, a growing star rating, growing and rotating, fading, check mark. I'm just going to do the basic rating, but you can pick one of the others if you'd like. So this is accessible, and so that's important. It's also somewhat responsive. It has some behavior for smaller screen sizes, and overall, it's just a good choice for us to use. So to use it, there's two places we'll use it. One is we'll allow a user to rate using the rating selector. But the other is what I just showed you, where we just display the rating, right? This is not an editable, you don't click on here. This is simply showing the number of stars that Colt rated. So we also can do that. They show you that somewhere on here. If you set up a paragraph or some element with a class of star ability result data-rating, and you specify a number in there, it will show the correct number of stars, just like that. Anyway, we're going to do this. We're going to pick one of those options from this web page, and I like the basic rating. You don't have to make your mind up right now, but if you look at the CSS directory, they do have different style sheets for each one, and they're relatively long if you wanted to try multiple, right? The all style sheet is, 1,000 lines or more? More, almost, wow, almost, 2,300 lines. Versus if you just want the basic styles, you don't care about the other animations, this is a lot shorter. So I'm just going to copy and paste this. You could download the file. So in my public directory, where are you? Right here, let me shut some of this. I'll make a new folder to put my style sheets in. And then I'll make one called maybe just stars.css. And I'll put that CSS in there right now. Okay, so now I need to include that in my layout, or at least on the file where I want to use it. And I want to use it on the show page. So there's a couple of options. Since we only have one of our boilerplate layouts right now in our views, I mean, we could include it in here, and it would just be included, like we're doing Bootstrap. The stars functionality would be included on every single page. It's only a couple hundred lines of CSS. It's not a big deal. But if we had a lot of functionality that was only for one page, we may want to either make a different layout or add a conditional in here to check what the current route is, and decide if we're going to include the style sheets and whatever other assets. But we could also just go to our show template. It's kind of janky. You want to put your link tags in the head, but we could just do a link tag here to /style sheets. It's in my style sheets directory in the public directory that I'm serving, /stars.css. Right? That's what I called it. Where'd you go? Come on. Yeah, stars.css. So now if we want to just test it out, we can just copy one of these lines. I'll just go down and try this right here. And then I'll put that on the show page. Where should we do it? Maybe just to replace or put it down below each rating. Let's refresh. Okay, so it shows up. And it's controlled by this one property called data rating. So if I set that to 1, we get a 1-star output. If I set it to 5, we get a 5-star output. So what we want to do is basically, instead of displaying the text rating is equal to 5, like we're doing right now, we can just put this paragraph in there. Sure, it doesn't have to be a paragraph, but that will work for us. Or we can put it in the card title if we want to. And then we give it data rating of the particular review rating. Like that. Now this text won't show up to us, but it's important for accessibility purposes, so we should also put in the number of stars here. So review.rating as well. All right, and then I'll get rid of that for now, that H5. And there we go. Now we may want to, I don't know, it looks a bit odd the way we have it set up. We may want that title in there still, and maybe that's where we put the author's name. Let's see how that looks. So we'll put that in the H5. I'm not sure if that will look better or not. Let's see. Yeah, and then we can get rid of this by Colt thing, this H6. I'm not sold on what we want to do. That's fine for now. So we're putting the username there and then the rating. Now let's make sure it works. If I leave a new rating, let's log in as Tim this time. And I think those were all on Maple Hollow. Yeah. So I'm going to leave a 1-star rating. Sorry, this place was bad. Submit. Cool. And it shows 1 star, and yeah, I can delete it. I can't delete the others. Great. So that is the first part of setting up our star ratings. The next thing I want to do is replace this right here with a star form. So that's coming up. Okay, so to do away with this slider here and replace it with some nice stars where I can just click 5 stars, 4 stars, and so on, we're going to use that same CSS. And believe it or not, we don't need any JavaScript to make this work. This will be an accessible animated star selector for a form without any JavaScript, and we really don't have to do anything except copy some important structure code. So here's how it works. We need a field set element with the class of star ability, and then basic, or I think, they have those other options, basic, growing, rotating, fading, checkmark. We're just going to go with basic, and that's the only option I even included in my style sheet. And then it makes a bunch of radio buttons. And each radio button has an underlying value from 1 to 5. It also has some accessibility attributes added in, like this ARIA label that specifies, no rating versus rating is 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. And that's pretty much it. So we'll go ahead and put this over on our show page where the current slider is. Where are you? Leave a review. Here it is. So we'll figure out the styling, the spacing and everything, but we'll just paste it in for now. Let's make sure it works. So we just see. Cool. So again, underlying it are actual radio buttons. So when this form is submitted, if you look at the name of each one, it's just called rating. What we want is review square bracket rating if we don't want to change anything on the back end. So I'm just going to copy that right there and then replace this and that and that and that right there with review square bracket rating. And then let's just get rid of this entirely for now. Well, I shouldn't even say for now, just get rid of it entirely. Let's test it out. I'm going to do a 1-star review. Does it work? Rating is not allowed. So let's see, how was that data sent? Looks like something went wrong when it was sent. Oh, I didn't change it here. Darn. Review square brackets rating. Rating is not allowed because of our validations. So let's try that again. And I didn't refresh. Now it's saying it must be greater than or equal to 1. Yeah, because right here the value is 0. Did I not select one? Let's try it. Okay, it works there. So we can fix that up, but let's just demo again. Here's a rating of 2, and you can see it shows up with 2 stars. And here's a rating of 4. Okay, and 5. I don't know why I skipped 3, but it should work too. Okay, so it's just a form input, or it's a series of radio buttons. There are some nice styles behind the scenes. It takes care of stuff for us. Also, we can get rid of this first rating and review labels, or maybe, well, we should keep that label that says review. Maybe we'll call it review text or something. But let's add some margin bottom around this. So we'll just do the same thing around the entire field set. Div with margin bottom 3. And we'll put you there. Do you look better now? Okay, and we don't need this first rating legend for now. Anyway, in terms of handling the situation where a user tries to submit without rating, right? We have validations here, but we don't have them on the actual star rating, and it's going to be kind of a pain to do that. In the short term, I would just say 0 is okay, just for now, or we could set the default value here if it's not rated just to be 1. It's kind of jank, honestly, but we could do that. So now if we leave it off, it's still just made into a 1-star review, which is okay. Maybe we want to allow 0-star reviews, but we could also, you could do some fancy JavaScript to make sure that this is considered invalid and the form won't submit unless there's an actual selection made here. That just requires some work. You need to write some DOM manipulation stuff to check if any of the checkboxes, or rather any radio buttons, have been selected in there. And if not, then don't allow the form to be submitted. But for now, I think we'll leave it at this. This is fine. It's not ideal, right? It's kind of confusing if you leave that off. But for now, this is fine. We'll just leave it at this. So I can now make my reviews and see them show up with stars here, and I can also select the number of stars. And it's a nicer improvement over the slider. We definitely want to improve the UI still and maybe make these a bit smaller, make this more pronounced, but overall, not too shabby. Okay, so the next thing we're going to tackle here is a pretty big new feature to add in. It's going to take a couple of videos, and it's nothing really related to what we've learned in the course so far. It's just an extra nice to have, and it is image upload. So I would like to be able to upload one or actually multiple images, even fancier. A lot of courses show you one image, but multiple is a little more work. Well, it's not that bad. So instead of typing an image URL, which is just garbage, I mean, that's really a bad experience, what if we could upload a file or multiple files to be associated with a campground? That's closer to what something like Yelp or other similar websites do, right? For a restaurant, you can submit your own photos of the restaurant and the food and whatever else. Now, we're just going to allow the user who owns the campground, at least for now, we'll just allow the user who owns the campground to submit images. But it wouldn't take much more work to allow anybody to do it. So this is a multi-step process. There are two things you have to know up front. One is that a regular HTML form is not going to be able to send files to our server. So we're going to have to change our form in order to do that. And the second issue is that we need to store the images somewhere. And typically we don't store them in Mongo. We don't put images in Mongo because images are very large and there's a BSON document size limit of 16 megabytes. So that really does not work in our favor. There are workarounds. There's this thing called GridFS that helps you store larger files, but we're not going to bother with that. Instead, we're going to use a tool called Cloudinary. And Cloudinary is a website or an application that's really commonly used, and it stores information for us. It will store photos on their server, on their database that we can retrieve relatively easily. And we can also retrieve like different sizes, different thumbnails. We can transform the images, compress them. So it has a bunch of features. So it is a paid tool, but we're going to use the free tier, which will work fine. It does a lot, as I mentioned, but essentially it's just one of many similar tools that will store images and videos and assets for us. There are many other similar services. We also could have used something like AWS. This is just relatively painless compared to other options. So the way that this is going to work is that we're going to set up our form so that we can accept files. Then we'll submit that form and it will hit our server and hit our endpoint somewhere, one of our routes. Then we're going to take the files, the actual information that has been sent along with our form, the data, and we're going to store that in Cloudinary. We're going to send it to Cloudinary. And then Cloudinary is going to send us back some URLs of, here's the images I have stored for you. Then we take those URLs and we store those in our Mongo database. So our database is just going to hold URLs, but those URLs correspond to images that have been uploaded and saved with Cloudinary. Okay, so that's the basic process, and you can swap in or out Cloudinary for other tools, but that's a really common workflow. A user uploads something, you send the data somewhere else, whether it's your own service, it's something like AWS or something like Cloudinary, then you have a URL that you store in the campground portion or in the campground document. Okay, so that's the game plan. In the next video, we're going to start by understanding how we send files in the first place from a form to our server. So as I mentioned, the first thing we have to understand in order to upload files is that with our generic forms, all the forms we've created so far, we can put a file input in them, but the file information will not be sent properly. I don't even know if it's sent at all, if it's uploaded. It just doesn't work if we're using a default HTML form, and that all has to do with the encoding type attribute on a form. So every form we've done so far is a URL encoded form. We're parsing the body in our app.js, right, with, URL encoded. That is what we're expecting our form data to look like. Well, if we want to upload files, we actually need to set the encoding type or enc type attribute to be multipart/form data. So this is the first step that we have to do. And this is going to break up things for us for a little bit. We're going to step away from fully creating campgrounds for a moment. So let's go ahead and take this form, which is on the new template for campgrounds, and we're going to set it to have a enc type of multipart/form data. All right, so that's the first step. Now, don't try and submit the form. Well, you can try and submit it, but don't expect everything to work just great at this moment. Then we can go ahead and add in an input for a file, which looks like this. Input type is file. Give it a name. Let's call it campground image just for now, or let's even just call it image just to single it out more. And we'll just leave it at that. So if I refresh the page, we now have a file input. Okay, so the next thing I'm going to do is go over to the route where this is submitted, which is our campground post route. So that's in our routes file. And I'm just going to get rid of this stuff for a moment. I'm just going to do our own post route, request response, where let's just console.log, or let's do a res.send, request.body. So we just see what's in the form or what's in the request body from that form. Okay, so we're not actually creating anything anymore. We have temporarily turned that off. So I'll just put some stuff in here. We're not even validating anymore because we got rid of that middleware. I'll choose a file, this one called tent.png. All right, add campground. It's not actually adding one. What happens now? Well, we hit that route, but it looks like there's nothing in the body. What's going on there? Okay, so this brings us to the next point, which is that in order to parse multi-part forms, that attribute that we set on the form right there, encoding type multi-part / form data. In order to parse that, we actually need to use another middleware. There's multiple, I believe, but this is the most popular one called Multer. So it's for Express, and all that it helps us do is parse or handle multi-part form data, which is primarily used for uploading files. All right, so we're going to go ahead and install this. npm I multer. All right, start the server back up. And then let's take a look at the docs. So it says it adds a body object and a file or files object to the request object. The body object contains the values of the text fields of the form. The file or files object contains the files uploaded via the form. So that's the goal. Multer is there basically to do what the built-in body parsing middleware does, so that we can parse JSON or that we can parse URL encoded data from forms. But to use it, it's a little bit different. What we need to do is first require Multer, so we can start there. And then we have to initialize it or execute the function, and we're supposed to pass in a configuration object. And here, what they're specifying is just a folder path, a destination for the files. Now remember, we are not going to be trying to store, this is just a demo. You wouldn't do this in the real world. You wouldn't store stuff locally. But basically, if you don't specify something like Cloudinary or AWS or some other location, it can use local storage. And I think they talk about it somewhere on here. Storage, yeah, disk storage is what they call it. And then you have memory storage as well, which is just for like really simple, basic testing purposes. You wouldn't do that in the real world. Anyway, we're going to go ahead and do this. I'll just copy this, honestly, and put this in our route. So we're just going to use it in campground routes for now. We'll require Multer, just change that to be const, and then execute it and set some destination for our uploads. We'll call it uploads. Okay, so we don't even really care about that destination for now. Next, what you need to know is that at any point, we can now add in this middleware, upload dot, and then we have single and upload dot array. And if we use this, if we call upload dot any of these methods, Multer is going to do its thing. It's going to parse the form information, the multi-part form, and then it will store the file or files on request.file/files, and then any other information from the form on request.body. So there are some options here. If we look at how this works, we specify a field name, and that needs to match what the name is from our form. So what did we call it on our form here? We just called the field image for now. That will change, but it's image. So if we want to use this here in my campground routes on our post route here, we can add in a upload.single for now. And then image is the field that it should be looking for. The piece of the form data with the name of image is a file, and we want you to do your thing on there, Multer. And that middleware should then go ahead and add in the file attribute to request and the rest of the body, which is called body. Okay, so let's see what happens. We'll do a res.send request.body, and let's also do request.file. Okay, moment of truth here. I gotta sign in. Let's just do a file again. tent.png. Put some other stuff in here just so we have it to see. All right, and this is what we get. This is what we sent back. You can see that there's a bunch of different pieces in here, but a path to this upload. We've got file name, destination. So this just tells us information about our file and where it is. And you can see we actually have an uploads folder created now. And it's encoded, it's not going to display it for me. But that's where our file hopefully is. Again, that is just a temporary thing. We don't really need to care about where that file goes for now because we will be sending it to Cloudinary. So that just shows us that Multer is doing its thing. Also, I don't know why I did this double send. Let's just do a maybe just a console.log so you can see the body and the file. Res.send doesn't support you just passing multiple things in like console.log does. And we'll do a res.send. It worked. So let's try that one more time. Just upload the same thing. Let's look in our console, and here's what we see. So we have request.body, which it looks like what we've expected and what we've been using so far. Campground has a title, location, price, and description. And then request.file has all this information about the file that was uploaded. So we used, we uploaded a single file, as you can see here. We're calling upload.single, but we can also do upload.array. And this will expect multiple files or potentially multiple files under the key of image. And we can make a multiple file input. If we just go to our file input here and we set multiple, where are you? Here it is. The attribute multiple, we now can upload multiple files with that input. And then over here, let's print out request.files. If we use array, those files will be stored on request.files. So Multer is just going to parse that form data. It's looking for something called image. It will treat that as files because that's what it's supposed to be. And if we gave it a different name instead, we would need to make sure the input name matches on our form. So let's see what happens now if I upload multiple files. I'll just do tent and hill. So I'll select, I've got to refresh in order to get the newest version of that template that has multiple set to true. Okay, so tent and hill. Okay, it says 2 files now. Whoops, I undid it. Let's try that again. Tent and hill. All right, so here's my other stuff. Add campgrounds. And what do we see over here? 2 files now. Okay, so that's the basic idea behind setting up our form and adding in Multer, the Multer middleware. Now we just need to get Multer to actually store these images in a better place, not to store them in a uploads folder locally. That's absolutely a horrible idea. What we want to do is get them on Cloudinary or some similar service. And then we want to take those stored URLs eventually and put them in our database and associate them with the campground and go from there. All right, so let's work on Cloudinary in the next video. Okay, so next up, we move on to Cloudinary, which is the service we'll be using to store our images and the file uploads. And then it gives us back a URL. We store that URL, and we can do fancy stuff, as I briefly mentioned, like transform the images, shrink them down, compress them, manipulate them in other ways. I'm not sure what else they offer. We can do things like crop them and scale them, and that can be really useful, to standardize the size of images so that you don't get, if images are being uploaded by a user and somebody uploads something that's like crazy tall. We're actually dealing with that already, as you've seen with the random Unsplash images. Some pages are really, really tall. Others are very normal. Anyway, the first thing you need to do is sign up for a free account. So you will need to submit your email. They don't need a credit card, otherwise I wouldn't be using it. I hate showing you things where you have to have a credit card. But of course, it is a paid service, and so if you use up the free amount of storage that they give you, then they will ask you to sign up for a paid account in order to keep using the service. Anyway, sign up for this. You'll need to verify your email. So once you verify your email, and I think you have to click a couple times through their little tutorial welcome modal pop-up thing. Once you get through that, you will see account details on your dashboard, and we need these credentials. Now I've changed this, so this is not, this doesn't even need to be secret, but just sometimes students like to try and hijack my credentials. So I will not be showing you my specific credentials. And there's a reason, they're blurred out here anyway. You can click to reveal or just copy to clipboard. I will show you what to do with those in just a moment. We are not going to put those directly in our code. So we will need the API key, the API secret, and the cloud name. But we don't want to embed that directly in our code and then put it up on GitHub, for example. Because if anybody sees that code, they then have access to our credentials. And if you do eventually connect your credit card to this app, and you have a larger, a real application with lots of users, and it's important, you've got a credit card connected, somebody can use your credentials and just store a bunch of their stuff in your Cloudinary account, and that could get very expensive. And that's not just limited to Cloudinary. Anytime you have API credentials and anything associated with an account that is especially connected to a credit card, but in any way sensitive, you don't want to put those credentials directly in your app. So that leads us to env files, which is the topic of the next video. Okay, so I just talked about at the end of the last video how we don't want to be directly embedding any API credentials or secret keys right inside of our application. So what we do instead is we store them in a secret file. It's not really secret, but we store them in a file that we don't include when we submit our code to GitHub, as an example, or a file that we don't share with other people. It's a file that stays on our machine locally, and it's called typically .env. So that dot makes it a hidden file, but that doesn't mean it's secret from the world automatically. It just means most users don't see it if they're browsing with a file picker or something. But it's there just like any other hidden file. So I'll start by showing you how to just set up a .env file. You just need to make a file called .env and do it in the top level of your application. So .env, and then in here we just define key value pairs like secret equals, and then you can put whatever you want in there. So secret equals, that. What we're going to do, though, of course, is put our Cloudinary information in here. And you can come up with any name that you want. This is the syntax, though. Something equals some value. And then I can get access to whatever is in here in my code. So I'll just show you what I mean. I'll set my secret to be LOL. Okay, and now in order to get access to this information inside of my application, I'm going to use a package called .env. So I'm going to install that, npm i.env or .env. Start back up. Oops. Then what I'm going to do is in my app.js, just at the top, I'm going to set this line. If process.env.node env is not equal to production, I'll explain this as soon as I finish typing. So if we're not in production mode, require the .env module and call the config function. Okay, so what is this? Well, process.env.node environment is an environment variable that is usually just development or production. We've been running in development this whole time, but eventually when we deploy, we will be running our code in production. And we're saying if we're running in development mode, so everything we've done so far, if we're in development, yes, we are in development, require the .env package, which is going to take the variables I've defined in this file and add them into process.env in my Node app, so I can access them in this file or any of my other files. Now in production, we don't actually do that. There's another way of setting environment variables where we don't store them in a file, and we just add them into the environment. You'll see once we get there, but for now, this should work for us. I should be able to access, I'll do a console.log, process.env.secret. That was the name of my environment variable, right? I called it secret. So I'm going to just run this code, and we should see my secret printed out. Nodemon, oh, I'm an idiot. It already restarted, and it printed out. So we can define these key value pairs in my .env file. Secret, password, we wouldn't put password, but how about API key equals this? And then I have access to it in my code with process.env.secret or process.env.api key. So if I was using Git or if I was going to upload this code somewhere, I would just ignore this file and not include this file. So everybody would be able to see, oh, there's some environment variable called secret or called API key. And then it's up to them to fill that value in. Or if this is in production, our environment would just have that value set up, which is not something we've covered yet. But we're just in development mode, so this is always going to run, and we'll be grabbing our data, our variables, out of .env. So let's go ahead and add in the three things I want to store in there. And the first one will be our Cloudinary cloud name. And I'll show you where to find that in just a moment. The second one will be Cloudinary key. You can name these whatever. We have to access them out using these names. So if you want to follow what I'm doing, it'll be easiest. Cloudinary secret equals. Okay, so the cloud name from Cloudinary is just whatever you see there. So we would copy that and paste it right there. The Cloudinary key is whatever you see right here, your API key. Just click copy to clipboard, put that in there. And then Cloudinary secret is this one here, copy to clipboard and put it in here. You don't need quotes. You just directly put them there. You don't put spaces or anything. Save this file. And I'll put my real stuff in there in just a moment. And then we close out of it. You don't have to close out of it either, but I'm going to. And then that's it. We shouldn't have to touch that file for a while. That should hold our Cloudinary information. Now, if you ever make a new account, if you, I don't know, something changes with your Cloudinary account, you would need to update that file and put the real new values in there. But now, in our app, we'll have access to process.env.cloudinary key, process.env.cloudinary secret. And that's important because in the next video, I'll show you where we need to use them. So we've stored them in .env. We have access to them because of this line. We're always running in our development environment by default. So this code runs, which is going to take a .env file. It's looking for that one file with that name in the root directory. So don't try and name it something else. And then it's going to just parse it and put all of these in process.env. Very, very, very common practice. And once we get to production and actually deploying apps, you'll understand what this line means and where these values would be defined otherwise. But for now, they're just always in this file. Okay, so the next step is to take these files that Multer is able to parse from that form data and actually upload them to Cloudinary. And again, you could swap in something else. It won't be word for word or character for character what I'm doing here, but it's the same process. And to do this, there's actually a very easy tool called Multer Storage Cloudinary that works with Multer, which we're already using, and it works with Cloudinary to just make it a pretty smooth process overall to upload files that Multer is parsing to Cloudinary. And then it also works so that once we get the URLs back from Cloudinary, Multer adds those in so that we have access to them in our route handling callbacks. So here's how it works. We first need to actually install Cloudinary. We'll do it at the same time. Two packages, Cloudinary and then Multer Storage Cloudinary. Just going to copy that one. npm I Cloudinary. And then Multer Storage Cloudinary. All right, start that back up. Then I'm just going to copy a lot of these imports here, and I'm going to put them in a new file. I'll call this file, I'll just make a Cloudinary folder. You could also just have a Cloudinary config file, but I'll do Cloudinary. And then in there, index.js. And I'll paste that import in there. So we're requiring Cloudinary.v2. That part's important. It's from the docs. Also requiring Cloudinary storage. The next thing we're going to do, they don't actually show on the docs here. We need to pass in Cloudinary to this Cloudinary storage. Ugh, saying that word Cloudinary too much. But we need to begin by actually setting the config on our Cloudinary. So Cloudinary.config. And if you have questions about this, you can look at the Cloudinary packages docs. So we're going to set the config, and we need to specify cloud name which is supposed to be one of those secrets, and it's not secret, but one of those things in our env file. So process.env.cloudinary cloud name, assuming that that is what you named your environment variable. And then we have API underscore key, which should be process.env.cloudinary key. That's what I named it in the previous video. Again, this is up to you, but these aren't. This has to be cloud name, API key, and then the final one is API secret. So this is basically associating our account with this Cloudinary instance. So process.env.cloudinary secret. Okay, so that's the first step. Next up, we're going to instantiate an instance of Cloudinary storage, which is what we imported here. Save it to a variable so that, well, we don't have to save it to a variable, but we need to export it from this file. So we're basically just setting up an instance of Cloudinary storage in this file. And we need to pass in this Cloudinary object that we just configured. Then we have some things that we can specify, like folder, which is the folder in Cloudinary that we should store things in. And I'm just going to call this Yelp Camp. We can also specify like allowed formats if you want. So we'll allow JPEGs, PNG, also JPEG spelled that way. And there are other things we can specify too. We will come back to this in just a bit because we're actually going to need to modify this code to get everything to work well. But this will work for now. Then I'm going to just export this. Module.exports equals, and I'll export both our Cloudinary instance that's all configured and storage, which is what we just made here. Basically, this Cloudinary storage is now configured. It's set up so that it has the credentials for our particular Cloudinary account, and we want to upload things to Yelp Camp, and these formats are allowed. Then what we're going to do is go into, for now we'll just do it in our routes file. We're going to change this upload.array ever so slightly. Right now it's just Multer, where the destination is local, right? It's storing things right here in this uploads folder. Now we're going to specify, actually, no, I want you to store it on Cloudinary. And to do that, we need to require our new storage that we just set up. So this is the storage variable that's connected to Cloudinary or has the credentials. So require from that Cloudinary folder. And I don't need to do /index because remember, Node automatically looks for an index.js file in a folder. All right, so now we have that storage object, which just one more time is this thing here that we've made. So instead of storing things in our uploads folder locally, which is what we're telling Multer to do now, I'm going to remove that and say, actually, please store using our storage that we just made in the previous file. Okay, now here we go. Let's see what happens now. We still just do upload.array or upload.single or whatever we want from Multer. But now we've told Multer to store things in a different destination. So if we print out request.body and request.files, let's just try it. Let's see what happens. There's always room for things to go wrong here. We'll try making a new one. Choose a file or two files. Hill, intent, blah, blah, blah. Price. Okay. Moment of truth. Okay. So it takes a little while depending on the size of the files you're uploading. And what do we see printed out? This looks like good news. You can see that request.files contains our files now that have a path that has Cloudinary in the name. So theoretically, if I just copy this URL and I paste it in somewhere, that asset, yeah, it's stored on Cloudinary. And so there's one of those images that is now uploaded. It's on Cloudinary itself. And I can go to my Cloudinary account, and I may need to refresh. Maybe not, actually. It looks like it showed up. And I should be able to see images and videos that have been uploaded. And also if I go to, I think, Media Library, I can see those files that have been uploaded here. So these are from a previous video. I recorded this once and redid it. But here are the new files I just did. I think it was Hill and Tent or something. Notice they get these really weird names. Well, that's important. We want to make sure that we don't have conflicts. If two people both upload an image named tent or campsite, campground.png, we definitely want to have these unique file names. So there we are. We're getting these path names back. So in the next video, we need to make sure we take those and store them in our Mongo database so that we can then reference them. But we now successfully have implemented upload. Images can be uploaded 2, 3 more. I mean, it can take a decent amount of time if you're trying to upload a bunch. We can actually set a limit on how many, and we'll probably do that in the next video. But pretty cool stuff. Also, just a lot, right? It's a little bit intimidating, but just remember, like very few people just know how to do this off the top of your head. I have to look up, the docs or all the tools we're using, and I've done it before, but I had to jog my memory, and things will change, and they actually did change from the last time I did something similar. So this is very different than your everyday Express functionality or setting up templates and routes and Mongo stuff. That's kind of the bread and butter. This is something you do, but not like every single day. So it requires work, it requires research. So I kind of sped through it. Again, you can use other tools besides Cloudinary, but Cloudinary plays well with Multer because of this package that we used. So again, we specify our credentials, we make this new instance of Cloudinary storage, and we pass that through to Multer instead of doing our local storage in that uploads folder right here, which I can now just delete. We're storing things on Cloudinary, and we get back, because it's this nice integration with Multer, it just automatically gives us in our request.files, if we look at our routes, right, request.files is now populated with information coming back from Cloudinary. Whew! Next video, we will store that information and display it. Okay, so one thing I did incorrectly, I just realized in the previous video, was configuring the folder and the allowed formats. I don't know if you noticed, but my uploads actually did not go into this Yelp Camp folder. If you're following along, you probably won't even have a Yelp Camp folder made. I have it made because, I fixed the problem. I tested it, I uploaded it, a new image, and it was in here, and then I removed it. So I have an empty Yelp Camp folder, but it doesn't matter. You may not have it there. It will be created for you. The only thing is I didn't actually correctly configure this. And if you look at the docs for this tool, we need to put it inside of params. So params object, we want folder allowed formats in there. There we are. And that should now hopefully upload into that folder. So let's try it again. I'll log in. Really? I misspelled Colt. All right, so let's add a campground. Blah. I'll choose a file. I'll do this Mount Rainier photo that I have just from Unsplash. Put a price in, description, add the campground, and it should upload. And if we head over to Cloudinary, if I look in this Yelp Camp folder, now my file is in that folder. So it's not just added to my generic Cloudinary, I don't even know what you call that, like my library of files, my media library. It's instead stored in a folder, which is often what you want. And also we can see the URL for it. It includes Yelp Camp in the URL. All right, so over here in my terminal, we see that path to that file. We also see this file name, and we're going to want to store both of them. We want the path so that we can, set up an image with a source and display the image, but we want the file name in case we want a user to be able to delete a particular asset. On Cloudinary, one of the easiest ways to delete something is just pass in the file name. So what I'm going to do is update my model. Right now we have image, which is a string. I'm going to change that. I'm going to make it an array, because I want multiple images, or potentially multiple. And for each image, I actually want to store two things. The URL, which will be a string, and then the file name, which will also be a string. And then add my comma in there. So this will be images now with an S. And that will screw up a couple of things, as you'll see. Like our validation is going to be messed up at this point from Joy, but let's just start with this. All right, so images is an array. Each object in there, each document has a URL and a file name. All right, then when we upload, as we've seen, we get back from Multer, thanks to Cloudinary and Multer working together, we get path and file name. Okay, so we're going to store path as URL and file name as file name. So the next thing we need to do is go to our routes here. And instead of just calling upload and then just res.sending it worked, we're instead going to upload those images. Just delete that. But we're going to add that in as a middleware on our original post route. When you're actually submitting the form, we'll first validate Campground. So, make sure that like title and price and all of that is there. Then we'll upload array of image. So whatever in that form data, remember the field that we set on that input, the name is image. And then this should run afterwards, right? Campgrounds.create campground. So we can go in there now. Go to my routes. Nope, my controllers. It's part of the problem about splitting things up. Easy to get lost. So this is what runs. And in here, on this request, we now will have access to, just like we did previously, request.body from Molter, which we don't need to change anything, but then also request.files. So files is going to include, all this stuff that we've been printing out. It's an array. So what we want to do is just loop over those files, and for each one of them, we want to take the path and the file name and add them into this campground. So what I'll do is just map over request.files. So it's an array, right, and it contains all this other stuff, but I'm going to just map them into an object. So for each f, I'll return an object. So I need to wrap it. If I'm going to do implicit return, I need parentheses around the curly braces. And then in here, I'm just going to map, we want URL to be f.path, and then we just want path name, right? File name, rather. File name should be f.filename. So that should just make me, if I uploaded 2 files, it should make us an array that contains these very simple objects, just URL and file name. Then I want to take that, and I'll just set it to campground.images, like that. So map over the array that's been added to request.files thanks to Molter. And it includes a whole bunch of information. Just take the path and the file name, make a new object for each one, put that in an array. So we end up with an array of 1, 2, 3, however many images, just these 2 properties. We add that onto campground, which we've already initialized here, and then we save, and then we redirect. Okay? So let's see what happens here. Oh boy, moment of truth. Why don't we start by going to our template for campground show, and just print out something. No, you know what? Why don't we just do this here? After we save, console.log campground. So we can see that. Okay? So we'll know if it worked just by looking at our console.log. So I'm going to upload again. Cold, blah, blah. This is in Montana. It's actually not. If I'm going to do Mount Rainier, it's not. Let's do this mountains.png image. Price will be $23 a night. Add campground. Oh, campground is... Oh, see, this is what I was talking about. Our validation gets screwed up, unfortunately. Now, the main issue I'm running into right now is actually that validate campground is running before we run Molter. This is the Molter middleware, and Molter is responsible for adding the data onto request.body. This depends on request.body. So, it's kind of annoying. We might want to rework that in some way. What should we do there? Maybe we'll just leave it for now, but in a production environment, like in the real world, we definitely don't want to just upload your images before we validate the other data. But the way that Molter works is that it's going to first upload everything while it's parsing. Then it sends us the parsed body and the files and everything that we have access to in request.body. So that's kind of annoying. We'll have to figure out some other option eventually, but honestly, we're just focused on the upload for now. So we won't stress about that, but it's something we should be aware of going forward. Now I'm also going to update my schema because it says that image is required. Let's just get rid of that for now. I don't really care to validate the images for now. We just want to make sure things work. So we try this again. Come on. Log in, add campground, Montana, choose files, mountains.png. Okay. It uploads, and hopefully, if we go to our console, what do we see? Here it is. Here's our campground. No reviews. Images. Cool. We've got a URL and a file name for that image. So now we just need to use that URL to display the image. And we're going to make a carousel with those images shortly. But for now, I'm just going to loop over all images and display them in our template. So that is our show page, views, campgrounds, show. And where we're displaying the main image right now, we're just looking for campground.image. Well, we don't really have that anymore. What we're going to do is, should we loop over all of them? Sure. Let's do EJS for let image of campground.images. And then here, EJS closing, curly brace. We will make an image for each one of those. And the source is going to be image, img, if that's what we named our variable here, img dot, and then URL. That's what we saved, right? URL, yes. So that's what we will hopefully reveal. Now that's going to be a card image top. If we have multiple of them, I have no idea what that will look like. But here we are. This is the image I uploaded. Now let's try one more. Let's make a new campground again. Testing again. This is in California. I'm going to do 2 files this time. Mountains and Rainier. Here's a price. Add campground. And there we are. Both of them have been uploaded. And I'm just printing, or well, not printing, I'm displaying both of them at once. We're going to make a carousel, but this is successfully working. We have completed the image upload sort of cycle, where we start by setting up our multi-part form data form. And then, unfortunately, that means that we can't parse the body the regular way we had been doing it. So then we need to make sure that we use Molter, and then Molter plays well with Cloudinary. So we parse that form information. We send that on up to Cloudinary. We get back URLs, those URLs, as well as other information about each upload. Do we have that printed out still? Well, as we saw, we get more information back. And that information is going to be added onto a particular property on the request object called request.files, which we then had access to. And we were able to take the information from request.files and use it to update our particular model instance and save that. And then in our template, we have access to URL and file name for each image, and we just render the URL. Okay, so the next thing we'll do, there are a couple of tasks really. One is we might want to change the button here and make this look nicer. Unfortunately, that's actually more work than you might expect. 2, we should make a carousel and display those images if there are multiple images. So that's what we're going to do next, and then we can decide where to go after there. So next up, I'd like to add a carousel in so we can see all of the images at once. If we go look at one of them, oh yeah, my seeds are now broken because they all have an image singular property. So we should figure out what to do about the seeds if we want to just hard code a couple of images from our uploads. We'll figure that out in just a bit. But if we look at one of them, right, we've got 2 images for this. We uploaded them at the same time. We also, you may want to give users the ability to upload more after the fact, of course, which right now we don't. So that's something you definitely could set up using basically everything we've already seen. You would just push on to the array of images in your model instead of overwriting it as a new array. Okay, so to make a carousel, it's a lot of markup. We're going to use Bootstrap. It comes with some JavaScript that makes it work behind the scenes, some CSS. I mean, just to make a simple carousel like this with 3 slides and the little buttons to move left and right, it's a decent chunk of Bootstrap markup. And then if we want the indicators, these bottom indicators, it's up to you if you want them. I think they look nice, but if you have a lot of images, it can get out of control if there's a lot of indicators down there. So why don't we just start without the indicators? Just start with this and we can decide. You can add it in relatively easily. So we can just copy this markup to begin with over to our template. I'm just going to copy the whole thing into the show template. And we'll just do it outside of the card for now. I don't know how it will look in the card itself. So there it is. There's the markup. We need to make sure that, we have actual images in here. And if you look at how it works, for every image that we want in the carousel, we need to make a div that has the class of carousel item, and then an image inside of there with the class of D block for display block and width 100, and then we need to give it an image source. So we could start by just looping over our images, like we have already been doing, and for each one, we'll make one of these divs with an image, and we're going to set that image URL to be the image's source, just like that. And these are just like decorative, so we'll set alt to be an empty string so that screen readers know to skip it entirely. And then we'll get rid of that. Okay, let's see what that does for us. And here we go, this is what we end up with. There's one problem actually. I set the active class on all images, so active is supposed to be the one that's being displayed. So if I do that, well, that's annoying. We don't see any of them. I need to just give one of them the active class. So there's kind of a janky way of doing this. I need to get the index of the images so I can know which one's first or second, or it's up to me, but I need to decide on one of them to add this class of active. So I'm actually going to rewrite this to use a for each so I can get access to the index. So that will be campground.images.forEach. And then what I want is for each image. So I'll go with image or just img to match what I have. But I also want the index. And then I need my arrow function there. All right. And then I need to take this and move it on down here to close that function. And then this should still work, right? Image.url. Let's make sure I see, if I add in the class of active, I should see that image, the first one at least. Okay, so now I'm just going to single out when I is 0. I will add the class of active. So right in here, inside of the quotes, I want to add the class if I is equal to 0, question mark, add the class of active. Otherwise, just add nothing. So it's kind of odd, but this will do it for us, hopefully. Let's try. Okay, so the first one now has the class of active. Cool, so that is working for us. If we just take a look at the generated markup, you can see that we have, where are the actual images? Here we are. 2 carousel items. Well, now it changed because I clicked, but at page load, the first one has active, the second one doesn't. And if I had more images, still only the first one would show active. Okay, so yeah, we can worry about the sizing and all this fun CSS stuff of setting a max height on this thing is probably one way of fixing that. But again, we're not really worrying about the styles. So you could also add the indicators in if you'd like. Now there is one thing that I would do. On some campgrounds, is there one where we only have a single image? Yeah, this one only has a single image. We don't want to show those indicators. It's the controls rather. It's very confusing to a user. It makes it seem like something's broken if they don't do anything. So let's not display any of these controls. They're right here. If campground.images.length is, well, let's only display it if it's greater than 1. How about that? So I need to wrap that in my EJS braces or little syntax there. If campground.images.length is greater than 1, we'll display this. Cool. So now we don't see those indicators. Awesome. But if I go back to one of the campgrounds, I think there's only one right now that has 2 images. We do, and it works. Awesome. So that's the basic idea. That's really all we need for our carousel. You can add those indicators if you want. I think I just said indicators. I meant these are the controls. But if you want, you can add the indicators at the bottom. You can look at the docs to do that. I would change, these hrefs instead of like carousel example controls. I would change this to be something like, how about just campground carousel? And then that needs to match up here this ID. So campground, whoopsies, carousel. and everything else is good. That's just the default from the docs, right? Example, I don't want to have that in my markup. I want to just have something more specific, but it all still works. So let's try one more example where we upload a couple of things at once. So this will be demo again. Actually, let's go with Misty Hills. Location is, how about Wyoming? And I'm going to try, should I do 3 images? Sure. Price is 23. Here's my description. I'm going to add them all. Okay. And looks like they uploaded. Are they all here? Yep. They're all here. I can refresh. I can start and stop the server, and they still will be here. Pretty cool, right? It's kind of a fun feature, and it's far better than having to paste a URL in. There are lots of other things we could explore with Cloudinary. First of all, you can compress things. You can make thumbnails, and if you want to optimize, you may not. If somebody uploads something massive, we may not want that image in its original size, and it would be more efficient to render a smaller size. Also, we've got to figure out what we're going to do around editing. We got to get rid of this image URL for sure because we're not using that anymore. But also, do we allow a user to edit the images once they've been uploaded? Can they delete? It's just more crud. Well, literally crud, like more crap to have to worry about, but also it's more crud functionality. And we have to figure out the UI for that. So this is really more about setting up Cloudinary and image upload, but I will add some functionality in. I just don't want you to think it's as important because it's just going to be more of what we've already seen. Setting up a route, setting up a form. It's nothing all that exciting, honestly. I'm already bored by it. The upload part's way more fun. And that's it for now. Cool stuff. We should update our seeds. I guess I'll do that in the next video so that we have some images showing up. Otherwise, that's kind of it for upload. All right, so to quickly update our seeds so that we don't end up with a bunch of these campgrounds that have no valid images, right? They only have a image singular field that we're storing. Basically, we want to set images to be an array with some existing images we've already uploaded. I'm probably just going to copy this actually. So if you're following along and your URL is going to be different and you want to use your own images rather than mine, what you can do is just console.log or go into your Mongo shell and just look at the images from one of your campgrounds if you've uploaded something. For example, this one right here. In your controller, you can console.log campground.images as an example, just to grab that. So I'm just going to take that and then go to my seeds. Close some of this down, and then seeds right there. And where we're doing the seeding, instead of setting image to be that, I'm going to delete that. And I'm going to set images to be that array. Now, I don't need that ID in there. That will be added for me. But I do need the URL and the file name. Okay, so let's try running our seeds file again. I'm going to lose all of my campgrounds, unfortunately, but that's okay. So let's do node seeds index. All right, let's start up the server and just see if it worked. Moment of truth. Now they're still all going to have the same image, which is okay. Refresh the page. And oh, well, this is broken because we're still looking for image. But here, if we look at some of these seeded campgrounds, they're all working just fine. Okay, so that's good news. Now we should fix our index for now, campground index, just to show the first image, I think. So views, campgrounds, index. Here's where we're displaying the image. No, that's wrong. Here it is. We'll do campground.images, square brackets, 0, dot URL. And that should be it. Just the first image for now. Cool. So we've got the carousel. You can create new campgrounds and upload your images there, assuming you're signed in. It's still kind of clunky and this button's not great, but as you'll see, adding in a nicer looking button is honestly a lot of work for how simple it seems like it should be. So we'll do that next, but this is all just like little tiny touches. The bulk of image uploading is done. Well, it is done. And we should pat ourselves on the back for that. We made it. Next up, let's give users the ability to add more photos when they're editing a particular campground. So the way you structure this, honestly, the way I'm going to show you is a kind of a poor UI experience for a user to have to edit the entire campground to add photos. You could easily just pull this out into its own route, but for time's sake, I'm just going to show you how to do it with our existing form. Honestly, it's exactly the same as what we've already done. We're going to make this in a multi-part form data form. We'll add a file input. We'll take any files there, upload them with Multer to Cloudinary, and then push them onto our model if there are any photos. So it's nothing new. It's just a new place to add it in, a new route. So what might be better is to have like a manage photos or upload photos button or something separate. But again, for now, we'll just use our existing edit form because we have that infrastructure in place. So edit.ejs, I need to start by making it encoding type multi-part / form data. Then let's go to our routes for campgrounds, where we have our put route right here. We've got is logged in. We've got is author, validate campground. So we'll check to see if you're logged in first. Then we'll check to see if you are the author. And then if we make it past that, we'll upload an array or potentially multiple images under the key in the form data of image. So we don't have that in our form at the moment, so we need to do that in our edit form. Where should we do it? Where the image currently is, we'll get rid of that. We'll just say, upload more images or add images. We're going to change this input anyway in just a moment. And then I'll get rid of that and put an input where the type is file and name is image. And so that needs to match, what we just told Multer to look for, image. And then if we go back to our routes, right, upload.array image. And then if we make it to our update campground method in our controller, which is all the way down here, we should have request.files available. So we could basically just copy what we did when we created a campground. We'll take all files, request.files.map, map them into these objects, and then we can push that onto the campground. The only thing that's kind of annoying, well, this will return the campground to us. Find by ID and update, then add the images on, and then save. We could just do that. There's one change that we definitely need to make. We want to push on, not just not overwrite all images, but campground.images.push request.files.map. Now there is one issue with this, which is that this makes an array. Request.files.map makes us an array, so we don't want to push an entire array onto an existing array. That's going to be a problem, and we won't pass Mongoose validation anyway because we told it it's a type of an array of strings, not an array, or rather an array of objects, not an array of arrays. So what we just need to do is turn this into an array. So I'm just going to make a variable called images equals request.files.map. So that makes us the array. And then I can just spread that in, if you remember the spread operator, pass it in as separate arguments to push. So don't pass in an array, just take the data from the array, pass that into push. So now I should be able to, fingers crossed, we should be able to edit and add new images. You never know though. So many places we could go wrong. So let's pick Roaring Spring. We've got these two images. I've got to log in, of course. That gets real old fast. All right, so go to Roaring Spring, edit. I have a couple of photos. Let's do this lake photo and this river photo. Oh, you know what? I didn't set multiple to true on my input. So right now we only can do one at a time. So I'll go to the edit template. And where's the file input? How am I missing that? Here we are. Multiple. Okay, try one more time. So I'll select lake and river. 2 photos. Okay. Let's also change something like Roaring River Springs. Sure. Update campground. And it looks like it works, but let's verify. Are the images here? Yes, they are. Cool. So that's pretty much it for the basic process, right? It's exactly the same as what we did to set the images initially. The only difference now is that we're not overwriting all images. We're pushing onto the existing images. So Multer still takes care of everything. It uploads it to Cloudinary, gives us request.file or files in this case, and then we can do stuff with those files, loop over them, make an array, push that data onto our campground, and then save. You could definitely make this a bit more efficient instead of doing 2 update calls. Right here we're updating and then we're saving again. We could just do a campground.find and then update everything and then save. Or we could do a find by ID and update where you can actually set these images as part of this update. So you could do it all at once is what I'm saying. But for simplicity's sake and just readability, I'm going to leave this separated out. Okay, so next up, we're just going to add in a customized button here for choosing files. Unfortunately, it's more complicated than it should be, or than you might think it should be, so it gets its own video that's coming up. The next thing I'd like to do is improve this button, the file picker, the file input. It's just not very attractive. Unfortunately, it takes a little bit of work to change. It's not very stylable, just how as an example, a checkbox takes some work to change. If you recall how this works in Bootstrap, with checkboxes, there are these custom inputs that come with Bootstrap where you actually have to do a decent amount of markup to make it work. Just as an example, let's see if I can find another one. If you want to make a switch, for example, you've got to make a div and then you add your input, and this div is actually going to hide this input behind the scenes. It will be hidden, it will be there, but there'll be a new visual representation added in for us. So it doesn't really matter how it all works. Just know that setting these styles for a file input is sometimes difficult. So Bootstrap comes with some markup to help us do that. You can see it here. It's a decent chunk of markup to make a custom file picker input that looks nicer. In fact, they call it the most gnarly of the bunch. And it requires additional JavaScript if you'd like to hook them up with a functional choose file and show the name of the file that's been selected. And that is exactly what we're going to do. So we're just going to copy this markup to begin with. And let's just put it next to that file input. So that's on the new page. Do I have that open? So campground, to make a new campground, we'll put that right here, maybe just above the existing default input. Okay, so that's what it looks like. And it will work, if I just make sure I give it the right name. So the input needs to have name equal to image, right? That's what we used here. And we need to set multiple to be true. And let's just make sure our label matches custom file. I wouldn't call it that. I would call it, image. Okay. And then in here, you can specify your own text. We'll go with choose images. Okay, images. Refresh. There it is, choose images. So let's see if it works. I'll browse. I'll pick one of them. Let's go with lake.png. Now it doesn't show me that it's been selected. And it is, if I hover, you can actually see it says lake.png. But this is kind of annoying. The default input, the one we just had before we added Bootstrap in, it did show us the files that were picked. So we need to actually write some JavaScript to make this work. And we can do it ourselves. It's not that bad. Basically, we can listen for the change event on this input. When it changes, we have access to the files, and we can take each file name and display them here where this label is. But then it's kind of annoying because what if there's too much? Like what if the file names are long and we've got 3 files that are being uploaded? Then you need to truncate them. So we're going to use a tool to help us. Bootstrap actually recommends this. Something called BS, Custom File Input. It's a short and easy to use library. It's just a single file that adds some JavaScript functionality to the file picker inputs. As you can see, display file names for multiple input. That's what we want. We want it to display file names. It also does a little bit more, but that's all that we care about. So it's just a single JavaScript file. We can download it, or you can just use, the CDN version. So I'm just going to copy this link, and I'm just going to put it in my boilerplate where my other scripts are. Script, source equals, and I'll put that in there. Okay. So that gives me the JavaScript that I need. And then in order to use it, I need to call bs custom file input.init. So I don't need this stuff here, but I need to call this. at some point in my code. And I can just probably do it in the validate forms JavaScript for now. I could also just make my own script just to do this, although it's kind of silly. So I'll do it in validate forms right here. BS custom file input.init. So any custom file inputs on the page when this code runs are going to be initialized with some very basic JavaScript functionality. Unfortunately, and this is where it gets hairier, it's not going to work right away. If I try and upload something right now, river.png, it's not showing up here. That's the whole point of using this plugin. And unfortunately, the reason for that is that Bootstrap's markup for making a custom file input has changed in version 5 in the alpha. Now we use a class called formFile and a class called formFileText for that text that will be changed. And those are important because this library is looking for a class not called formFile, but it's actually expecting custom file and custom file label. It needs those. They're sort of like hooks that it's expecting so that it can, update the text in this label. It uses that class name, but they've changed in Bootstrap. So what we can do for now is kind of honestly a bit of a band-aid and some duct tape is just add these classes that it's expecting, custom file and custom file label, onto our markup. So they won't actually do anything in terms of CSS in Bootstrap, but the library we're using is expecting that. So custom dash file and then custom file label. Just make sure that I got that right. Custom file label. Okay, moment of truth. We'll select river. Hey, now it shows up there. If I select two things, by the way, they show up there separated by commas. If I had multiple, yeah, it works pretty well. So it's kind of annoying, right, to have to add those weird class names in that aren't really being used by us. We could have written the logic to do this ourselves. It's like maybe 10 or 15 lines of JavaScript to do it well. Maybe more if you want to truncate things and, handle multiple inputs versus single inputs, but this is good enough. So I think we should add maybe a separate label above. I'm not sure how we want to, space this out. It looks kind of weird. So why don't we start by just doing our margin bottom 3 div, just to match what we've been doing for all the others. So that goes around that. And then maybe we just add an additional label or piece of text up here. We already have the actual label associated with this input, so we don't really need to use the for attribute, but label, let's do just upload image or images. Yeah, it looks okay. It's a little crowded, so maybe we don't even want that. We can decide, we're going to restyle this eventually. I don't know. And I think we should probably put this down at the bottom, just after all the other more traditional inputs. Put that down there. Okay, yeah, that looks a lot better. Cool. Let's just make sure it works, right? So I'm making a new campground. Let's do 2 images, river and lake. I'll call it River Lakeview Camp in Nevada. $12 and some description. Add. Here we are. We made that campground. And now let's just quickly move this code over for the exact same inputs over on the edit form. So let's go to edit. Here's the current div. We can get rid of that. And I'll just go down to the bottom again for now. The end of the form. Let's see what it looks like if I go to edit. Okay, choose images. Yeah, we might want to do something like add more images, add a label, something to make it clear what we're doing. So let's do, instead of choose images, add more images. Okay, good enough. So let's just verify that still works too. I'll upload a different one. This time it will be, how about Mount Rainier? Update. Let's see if it worked. There it is. Okay. So kind of a lot of work just to make those buttons look a bit nicer. So that's pretty much it for image upload, at least at this point. I just want to leave off by highlighting some problems. One of the main problems, really, they all stem from the fact that we're not limiting how much somebody can upload for a single campground. So right now, I could go in here and select all of these images and upload them all. And it's going to, first of all, take a long time, which is not a good experience. But also, like, we don't want somebody to be able to upload. Well, we can decide. Maybe we do, maybe we don't. But we probably don't want someone to be able to upload like hundreds of images for one campground. Usually there should be an upper limit. So what we could do is implement some sort of limit on the server side for each campground. Only store 10 or however many images in the campground model itself. Or we could add some client-side validations to make sure that, we look at how many images there currently are for this campground, how many you're trying to add, and then we just don't let you submit the form until, the total is less than 10. Now, I'm not going to do that right now, just so that we can keep moving. I'm concerned as we add these new features, really, fixing and finding every tiny little issue can take a lot of time. It's probably 10, 15 lines of JavaScript, but then we would also need to do it when you create a campground. We want to make sure that you're not uploading 20 or 1,000 photos at once. And by the way, it's still going. It's taking quite a while. Then we've got the other side of things, how large of a thing can somebody upload? And if you do end up paying for a service like Cloudinary or AWS, like in the real world, those images people upload, they don't cost a lot of money, but if you have a lot of users, then it definitely costs money to store all of that information. So you need to start thinking about, how do we impose limits? People could abuse this and just end up charging us money by spamming new photos over and over and over if we don't have some sort of protection. Now, we don't have a credit card attached to this anyway, but that's just another thing you should keep in mind. So I don't want you to think that this is production-ready image upload, because we're not validating the amount, the number of images, and the size of the uploads. But this just shows the basic mechanics, and that's kind of a trend with this project, right? Building an actual clone of Yelp, like, this is still very, very tiny compared to actual Yelp. But even fully fleshing this out and getting it ready for the real world takes a long time. And in the real world, it would take multiple people, and you would take a lot more time and really go over each feature in detail and make sure things work, figure out the edge cases. So we're just going over the basics of image upload. Alrighty, so image upload basics, but not perfect. So next up, let's update our edit form so that a user can actually view the currently uploaded images and delete some of them, or all of them. Although we'd have to figure out what happens if there's no image to display. But anyway, instead of just always adding more images, we may want to add more images and also delete existing images. So what I'm going to do, this is not going to be amazing in terms of UI. It's going to be simple. We're just going to have checkboxes next to each image, and you can check one to delete it. So let's go to our template. This is the edit form template. And just down at the bottom before you update, let's make, another div here with the class of margin bottom 3. And then inside of here, I should have access to my campground, right? I'm already using campground.images, and I can loop over all of them. So I can do something like, I want an index for each campground, or for each image, I know that. So I'm going to use a for each, campground.images.for each. And we'll do just image, and then the index. Okay, nope, I screwed that up. That needs to go in there. Alrighty, and then we cut that, add the closing brackets, and we can start by just rendering an image for each one. So image source equals image dot, and then remember how this works in our database. We stored it with image.url because image is actually an object. It has a path name and a URL. So if I try and edit, there they are. We see those images. Some of them are quite large. So I definitely want to display them as like a thumbnail. Bootstrap does give us an image-thumbnail class, so I'll apply that here. Oopsies, class equals image-thumbnail. Let's see if that helps us out at all. Not a whole lot, but it at least contains them a bit. They're still quite large, but we can come back and fix that up. So now what I want to do is for each one, add a checkbox. And this checkbox will have a label or something for delete. So if we add a Bootstrap checkbox, we actually need a div with the class of form check. I'm going to do inline. And then we add our input, where type is checkbox. And let's just see what those checkboxes look like. All right, there they are. Let's also add in a label. label 4 we'll come back to, but it will just say delete image or delete question mark. All right. Now the problem we have is to associate this label with each checkbox. We're in a loop. So we need to come up with an ID for each checkbox that contains the index. Let's just use the index of each particular image in this array. So we can do let's do something like image dash I. If we inspect, each input now has an ID of image 0 or image 1 and so on. So then we'll just take that same ID, but we'll set it equal to the 4 attribute right there. So now they should be associated, hopefully. If I click the label, it checks that box. Okay, so that's working. Now we have to actually figure out the deletion. How is this going to work? Well, there are checkboxes, and I'm just going to start by just showing you if I give every checkbox here a name that looks like this, name equals, and then delete images, and then empty square brackets. All right, so we'll address that in a moment, and I'm also going to give each checkbox a value. And this value is what I'll use on the server side to delete the images, and I need to know something about each image. I'm going to pass through the actual path name. So that's image img dot path name. Or no, I think we called it file name, didn't we? Remember that each image has a URL, and then it also has a file name. And we're going to use that file name to actually delete the file from Cloudinary. Anyway, so that's the value that should be sent through. Let's inspect one of them now. So select this checkbox here. Image 0 is the ID, and value is yelpcamp / and then this path name or file name. Okay, let's see what happens now if I select some of these and I submit this form, which is going to my update route. Let's take a look at the update route, or the update handler rather, our controller. Let's just print out request.body right here. Let's do a console.log request.body so we can see what's going on with the checkbox data. Okay, so I'll just go ahead and, what should I select? Let's do the first two maybe. Update. Oh, come on. Okay, I'm signed in now. Select those first two to delete. Update. Delete images is not allowed. That's our validate campground. Okay, well, let's go to our schema, which is in our schema file, and we can add delete images. So just after campground, here we can do delete images, which is a joy.array, and it's not required. All right, we'll try it again. I just signed back in. Update campground. Okay, so what do we see printed out here in our terminal where we printed out the request.body? Well, take a look at what delete images is. It is an array. It's an array and it contains two things, those two items that were checked. So we just set in our templates, right? We set each checkbox to have a different value, and then we set them all to have the name of delete images, square brackets. Any checkbox that was checked, its value is added to delete images, and it's an array when we parse the body. So the good news is in our campground route, or in the controller function here, we have access to delete images. If there are any images to be deleted, we can take each path name and then delete it from Cloudinary, as well as deleting it from our Mongo database. And that's what we'll do in the next video. All right, so in our request.body.delete images, we have access to, potentially, there might be nothing in there, but we might have an array that has different file paths of the images we want to delete from this one campground. So we really need to delete it from Cloudinary, so we stop hosting that image, and we want to delete it from the campground images array. But we don't want to empty the entire array, and so that complicates things a little bit, because we just want to remove particular images from that array depending on this other array coming from the checkboxes. So if this is what our campground looks like, something like this, we have images, which is an array. I basically want to delete where in this images array where there's a file name that matches one of the file names in delete images. So I'm just going to show you the query. It's a bit of a handful. So hang in there. This is just one of those things, it's not like I got this right immediately. I had to play around in Google and try a couple of times. So this is, it's beyond what we've seen so far. So it doesn't really matter where we do this, but I'm going to do a campground.update1. Now campground is lowercase c, our particular campground we've already found. Then my query is going to look a bit long. We're going to use the pull operator. So pull, that's how we pull elements out of an array. And we want to pull out of the images array. Okay, and then we want to pull out of the images array where the file name on each image, file name, is not exactly equal to something, but $in request.body.delete images. Oh boy. But we only want to do this if there are any images to delete. So if request.body.delete images, then update our campground that we've already found, right? We found it here and updated it. Now we're updating it again, but we don't need to find it again. Pull from the images array all images where the file name of that image is in the request.body.delete images array. And then we will await that, can't forget that. And let's also do a console.log on our campground after the fact and just see, if we can see that it worked. Okay, so let's update this campground. Right here it has 4 images. I've got to log in, called, here we are, edit you. I'll delete this one and this one. Okay, what happens here? Campground is not defined. What? Did I misspell it? I think so. Yeah, campground. Lovely. Campground. Well, that's annoying. We don't get the console.log. However, if we head over and refresh the page, there's only 2 images now. So we did successfully delete the other 2. We'll do another example. Why don't we edit, we'll upload another image at the same time. Let's see if that works. So I'll upload the Mount Rainier image, okay? And I'll delete this river image. Let's see if it worked. No river image, and we have the newly uploaded Mount Rainier image. So we're successfully deleting the images from Mongo, but they still exist on Cloudinary. And that's going to be a problem. We definitely want to remove them from our hosting as well. So to do that, it's not that bad. All that we need to do is use a particular method that comes with our Cloudinary client that we've set up. So we basically want to require this Cloudinary, this object we're exporting from our Cloudinary directory. So I'm going to do that in my controller right there. Cloudinary equals require ... Cloudinary. Then in our update route, we are checking to see if there are any images to delete. If there are any, all that we need to do is loop over each one. So for let file name of request.body.delete images for each file name, what I want to do is call cloudinary.uploader.destroy. There's this method destroy on the uploader. You pass in the file name, and it should delete that particular file. And we can await each one. I don't even know if we really want to, but we can await each one, sure. And then we will update after we've deleted everything from Cloudinary. So let's see if that works. Let's upload an image that's very distinctive. So on this Roaring River Springs, I'll upload a new image. We've got 2 right now. Yeah. I'm going to upload this beach image that I have right there. Okay. So we'll update that with the beach image. Okay. So now we have that beach image in there. And if I go to my Cloudinary console here and I look at this folder, we should see it in here. There it is. If I just deleted one of these, it'd be harder to know. But we have one beach image. So I'm going to now edit that and delete that beach image, as well as this Rainier image. Okay, here we go. Is it going to work? Well, it looks like it worked here in Mongo, of course. What about in Cloudinary? Refresh. Keep your eye there. It's gone. we successfully deleted those 2 images, both from Cloudinary and from Mongo. So that's it. It's been a long journey with uploading. The last thing we should really do is just make little thumbnails that you can check off to delete. And I'll tackle that in the next video. But we are successfully deleting both from Cloudinary and from our particular campground in the database. Whew. Okay, so quickly I'm going to show you a pretty nice trick. It's not a trick, but a feature of the Cloudinary API to help us display thumbnail images on the edit page. We don't want to display the full-size images. This isn't even full-size here. This is Bootstrap constraining the images. We could also use some CSS to just say, 200 pixels wide for every image on this page. But remember, some of these images are quite large. Here's one of them that I uploaded. And this is, over 1,000 or 1,500 pixels wide. It doesn't really make a lot of sense to request this entire image just to display 200 pixels of it. And then if we have a bunch of them, it's just a waste of, it takes time, honestly, to request those resources. So what we can do instead is use Cloudinary's Transformation API to request a modified version, a small thumbnail version. I don't know if you can see this here, but basically there's a bunch of parameters, things we can do like change the opacity, the rotation, add a border, change the color. You can do a cropping, width and height. That we want width and height for now. And, that's a silky chicken, just like my chickens. Anyway, you can specify all of this in the URL. So if you notice the pattern here, it's image/upload/ parameters in orange there, and then / our actual path name for the file. So if we look at what we have, here's one of them. This is actually from Cloudinary. It might be hard for you to see here, but it's image/upload and then /this URL, the location, the identifier for our particular resource. If after upload, if I just cut this out and I specify something like W100 and then I put / the rest of the file name, what do we end up with? 100 pixel wide thumbnail. So this is a actual transformed small image that I can request, and it's way faster, way lighter weight, if that's all I need. Now, I may not want 100 pixels. We have to decide. Maybe 200 makes more sense. And there's a bunch of these things, right? I can do 300 pixels, and here we are. I can do things, if I separate them by commas, what else should we do? Let's play around with one more of these. There's cropping, so let's see. There's already a thumbnail, and it's kind of fancy. It uses face detection, so that's pretty nice. We don't really have faces in our images, but that's kind of cool if you have profile pictures. You can change color. You can do things like that. Tint them. We're not going to, but it's pretty cool. Honestly, I think it's nice. Guess that's what you pay for with Cloudinary. If you actually use this, you do have to pay. Gravity is, and when you crop something, you can specify like the direction, which part of it to keep. Aspect ratio, zoom. So there's a lot we can do here, but what we are after is just setting that width to be 300, let's say, or 200. So we don't have to store this in the database, right? We already have in our database, we have the URL, the entire URL. I'm just going to copy this and put it in my text editor so you can see what I'm referring to. In our database, we have something like this right here, except we don't have this width 300. So what's kind of annoying is if we want to use this transformation API to make a small thumbnail, I need to add in dynamically this little bit after /upload. And that's kind of annoying, right? We've got to like split it up or replace this portion on the fly. And I don't really want to do that in our template. We could, but we try and avoid doing any heavy lifting or any real logic or manipulation, rather, in the template. We try and keep the templates as JavaScript free, as logic free as possible. So I'm not going to do that. I'm actually going to show you a fancier way. If you remember, in Mongo, with Mongoose, we can set up these virtual properties. And that's exactly what I'm going to do. On my model, I've got my campground model here. No, that's not the model. I've got my campground model here. I'm going to set up a virtual property. Now, we're going to have to make a couple of changes. I'm just going to put this in here so we have it as a reference. First of all, unfortunately, I can only add virtual properties to a schema, so campground schema. But why I say unfortunately is that what we actually want a virtual property on is each image, Because what I want to be able to do in my template is basically something like, image dot, we'll call it thumb maybe, or thumbnail, and that should give me this URL for each particular image. But a campground might have 3, 4, 5 different images. So what we can do is just actually move this into its own schema. We can make an image schema, but not an image model. We don't have to export it. It's just going to be used for this schema here. So if you recall, I talked about how we can just define schemas and nest them. So image schema equals new schema. We just haven't really done this before, but it's very, very easy. We've got too many curly braces. Let's get rid of those. Okay, so this is just saying every image has a URL that's a string and a file name that's a string. And now images should be an array of images. So really all we've done is move this. We don't have it in here nested anymore directly. It's in a separate schema. But why this matters is that I can now do this, image schema dot virtual. On every image, I want to set up, we'll call it thumbnail or thumb or something. And then if you remember virtuals, we define .get, which will have a callback function. And inside of this function, this will refer to the particular image. So I can access this .url or this .file name. And all I want to do is take the URL, so that's this .url, and then I want to add after this upload, I'll just add W300 or 200. I'm going to do it in just a very easy to read short way. We haven't talked about regular expressions, so I'm going to just use a replace. I'm going to replace where we have /upload. I'll replace it with /upload/ and then W, let's do 200 maybe to start. And then I'm just going to return that. So the reason we use a virtual, in case you skipped that video, is that we don't need to store this on our model or in the database because it's just derived from the information we're already storing. We're storing the URL. We're going to have to make a request to get the image anyway. It's not like we're storing an image in Mongo. It's just a URL. So why store two if we can just make a virtual property that will look to us, to the human eye, as if it's stored on or stored in our database, but it's not. Every time we call thumbnail, it's going to do this little calculation, it's very lightweight, and that's fine. So return the URL for this image, but instead of having /upload, replace that with /upload/W200. And also you should know, right, replace, it's only going to replace the first match. There's only one upload. So this will work fine, hopefully. Let's test it out now. So I'm going to go to my edit form, and where I'm displaying the images right here, I should now have a new property called image.thumbnail. I'm looping over all images in that campground. Let's see. So I'm going to have to log back in. Yep. Ta-da! Now we have these nice small thumbnails. They load much faster, and they're just easier on our internet. We don't have to get these massive files just to render a tiny thumbnail. So then we can decide, how do we actually want to display them? Like this checkbox situation doesn't look great at the moment. Maybe, should we do one per line? I don't know. That looks okay. We could use the grid system, but I'm just going to leave it as is for now. That was just a short little demonstration. Let's upload a new image here. Let's do river. And no, wait, we already have river. That was stupid. Let's do beach. And then delete river. And just make sure this still works. Floating River Springs update. Okay, so now we have our beach photo here, and we don't have the river photo. Cool stuff. Okay, so that was a bit of a tangent, but kind of fun, and also just, I don't know if fun is the right word, but I wanted to get you thinking about things like, storing different sizes or working with different sizes. If we're going to allow users to upload images and we want to display those thumbnails, it just makes more sense to display an already small version of that image instead of a massive version that we just scale down in the browser. Why bother? Just get the small version from the very get-go and display that. But anyway, it's just mainly an excuse to use a virtual and to show you some of these image transformation APIs. Okay, so yeah, things don't look amazing, but it works, right? We've got this edit form. We can upload multiple photos. When you make a new campground, we can specify a bunch of photos. And that's pretty much it for now. There's a lot that we could still do with images. I'm positive that you will find some issues with our images and with uploading. We haven't really tested it, like what happens if you use a forbidden type, like you try and upload a GIF or like a video, an MP4 file. Also, we haven't done things like what happens if you delete all images. We should have a backup, just a default that we give you. Normalizing the height or displaying them in the same way so that it looks nicer. We could use the transformation API actually to do that. And that might be something we come back to because we can crop them all to be the exact same size. And that makes for a nicer experience, right? As you can see here, it's not that noticeable, but we are shifting. Like the text moves up and down, and some of the other ones are certainly more noticeable. For example, here, right, that's a pretty big shift and just a clunky, just accordion effect. It's not nice. So we could normalize the size with CSS. We can set a max height, min height, or something like that. Or we could use the transform API, and then we can get more specific about saying we want to keep the center of the image and crop it, or we want the bottom and crop upwards. And there's a lot we can do. Anyway, this could go on for hours and hours and hours just on image upload and really improving these features. But we're going to move on and talk about maps up next. So the next big feature we're going to add in is maps. So we're going to start small. We'll basically just display a map on the show page for a given campground with a little pin on it that represents the location of the campground. And we're going to do something that we haven't talked about, and we haven't covered maps at all, but we're going to cover geocoding as well, so that a user doesn't have to enter in like latitude and longitude coordinates. That's what the map tools all expect. They want you to pass in latitude and longitude for a pin. But we're not going to do that. Well, we will, but a user is not going to provide that. They'll provide a location. And we can take this location and geocode it to figure out latitude and longitude. So that's obviously something we can't do manually. Like there's not a formula that we could do, but we use tools and APIs to take this, turn it into latitude and longitude, take that latitude, longitude, store that in our database alongside the location, and then create a pin on a map. Now, there are lots of map tools out there. There's Google Maps, OpenStreetMap, and the one we'll be using that's really popular for developers is Mapbox. Mapbox allows you to customize things. I mean, you can see the companies that use it. Facebook, Snap, WeWork, Adobe, like very big companies. They like Mapbox as far as I understand. I mean, for us, it's great because it's free. You don't need a credit card to get started. But also, it provides tons of pretty powerful tools. You can customize how things look. I mean, look at some of this fancy stuff. Augmented reality navigation for directions. Let's see what else. Mapbox Studio allows you to design your own maps. You can change colors and fonts, features, camera angles, all sorts of things. We're not going to deal with any of that. We will be able to style things if you want, but we're going to just get a basic two-dimensional map. So the first thing you'll need to do is create an account. And it's free. You don't need a credit card. Obviously, it's a paid company if you use it on a large scale. But for our purposes, just for maps on a small app, it's free. So you'll sign up for that account. And then the next thing we'll do is just take our credentials we get from Mapbox. I'm actually signed in over here. If you go to the tokens page, once you're signed in, this is important to understand. These tokens are not secrets. These are not something that you can prevent people from seeing because actually, the mapping libraries, all that stuff happens via JavaScript on the client side in the browser. So we have to provide our token to Mapbox via JavaScript in the browser. So that token is going to be visible in our JavaScript if we just take a look in our developer tools. So we don't hide these. This is not a secret. That doesn't mean that you should go around telling people everything, telling people your Mapbox token, because it is possible for people to abuse them. You've got to monitor the usage of your Mapbox account. They have some articles on detecting fraud and all of that. But for us, we're not putting our credit cards in, so it really does not matter. So we need to get a public token. You should just have a default public token. You can also make a new one. There is a difference between public and secret tokens, or different scopes. So Mapbox has a lot of features that you can create a secret token for that you do on the server side. We are not going to use any of these features. So we'll just make a nice public scope token so you can make a new one, or you can just use one that's already been made for you. And then we just need to copy that token. We'll add it into our .env file, just like that. Now I have my other Cloudinary stuff, but I did get rid of that just so that you don't steal it. So Mapbox token equals and then some key. So we're putting it in here not because it needs to be secret, but just so that we can group things together. And there are Mapbox tokens for certain features that you would want. They force you to use a secret token. But again, we're just grouping things together. And then also, this is nice because when we do go into production, we can just use the exact same process, the same tools for specifying our keys if we put all API keys in this .env file. Okay, so that token is in there now, and in the next video, we'll go ahead and get set up with our Mapbox tools so that we can do the first step, which is to take a location that a user types in, like Bellevue, Washington, and geocode that to get latitude, longitude coordinates, and then we'll save that in our database. And then we'll worry about rendering a map and a pin and everything. All right, here we go. Okay, so now we're gonna work on the geocoding process. When our form is submitted to make a new campground, I'm gonna have to sign in. Oh, is my server not started? Well, that's always a problem. When we sign up and make a new, come on. Okay, new campground here. When I specify a location, we're going to take that text and let's say it's just Texas or Spain or a specific city or even a specific address in a city in a country, whatever it is. We're going to take that and attempt to get latitude and longitude coordinates for that. And the way that we're going to do this is by using Mapbox's geocoding API. Now, there are lots of tools to help you geocode. There are standalone APIs that are just for geocoding. There are, like Google has its own API for it. Lots of other companies do as well, but we'll be using the Mapbox client to do it. So we can make a manual request ourselves. If you go to the docs for Mapbox, there's a geocoding service where you can actually use the playground to play around, but basically you specify information like a search string to Lincoln Memorial Circle, and it will spit out 77 or negative 77 and 38 degrees. Anyway, then there's the opposite. That's called forward geocoding. There's also reverse, where you can take coordinates and then get the name, the address, the city for a particular set of coordinates. So it's a pretty interesting topic. You can learn about how it works here. We could just make our own request manually to do this. Like it's just an endpoint where we specify information, but we're not going to do that because Mapbox has a Node client called the Mapbox SDK that we can include in our app. We're just going to go ahead and install that. It does have this @ sign in front of it, so make sure you get that. Okay. So while that's installing, it comes with a lot. If you click on somewhere is the full documentation, I think it's at the end, full docs for all the services. Here we go. Quite a few things in here. What we're after is the geocoding service, specifically forward geocoding. And the docs are really nice. You click one of them, you have a question about how one of these functions works, forward geocode, there we are. It shows us, okay, we need to make the geocoding client, and then we call forward geocode, which takes some query, like Paris, France, and then we also specify how many results we want back. The number of results we can limit to 1, 2, we're just going to do 1 for simplicity's sake, but often in a more complex app, you would get a couple, and then you might ask a user, which one of these looks most correct, and that's actually more for reverse geocoding anyway. Okay, so we're going to call geocoding client.forward geocode and then .send, and then we can await that and returns a promise, and then response.body should include the information that we want, or whatever we named the variable. So let's try it out. There's a couple of things we need to do. Make sure that installed correctly, start up the server. Then we're going to go into our controller. This is where we'll do it when you create a new campground. Right here, our end goal is to console.log latitude and longitude. Let's hope that it works. So I'm going to start by importing what we need from Mapbox. So I just pasted this line in because I never remember this. We need to require @Mapbox/Mapbox SDK/services/geocoding. Remember, there are multiple services, and you can just require whichever ones you need. So we want geocoding, as we saw, just 2 functions. Okay, so the next thing is we need to pass in our token. So I'm just going to grab that token from process.env.mapbox_token, and we will save that to a variable, mapbox_token. And then we're going to pass that through when we initialize or when we instantiate a new Mapbox geocoding instance like that. We'll pass in our access token. It wants it under the key of access token. And we'll pass in our token that we just grabbed from process.env. So that should be in our .env file. Eventually, when we deploy and we're in production mode, it won't be coming from that file. But anyway, let's see. Mapbox geocoding client, instantiate a new one, access token. There's our token. Save that to a variable. So let's just call this geocoder. And this contains the two methods we want, forward and reverse geocode. And we really just want one, which is forward geocode. So all we need to do now is, if everything was set up correctly, we should be able to go into our create campground method and take our geocoder client we just made and call forward geocode on it. Make that a bit larger. And then it expects us, as we saw in the documentation, it wants two things at a bare minimum. It needs the query. Actually, I don't think we need even to specify the limit. It defaults to 5, but we definitely need the query. So we could start by just hard coding in a query. Like query is set to, I don't know, Yosemite, California. And then limit, I just want one result. Now the part I always forget is that we have to send this query after calling that function. And we also should, I don't forget this part, but I always forget the send. We should await it. We'll call this response. Or let's not call it response, it's too generic. How about geodata? Okay, so we're ignoring everything from the form. We're not using that input at all. We're just hard coding Yosemite as our query. We're sending that, and then afterwards, let's do a console.log geodata. Okay, and yeah, just to make this a little bit better, why don't I just comment that whole thing out, and then just res.send. Okay, so this will just make it so that, we're not actually making a whole bunch of empty campgrounds while we're testing this out. All right, I've got to log in, make a new campground. Doesn't really matter at all. Okay, so what do we see in our console? Woohoo, lots of stuff. What we're after is the body, response body, or it's not response, geodata.body. And specifically, we want to look at features in the body. So you can look at the docs and get a better idea of what this all looks like. But just for speed's sake, I know that we want geodata.body.features. And let's just print that out. So we'll try the same thing again, just resubmit that request. And, oh, it's complaining I'm not signed in, huh? I didn't get rid of that. That's annoying. I was trying to streamline this process, but I still have to sign in because of my middleware. Okay, so what do we see now? Well, it's an array, and we only limited it to one result, so we just get one, but we could have more than one if we said limit of 5 or something. And it chose Curry Village, which is a place in Yosemite Valley. It's these tent cabins. Well, funny story, not very funny, but I stayed there once in winter, big snowstorm, and overnight a tree fell and killed people in the cabin next to me. I don't know why I said that was funny, but it's not funny. It was sad. It was actually a horrible time in Yosemite. Anyway, what do we have in here? Well, we have information about Yosemite, its location, and specifically we want this geometry. Instead of geometry, we have coordinates, so we could even get more specific. Geometry.coordinates. All right, and why don't we just res.send that to start? So I'm going to do it one more time. Got to sign in again, annoyingly. Nothing really matters in here because we're not making campgrounds. Cannot read property coordinates of undefined. I think I messed that up. Features dot, oh, it's an array. Come on, features 0. There's only one thing in there, but we want the first thing. Trial and error, as always. This is actually what I would be doing if I wasn't recording. And there we are. That's our coordinates, latitude and longitude. So if I just try and paste that in here, whoops, I didn't copy the whole thing, I guess. Copy that. You might think it's latitude and then longitude. But if I paste it in, we actually get an error. It says we can't find that. And if you go read on the docs about what it actually gives us, it gives us an array where it's longitude first and then latitude. So if we just swap these two things, put that first, add a comma in, fingers crossed, and there we are, right in the middle of Yosemite Valley. So the good news is it works, at least when we hard code Yosemite. So the last thing that's remaining is to use not Yosemite Valley every single time, but request.body.campground, and then we want location. Remember, we nested all of our form fields under campground in their name, so location on the campground in the request body. Okay, then we'll just print that or send that back. So let's see if it works now. I will have to sign back in. Whatever in there. What's a different location? Let's do Alaska. And let's be even more specific, although Alaska should work fine. I don't know where it defaults to. Sure, we'll do that. Let's do Denali. Okay, I changed my mind. Denali, Alaska. Let's see what we get back. All right, so we can plug that into a map. Just make sure we reverse that order. Put the latitude first. And there we are, in Alaska. Alrighty. So that's pretty much it for the geocoding portion. We're getting those coordinates. In the next video, we're going to take them and store them in our database. So we actually have them so that we can use them to display a map after that. All right, so that's geocoding, at least forward geocoding, where we're getting the coordinates from some string. And then the next step is to save those coordinates in our database. So we need to update our model. And then the next step after that is figuring out maps and rendering those coordinates as a point on a map. So that's all coming up. All right, so the next thing we need to do is actually store this information that we get back, the longitude, latitude, the coordinate point from Mapbox. We want to store that in our campground model. Now, the way that we're going to store this is a little different than what you might expect. You might think we'll just take the latitude and longitude and store them separately, right? Just add on a field into our model, wherever you are, campground model, and just do something like, lat is a number, and then longitude is a number. And that could work, right? We could just retrieve the information that way and store it that way. It would be fine. However, what we're actually getting back, if I just show you an example, if I go to my controller and I print out geodata body features of 0 for the first one, dot geometry. If I just print out that dot geometry, or I res.send that geometry, what we're getting back is an example of something called GeoJSON. So I'll put in, how about Antigua, Guatemala. GeoJSON follows a very particular format where we have a type field, and in our case, it's always going to be point. And this is coming from Mapbox, but GeoJSON is bigger than just Mapbox, just like JSON is bigger than one API. It's a standard that's very common. So we have type point coordinates is this array. So we're going to store this entire thing, like we would just copy this and put it in our model, like this. Geometry equals that. Now, of course, that's not going to work for us, but it's close. We basically want to say type is a string, and it actually has to be point. Coordinates is an array of 2 numbers. So here's how we do that. Mongoose actually shows on their documentation exactly what we want. They call it location. We can call it location or geometry or whatever. Actually, we already have location. So we'll do geometry, where there's a type, string. It has to be there, and it needs to be point. So enum is how you provide specific options, and if you just provide one, we're basically saying type has to be the string point. And then coordinates is an array of numbers. So that matches the exact format we got back. And this is important because Mongo itself supports a lot of GeoJSON functionality. So if I just show you quickly, I think they have a whole section on it somewhere, don't they? Where is that? Here we are. This is the Mongo Docs geospatial queries. You can do things like find locations within a certain radius, or find, what else? Distances, set up indices or indexes. We can find intersections between things. There's a lot that you can do here. There's different operators that work specifically for GeoJSON. So that's why we're storing things in what looks like kind of a weird format. Why store an array of coordinates? Why not just have lat and long separate? Well, we need to follow this GeoJSON pattern if we want to use some of these operators later on. So that's why. And Mapbox already works in that ecosystem. It returns to us GeoJSON. So it's really easy if we define our schema correctly, which we'll just go back and just copy what we took or what we saw in Mongoose on their docs. We'll call this geometry like that. And then we'll set type to be string. Enum is a point. It has to be point. That's the only option. If we had something else in here, we'd say there's two possible options for type, but no, we just want point. And then coordinates is an array of numbers, and it's also required. Okay, so now we'll go to our controller, and we're going to store this entire thing, geodata.body.features_of0.geometry, just the first result, this that we're getting back, store that in our campground. And the way I'm going to do this is just by attaching it to request.body.campground before we actually insert into our new campground. Or we could do it after the fact. Like I could do it right here and say campground.geometry equals that. Either way works. I kind of like putting, this is fine for now. So we make our campground with everything in the request.body.campground. Then we add on geometry, which is coming from our geocoding API. Then we go ahead and add in the different file URLs that came back from Cloudinary. Then we set the author to be the currently logged in author, and then we save, and we'll print out the campground for good measure, and hopefully we see latitude and longitude coordinates in there. So let's make a new campground. This will be the final test. This one will be, how about in Seattle? Seattle, Washington. It's not really a campground, but we'll pretend it is. And we'll just put Seattle there. And should we choose an image? Sure. Let's do the Mount Rainier one. Maybe mountains. Okay, it's not actually a photo of Seattle. Here we go. Okay, it appears that we at least didn't have any errors. We don't see anything being displayed with the latitude and longitude, but if we go to our console, we should see that campground printed out right here. And what do we have in geometry? Type, point, coordinates, an array, longitude first, then latitude. And we could verify just really quickly if we switch that order, paste it into Google Maps. Let's see. Put a comma in. Is it Seattle? And indeed it is Seattle. All right, so we're now geocoding information from the form thanks to a user entering a simple location. We get that data back, then we save it onto our new campground instance. We save that, and the next step is to render a map using those latitude and longitude coordinates. So pretty cool stuff. This is complicated, very complicated if you were to try and do this without an API, without something like Mapbox's geocoder tool. It's crazy. It's really fascinating to read about how it works. I recommend you check it out. But just be thankful, right? We have access to that for free. All right, so next up, we're going to work on displaying a map on the show page for a campground that eventually will have a pin with the location that we just geocoded of the actual campground. But to start, let's just get any map to show up at any location. And to do that, we need to go back to Mapbox. The portion of Mapbox that we'll be using is called the GL JavaScript API or map library. So Mapbox comes with a bunch of different things that we can use, and we've already seen one, the geocoding API. So this Mapbox GL JavaScript library is the tool we use to render these nice interactive maps. And you can style them differently. You can come up with all fancy CSS for them. There's this tool Mapbox Studio I mentioned briefly, where you can customize what your maps look like to a very, I have to sign in for that, but you can customize them a lot. Anyway, what we need to do is include the JavaScript and CSS file. So they actually show us the CDNs, and we'll just start with that. We can always decide to download the code, but let's put these two files somewhere in our boilerplate. So let me just shut some of this down here. And okay, so our boilerplate templates. That does mean that we'll have the maps on we'll be including the scripts on every single page, which, maybe we don't need that. Well, we almost certainly don't, but just for now to get things up and running, we're not really concerned about that sort of performance. It won't make a big difference until you get to a really large scale. But it is important to consider, do we really want to load this JavaScript and this CSS on every page in our app? Maybe we add a conditional statement, maybe we make a different layout for the show page, but we're not going to bother for now. Okay, so that just gives us the two things we need to get started, the two scripts. Now, according to the docs here, in order to make a map appear, I'll zoom in, we need to add the following code somewhere in our HTML file. So they want us to add a div into the markup where the map itself will be rendered. So we could start by just copying that, div ID of map. Now you can give that any ID, you just have to reference it down here. Okay, so let's go into our show page, and let's put the map for now just right above the card. How about here, right above the carousel? Okay, so that's not going to look like anything right now. If I refresh, it's a 400 pixel high div because there is style set to width and height 400 by 300. So it's 300 pixels tall rather. All right, so that's there. The next thing we need to do is enable the actual map. We need to tell Mapbox, please put the map in that div. And we give it some options like where we want to center the map at the beginning, how far to be zoomed in, what styles to use, and then of course what container, this ID of map. Put the map in there. So we could start by just copying this. Now we do need to include our access token. So we'll just go, for now, we're not going to make a separate style sheet just to keep, or a separate script, just to keep it compact. We will make a separate script in a moment, but for now we'll just paste this in here. And what we can do to get our access token, remember this is not a secret, this access token, so you can just put it directly in here. The only reason I'm not going to do that is that potentially I will change that access token, and I'm using it in a couple of different places right now in my application, right? I'm using it in the geocoding section in one of those controllers, and I'm using it here in a script. So if I change that token in the future, I would have to update 2 or more places. But if I use what is currently in my .env file, and I just access process.env here, I'll show you what we can do. It's kind of odd, but I can just take process.env and then add in my Mapbox token. So I'm just adding it in there instead of quotes, setting that equal to mapboxgl.accessToken. This mapboxgl has to come after I've already included the script for mapboxgl. We should use const here, it's old docs. And then let's refresh the page and see what we end up with. And there we are, we've got a map. And this map, I just lost it, but it's centered on something. I'm not sure where that is, but you can see, all right, New Jersey. If I change those coordinates, or how about I change the zoom? Let's go to 4 for zoom. I'll refresh, and we're way, way zoomed out compared to what we had before, but it's still centered on that coordinate. And these styles look pretty good, but you can change these styles. You can customize things quite a bit compared to other map libraries. And that's pretty much it for now. We've got a map showing up. The only thing I might change, well, it's not the only thing. One thing I definitely would change is to move this code into a separate script. So let's not put that in our show page directly. Let's make a public, where are you? JavaScripts. Let's go with, show page map maybe, .js. And I'll put that in here. And then I just need to make sure I require that file only on the show page. So I'm just going to include a script tag in here, which is fine. It's at the end of the body anyway. So script, and the source should be / and then it's JavaScripts, if we match what we have in our public directory, /show page map.js. Now there is a problem here. I'm not going to be able to use those variables that I was using, the EJS access token. I'm not going to be able to use that in this JavaScript file. Because of the way EJS works is it takes this template and it just runs over it, finds all instances of the EJS syntax, and spits out regular HTML. But it doesn't go through my scripts. It doesn't go into my CSS or into my JavaScript. So if I'm just including a script, it doesn't think there's any EJS syntax here. It just leaves that alone. And then my browser requires that script, or it requests the script, and it loads, and that code runs. So this code runs in my browser, and this makes no sense. So what I need to do is somehow get my access token. Again, we could just hard code it in here, but I need to get my access token from somewhere in an EJS file to my JavaScript file here. So I'll just make a script in here, script that just runs, that says, how about const token equals, let's do mapbox token, map token equals, and then just copy that like that. So this is going to run first as EJS, and it will spit out my actual token and put that there, just like any other variable I've defined. Then I can access that in my script if I just reference that variable. So access token equals map token. That's the name of the variable that I came up with, right? So if we refresh now, it's back to working. So it's very odd. We're passing data with JavaScript to this EJS template, which will then spit out. I mean, if we actually look at what it spits out, you can see the script. If we go into our sources tab, I open this up, and I look in my, let's see, is this the right file? Here it is. We open this up a bit. We've got a token right there. So const map token equals that. And then further down, my script runs this script, and it looks for that variable called map token. So I don't have to do it, at the very top of the file. I could put that just right before we instantiate. We just need that to be there before this script runs. And that's it for now. So in the next video, we'll talk about how we can get that map to be centered on the actual location that we geocoded. So in this case, Seattle, Washington. That's coming up. All right, so we have a map showing up. It's not particularly amazing, and it has nothing to do with the location of our campground, but it is a map. So next, let's talk about how we can add a marker to the map. And the way that we do that, if you go to the docs, they explain it here. There's some tutorials, but basically on the Mapbox GL documentation, first of all, I find it helpful to look at examples. And if you want to add, a marker, for example, they tell you how to do that. So we need to create, this is the new stuff, create a new mapboxgl.M marker instance. And then we call set longitude, latitude. We pass in that array that is in that order we've already seen in our GeoJSON, where we have longitude and then latitude. So horizontal and then vertical, just like XY. I think that's why GeoJSON went with that format, even though most people are used to latitude then longitude. This follows the traditional XY coordinates on a Cartesian plane or whatever the correct name is. And then we call add to, and we pass in the map. So let's try it. Let's just, at this point, we'll add in a map, or we'll add in a pin. So we need to call new mapbox GL, which is the library, dot marker, capital M, just like that. And then dot set long lat, and we'll pass in the exact same point that we're centering the map on. We don't have to, but otherwise, we want to make sure that we see the marker. We don't want to do something on the other end of the globe. And then add to our variable, which we also called map. Okay, so let's see what happens now. Refresh, and there's a marker. So, we can change, I'm zoomed out quite a bit. We might want to zoom in more, go back to 8 or 9. So we can change that marker itself, what it looks like. They talk about that on the docs. This is just a default marker, but they probably show it here somewhere. Do they? Add a generated icon to the map, add an icon. Well, if you go to the actual documentation, the reference, not just the examples. Wow, I forgot how good their docs can be. If you go to the API reference and you look at markers, you can also provide a custom marker. So if you want to have your own icon, your own logo, your own colors, whatever you want, you can create that marker. And the default is just our light blue droplet-shaped marker, which is what we see right here. Okay, so now let's get this map to be centered on the actual location and put a marker at that actual location as well. So what we need to do is basically the same process that we used to get our map token, where we used EJS to create a JavaScript variable that we had access to over here in our JavaScript file. We're just handing data off from the server side to the client side. Now, there are other ways of doing this. We could make an API endpoint that we request with Ajax over here. So once our code loads in the browser, then it would make a request back to the server and say, hey, give me the coordinates or give me the campground information or whatever we need. I'm going to make a map with it. But this way, I'm not saying this way is necessarily better, but this way, if I just pass through a campground variable, I'm able to access that immediately on the client side. So I'm just going to try putting campground right here, which we already have access to in this template, right? And let's see what we end up with. What happens? Oh, syntax error, unexpected end of input. So what went wrong? Well, let's look. Here's the compiled code that we end up with. Try and make this a bit larger. Const campground equals, and then it's an object. But take a look. Like we have ID is set to this thing. Well, it's actually not valid JavaScript. That needs to be in quotes. So what we can do instead is do a json.stringify. Stringify our campground like that. And now if I refresh, you can take a look here. This is what we end up with. It's just JSON. And that's fine. That works. I mean, we have our geometry coordinates. That's exactly what we want. And we don't get any errors anymore. So we just took the entire thing. Do we really need the entire campground? That's another thing to consider. Maybe we just need the coordinates or the geometry portion. So it's up to you. I'll leave this here so, in the future, if you wanted to do something else with your JavaScript, you have access to the entire thing. But yeah, let's go ahead and access that coordinate. So campground.geometry.coordinates should give us that longitude, latitude. So over here in our JavaScript, I'll be able to access that campground. So why don't I take the center and make it campground dot, and then it's geometry dot coordinates. And then we'll fix that marker in a moment. Let's just see if this even centers over what it's supposed to center over, which is Seattle. Hey, there we are. So we successfully passed through this campground, which is our JSON version of our actual campground variable in our EJS templates. Then over here, we take the geometry and dot coordinates and we pass that through. And then I could do the same thing here for where we put this marker. Okay, so refresh the page. Looks good. We might want to adjust the zoom. It might make sense to be more zoomed in. Yeah, we can decide how zoomed we want. So let's make a new campground. How about in Montana, we'll call this Scapegoat Flats, and it's outside of a town called Ovando, Montana, which is where my dad lives when I was growing up. Very tiny town at the time, at least. Like 13 kids in the entire school, kindergarten through high school. Anyway, price here will be $10. Description, and then let's choose an image just to go through the whole experience. What should we use? I don't know. Let's use the river one. Okay, we're going to add this campground. Ovando, Montana is all I said for location. And here we are. And it is centered on Ovando. That's it. We might want it zoomed in more. We can decide. Another thing is, we might want the controls to show here. We can decide on that as well. All that matters is that we have the map on the page, and it's correctly showing a pin at the location that we geocoded using the user inputs location. So, there's lots of things that could go wrong. First of all, the geocoding is not perfect. And if somebody just enters in something like, Montana, well, it's just going to pick the first result in Montana, which it might be like the capital of Helena. I don't know how they decide. It might be the most popular, high trafficked area, but it will be somewhere, most likely in Montana. But if you misspell things, if you, enter a place that just doesn't exist, then that could be a problem. And we're not really handling that at all. And this is more just introducing you to working with maps. But, you could do some error checking to see if we got something back from, or if we got nothing back in our geocoding logic here in our controller. If we don't get anything back here from geodata, then, flash a message or just pick a default location. Like, it's really up to you to decide how to handle that situation. But we've got maps working. That's the good news. So yeah, we could style this a bit, make this look a little bit better. We can change that marker if we want, change the styles of the map. And that's pretty much it for now. So been a long journey to get here, but kind of exciting stuff. So one issue that I've noticed we've run into, or at least I have, is that when I was creating some campgrounds earlier, I actually commented a line out. When I was creating campgrounds earlier, just really quickly, I wasn't uploading images and I was skipping some fields. I broke my index page because what I'm doing now is looping over every campground, looking at its images 0.url. So it's assuming there's at least one image in there that has a URL. But for some of my campgrounds, there's no image. So it's breaking things because now we get this error that says, cannot read property URL of undefined. There is no campground.images of 0. So we could just add in a really basic default source. Could just do something like if campground.images.length. Make sure that's inside of EJS, of course. Put that in there. Oh, come on. Why'd you split? All right, so if there is anything in the images array, we'll display the first image. EJS. And then otherwise, we could do this with a ternary operator right in here. I think it gets a little bit clunky. It gets so long. Like it's just hard to understand. So I'm just going to do a classic if else, but you could do it in a one-liner directly in the source. You've seen how to do that before, question mark and do this or this. Anyway, here's my else. We'll just do, what should we do? Just some random generic image that we have stored already. So how about, well, for now, let's just do an empty source, and we should at least be able to load the page and see, further down some of my campgrounds. There we are. 2 of them have no image. So I can provide a default. And what should that default be? Why don't we just find one of these guys? So copy image address. Sure, that can be the default. So that's on our Cloudinary already. So we'll just do that, paste it in, and that's what we default to. Okay, so that's working now. And there's a lot we could do, right? We could add a default or a backup into the actual model itself in Mongo, because now our show page doesn't have an image either. We could do the same thing. These are all the little details that come up when you're building an app, and it just gets complicated fast. And all of a sudden you spend, a couple of days just worrying about these small little situations. So one option would be to make sure that an image is always included when a campground is created, which we're not doing right now. We're not validating. You can submit the form without an image. And the same goes for updating or editing a campground. Right now, I can delete this last photo here if I want to, and then it breaks things. Oh, yes. And now this is a problem because a lot of our old campgrounds that we've made don't have locations for latitude and longitudes, which they get now anytime we create them, but currently they don't. So that screws up a lot for our show page. So let's fix that. Let's just copy some generic latitude and longitude. Do we have an example of one? Let's take a look at this last one I made for Ovando, Montana, Scapegoat Flats. And let's find the geometry in there. Where are you? Okay, here we are. So let's copy this. Geometry, type, point. I mean, you could just type this yourself too. But I'm just going to hard code this in my seeds file. So now when we seed in my index, I'm going to also set geometry to just always be this object here. I need my curly braces. Okay, there we go. So I've set geometry, type, point, coordinates, just hard coded to this array of coordinates. So I'll go ahead and reseed my database. Remember, we delete everything that's in there. So I'm not deleting users, but I am deleting all the campground stuff. And that brings me to an important point, which is, this author is going to be a problem if you do delete users. Like for me, at least, it's hard-coded to my particular author ID. That should be your author ID. And I should just put a note in there. Or how about your user ID? Okay, so let's go ahead and reseed the database. Stop the server, node seeds /index. Let's start it back up. Now, hopefully every single campground has, yeah, okay, we've got the same images, and every campground should also have the same location. Oh, nope. I forgot we're setting these locations. But we're not geocoding is the point, and they all on the map are showing Ovando, Montana, and that's fine. No problem at all. Oh, by the way, I think in between videos, I moved the map over here. I wasn't sure if I wanted it to go here or not. We'll come back and style it. So if you're wondering why the map is there, I just pasted it or cut and pasted it after this in the right-hand column. Okay. So yeah, that's pretty much it at this point for those bugs with our seeds that was breaking things. And you'll find that that's a pattern. Anytime you change your schema, change what you have in your database or what you're creating and saving into your database, the stuff that's already in there is no longer conforming. So you have to figure out, how do we handle that? And in production, that can be a big deal because you'll have lots of users' information and stuff that they've created. And you don't want to delete that and miss out on all that information and piss off all your users. You want to keep it, but add on new fields. And give them default values. And you have to be very conscientious of that. But in development, when we're testing things like we are now, we can do whatever we want. Okay, so one more thing we can do with maps while we're here is add a little pop-up when you click on the marker. So to do that, it's pretty straightforward. If you go to the docs for Mapbox.gl.js, under pop-up, markers and controls pop-up, there's an example somewhere. This makes a little pop-up that is associated with a particular marker. So you can specify a bunch of CSS. We're not going to go crazy. I'll show you what we're going to do. We're going to create a marker like we've done already. And then we call a method before we do add to map on our marker. And that method is called setPopup. And then inside we pass in a new Mapbox.gl.popup. So you could do this separately as a variable and pass it in, but let's just do it inline. And we can specify an offset. I'll try 25 to start. This will add a pop-up, and then I can set HTML. And this is all coming from examples on the docs. I don't know this at all by heart. This is just something I recently saw, but I don't want you to get the impression that you're just supposed to know this. This is very different, and I would forget it. I do forget it every single time I have to do it. So inside we can do something like make an H3 maybe. It wants us to pass in a string of HTML. So let's do an H3 with the campground title inside. Campground.title. And then let's just start there. We might want to modify it later, but start with that. And then we call add to map, which is a method on the marker. So we make a marker, set the latitude and longitude where it should go. Then we set pop-up on that marker, which is what should happen when a user clicks. Here's the pop-up. We make that, pass that in, and then we finally add the marker to the map. Let's see if it works for us. I'm going to click, and there it is. Cool. So, you can change that offset, and you can also change the content that goes in there. For example, maybe instead of just an H3, maybe I also want to display the campground location inside of a paragraph. So I could do a paragraph tag after that H3. And then $ campground.location. Close that. Let's see how that looks. Okay, that's good enough. Nothing revolutionary, but we get little pop-ups there. So you can put other stuff in there if you want. You can also change the style of this map. Let's see if I can find their examples of this. So to change these styles without actually having to, we can customize everything, but just to change using some of the default presets, there's an example under map styles somewhere. I just did a Google search for this. There we are, change a map's style, where basically you just pass in this style string, and there are many choices. This is Streets V11. That's the one I have been using, but there are also other options. And I'm going to go with, by the way, the V is just the version. I'm going to go with light. Let's try light V10 possibly. See how that looks. So over here, Mapbox/light V10. Refresh, watch the map here. and it changes. We just get that lighter background. It's just a more like black and white, less, I don't know, less intrusive. If you don't like that though, there are other choices, lots of other choices. And then you can always customize everything yourself. You can view them here. See, maybe you like the dark one. This is outdoors. This is a satellite map. This is streets. So you can pick from any of those. And if you really want to go crazy, you can customize all styles. There's this whole style specification section, and talks about how you can write custom styles and really, just customize everything. But we're not going to do that. So we'll stick with this light color. And that's it for this video. All right, so next up, we're going to integrate a pretty cool, fun feature onto our index page for campgrounds. We're going to add a map. It doesn't have to be this wide, but this is one example of a finished product. A map that is a cluster map for our campgrounds. So you've probably seen something like this before, where your pins, if you have lots of data, it doesn't make sense to display it all at once. The map is just overwhelming, but instead you display clusters. So for example, in California, right, there's over 100 campgrounds that are in this database. This is a different data set, by the way. It's still just random data though. It's seeds, it's, fake names and lorem ipsum descriptions, but they are distributed across the globe, or across the US at least. So we get these clusters, and then they split off into smaller clusters and smaller clusters until eventually we see individual campgrounds. And then I can click and, go to a show page from one of them. So we are going to implement this on our own, and it sounds intimidating, and it kind of is, except that I'm going to be very transparent and honest about how I would go about this, and literally show you how I do go about this, because this requires code that, I wouldn't be able to ever write off the top of my head, but we have documentation, we have examples. Mapbox shows us basically how to do this. And then we just need to tweak it to work with our data set. We can change the colors, we can change the sizes, the thresholds for when these clusters happen and when they split up. We can change the markers, what we see here for a single campground. There's so much that we can modify and change. But really, this is going to be a process of finding code, copying code, and then changing it. And keep changing it until it does what we need it to do. So I could have, had a solution like I have right now. This is already done. I could just reference this, have it on my other monitor that you don't know or that you can't see, and just copy line by line, and pretend I know it off the top of my head. And that might be a smoother experience, but I want you to really see the reality of this. That anytime somebody's writing a cluster map like this, unless they somehow do it every single day, they're going to be referencing the docs and GitHub and finding examples. And that's what we're going to do here. So it might seem somewhat scary if you had to just do this, from scratch and nobody telling you how to do it. But if we pull back the curtain, which I'm going to try and do, and really show you the process, it won't seem scary at all, I think. It will just seem more like somebody fumbling through the dark, which is really what most of web development is. So we'll get started in the very next video. Okay? Okay. So imagine we want to make something like this. We want to make a cluster map. You don't have to imagine, because we do want to make a cluster map. We could start with a simple Google search, Mapbox cluster. And what do we see as our first result? Docs.mapbox.com, create and style clusters. Okay, let's take a look at that. Wow, that's pretty much exactly what we want. And let's see how this works, right? So there's code here that we can copy. We can actually edit in a CodePen or a JS Fiddle. And then it shows us all the code we need to recreate this. And it's a decent chunk of code. And that's fine, right? It's a pretty complicated feature. If you just think of the logic, like every time we zoom, things are recalculated and then updated on the map. And every time we zoom, things split. And they split further until they turn into these single points. And then if you go the other direction, right, we zoom out, things are merged back together. Like, that's a lot of work in terms of just listening for those events and then figuring out how to draw the circles, and there's a lot there. But fortunately, we can just tweak this code and, slowly, one little line at a time, cajole it into what we want it to be. So there's a couple of things we could start off with. I think we just copy this exact map, which, if we look at the code, it's for earthquakes. Earthquakes visualized on a map by location. So obviously lots in California. Let's take a look at one of them. All right, magnitude. Was there a tsunami? No. Okay, so it's earthquake information. And obviously we're going to swap that out for campgrounds. But to begin with, let's just take all of this. Now, this is a whole HTML document, so it has some stuff we don't want. Like we already have the Mapbox GL, JavaScript, and CSS files. We don't need to style the body. We do need a div with the ID of map, because we're going to be doing this on our index page, so just right here. So why don't we just start there? Let's go to our index page, and let's put a div maybe just above all campgrounds right there. We'll do a div with the ID of map. So that's where our map will go. And we will move this into a separate style sheet, but we're going to begin by just giving it a width directly inline of 100% and a height of maybe like 500 pixels. We can figure it out. Again, we don't want to do this inline, but since we don't have a separate style sheet going right now, just to keep it short and simple, this is exactly what we did for the show page map. I'm just going to put an inline style in there. Okay, so if I refresh, we won't see a map, but we should see space taken up. Okay, so our map will go there. The next thing we want to do is just look at their JavaScript here. So, they've got to pass in the access token, so we'll do that, just like we did previously. And then, let's just copy all this JavaScript to begin with. This entire thing in those script tags. And I think I'm going to put this in a separate JavaScript file. Instead of putting it directly in my index.ejs, I'll make a new, in my public directory, a new JavaScript. Let's call this clustermap.js. I'll paste that in there. And then, we can just begin with this token. I believe that Mapbox, the docs, if you're signed in, they just use your token and automatically put it there. Let's just see if I refresh the page. Oh, wow. What a moron. I didn't include this script. So let's include that script. I'll just do it on the index page. So script source equals JavaScripts, and that needs to be / JavaScripts, I believe. / what did we just call it? Cluster map.js. Okay, let's try that again. Refresh. And it works. We've got a map showing up with the earthquake data. Basically, we just copied the example code onto our application. Now, the map's not going all the way across. It's in a Bootstrap column, or a Bootstrap container, rather. So if we wanted to, we could style it differently. It's just taking up 100% of whatever container it's in. But that's not very important at the moment. So it's working. Like, this is a cluster map. I mean, all we did was copy code, but it's a start. Let's just quickly update this so it's using our access token. So it changes if our access token in our .env file changes. So if we just go to our show page, the templates, we did the same thing, right, where we pass through map token, process.env.mapbox token. Let's just do that on our index right before our cluster map. I'll comment out the campgrounds line. All right, and I'm just going to do this so that I can, in my cluster map file, not hard code this. Again, it does not need to be secret. It's purely about having one centralized token that if I change, will be updated in all my scripts. So it's just mapbox token is what I called it in that file. Just map token. Okay, hopefully that still works. And it does. Good news. So the next thing we need to do, just check our console. It's always good to see if we have any issues or errors there, and we don't. The next thing we definitely want to do is get our data in here. But unfortunately, we actually can get our data in there. It won't take too much work, but unfortunately, our data right now, we just reseeded the database in the last section, and I hard-coded the location for every single campground to be, I don't even remember where it was, Montana maybe? I think it was Montana. So they all will be in one massive cluster. What I want to do is spread that out. So in the next video, we are going to reseed our data and then get started again. Okay, so the next thing we'll do is reseed our database so that the campgrounds are actually spread out across the US. Right now, they all have a different location because of that city data file that we set up, but they all have the same geometry, the lat and longitude of Ovando, Montana. Super tiny town. So we want to fix that. We want to use probably just this location. Now, I'm not going to geocode it and just send a bunch of unnecessary requests to geocode that location every time we seed. Instead, if we take a look at our seeds directory, which is right here, we have that cities file, and each city already has a latitude and longitude associated with it. And if you remember how we're doing this, we're picking a random number from 1 to 1,000, or 0 to 1,000. So if we have that random number, whatever it is, and we're getting city, and we're getting states, Cincinnati, Ohio, we can also get lat and long. And that's exactly what I'm going to do. So when we're doing the seeds, instead of setting geometry to be coordinates hard-coded, I'm instead going to take the city's data of that random number, just like we did here to get the city name or the state name, but I'm going to do dot longitude. And remember, for GeoJSON, we want longitude first, and then we want latitude. It's just the way that it works. And that should do it for us if I reseed my database. So now we're just taking the same city and state, latitude, longitude, or longitude and latitude from whatever random city we chose from that massive array. So let's try reseeding again. Let's start it up. Nodemon app.js. Refresh the page. I will lose those campgrounds that I already had. But we get new random ones. And if this one is in, Great Falls, Montana, another Montana city just happened to choose, we've got a pin in Great Falls, right? So that's working. Let's look at, here's another one in Irvine, California. Not a whole lot of camping right there. I grew up pretty close to there too. What else? Bozeman, great town in Montana. There we are. Okay, so that's working. Sea Village, maybe not the best campground name. So now we have this data set. It's still pretty small. We might want to actually do 100 or more to get our cluster map to be a little bit more impressive. Again, this is totally disconnected, right? This is earthquakes. We didn't make or we don't have control over that data. But in the next video, our goal is to get this map to now display our campgrounds. So that's coming up. It's just a process of tweaking and trial and error and stumbling through a dark hallway. That's coming up. All right, so now that we have our new data, some more diverse campground locations, let's see if we can plug it into our map. So if we go over to the cluster map JavaScript file, let's just walk through what it does. Set the map token. All right, that's easy. Then we create our map. So this is what we already know how to do. Make a map. Here's the container. Here's the style sheet. Here's where it should be centered. Here's the zoom level. So that has nothing to do with the clusters and adding on any of our information. That just makes a generic map. Then we have this code, map on load. So this map has this method called on, and you'll actually see it come up a couple different times. Map on mouse enter, map on mouse leave. These are just basically events that we can listen for. So I can do something like console.log map loaded. So here's another one. This is map.onClick, but it's not just clicking anywhere. It says a click on an unclustered point. So we have clusters, right? But then eventually those clusters dissolve into unclustered points, just a single point. So this function here is called when you click on an unclustered point. So let's just go with unclustered point clicked. This is just a good way to explore, what code is running when. And you can see, okay, you click on one of those points. We're doing some logic in here to get some data out, but then we're making a pop-up. So we've seen that too. We've seen how to make a pop-up, and then we pass some information in. And then here's another example. This is a mouse enter event. When you enter, not over just the map, but when your mouse enters over a cluster. And we're just changing the cursor style to be a pointer. So I'll do a console.log, mousing over a cluster. Let's refresh, and actually you can already see we get map loaded. So that's when the map loads. Then what else did we have? Mouse over a cluster. There you go, mousing over a cluster. And then if I click on one of these unclustered points, whoop, I didn't click. There we are, unclustered point clicked. So that's just a basic exploration of those different chunks of code, right? So we've got some code that runs when our map first loads. There's a lot of it here. Then we've got some code that adds these layers. We'll come back and talk about that. And then we have when you click on a cluster, I left that off, but there's code that runs when you click on a specific cluster, right? That's what makes this happen. We zoom in. And then we have code that runs when you mouse over a cluster, when you click on an unclustered point, and then when your mouse leaves a cluster. Okay, so let's get rid of those console.logs. And let's get our campground data in here. So where do we even see the initial loading of any data? Well, it happens to be right here. When our map loads, let's see, map.onload, add a source. So map.add source, there's comments as well. Add a new source from our GeoJSON data and set the cluster option to true. Okay, So type is GeoJSON. That's what our data currently is as well. And it says, let's see, data is coming from here. Let's take a look at this file. Just open it up in the browser. Okay, so this is the earthquakes data. And you can see there's an array in here where we've got GeoJSON. And let me try taking one of these so we can see it in a slightly nicer format. I'll just paste it over here for now in our JavaScript file. So we've got type set to feature. Then we have this properties thing set to this object here. And then we have geometry, type, point, coordinates is an array. And that's exactly what we currently are used to with our campgrounds, right? So we have different data, like we have location and what else? Title, images, a whole bunch of other stuff. But then we do have a geometry section or geometry property that is an object that has type set to point, and coordinates is a GeoJSON array. Now we don't have this Z, X, Y, and Z. We just have X and Y, longitude and latitude. So we have this coordinates array, and that's good news because our data looks very, very similar to this. So we're not going to have to do anything crazy to get this to work. What we do need to do is pass our data through so that we're using our data set here instead of some data located on some document online. We'll just put it in a variable. So we can basically do the exact same thing we've already done on our show page. If you remember what we did here, we made a variable and set it equal to campground, but the JSON stringified version. We can do the same thing here, except we want campgrounds because that's all campgrounds. We're on the index page. So for each campground in campgrounds with an S, we want to pass through all campgrounds. And then over in this file, I should have access to campgrounds. So what if I just try passing through that variable, campgrounds? What happens here? Well, let's see. Let's go to our code. Let's refresh. Okay, campground is not defined. Well, that's a good place to start. Why is it not defined? Because I didn't give this variable the correct name. Now I put that S in there. Now it actually is campground, and it should be defined. Let's try again. Okay, cannot read property length of undefined. So what's happening here? Do we get any more details? Unfortunately, no. Doesn't really tell us what's going on. But it looks like, it did get our data, and that worked. But it's unhappy with with the way that it's formatted. And the reason is that if you look at the data that we get, everything is located, this is the earthquakes data, everything is located under a key of features. And this is pretty standard as well. And our data is not located under a key of features, it's just an array. But Mapbox is actually expecting an object with the key of features set to an array of all of our data. So we can fix that. We can just have our data conform to that pattern. I could do it just right here. When I'm creating the campgrounds, or I'm stringifying them, I could just make an object in here and say features is equal to that, just like this. So now our data set says, here's an object, features equals all of our campgrounds. And that matches what we saw for earthquakes. So let's try refreshing the page now. And it looks like it's working. It looks good, doesn't it? We only have 50 campgrounds, but let's just see if they're in the locations we would expect. We can't actually click on one because that's going to break at the moment. But here is, one in Irvine. I know for sure we have a campground in Irvine. So this will break things if I do click on it. I guess it doesn't break, but it's undefined. Magnitude undefined. Was there a tsunami? No. But we have our pins, or we have our clusters showing up on the map. It actually is working. So that was not too bad, so far at least. Now, we're not done. We've got to tweak it some more. But all we needed to do was get our data into the correct form. Okay, so let's return to our code, and let's try and understand what else is going on here. So the first thing that's happening, this map.addSource, there's a string earthquakes. This is going to be basically a label, a name for a source. So right now, everything is called earthquakes. You can see it's referring to source of earthquakes later on. We can have multiple sources in a map. So we're using campground data. We're calling it earthquakes. So let's change that. Campgrounds. Now that's going to break things. Now it complains, source earthquakes not found, earthquakes not found, earthquakes not found. So anytime we're referencing this source earthquakes, that now needs to be campgrounds. So we're like registering a source of data for the map and then referring back to it when we add these different layers. So we add a layer where the type is circle. We're going to give it the ID of clusters. And source now is campgrounds, which we set up earlier right here. That's the source name. Okay, then we've got some stuff around circle color. We can come back and revisit this. Circle radius. So this controls the size of a circle and the color of a circle depending on the number of points in it. So the number of things in a given cluster. Then we've got another add layer. This is cluster count, so that we can see the count. Well, you can't see it here. Maybe over here. You can see the count of things in the cluster. So one layer was for the circle itself. Another layer is for the text that we actually see. So this needs to be source, once again, campgrounds, because it's using that same data set. Filter has point count. Okay, so this is just the layout. The text field is going to just display point count abbreviated. So we'll come back and play with this once I fix all the other issues. If I refresh, you'll see we get fewer complaints about, well, I guess not. We still have some complaints about it. So keep going down here. We've got another layer. This is for when we have an unclustered point. We've talked about that, like this right here, when there's no cluster. It's just a single point. So type circle. All right, we can change that too. So the source should be from our campgrounds. And then we've got this fancy filter where we have some logic that says not has point count. So when there is no point count, then we want to display, we'll get into it in a bit, display this where we've got a circle with a color, a small radius, and then it has a white stroke around. Anyway, basically this is just how we decide or how we determine what the single tiny point should look like. Then we've got the logic for when you click on a cluster. Okay, it's calling map.getSource on earthquakes. That doesn't exist. And then this is going to get cluster expansion zoom. Okay, we can worry about that later as well. Here is when we click on an unclustered point. I think that's it for now. We should be able to refresh and just have things go back to how it was. Source campgrounds not found. All right, let's see what I messed up here. What did I name the source? Geez. Campgrounds 1M. Try again. Okay, so now it's all working again. And all we did was label things correctly so that we're not calling our campground data earthquakes. We're actually calling it campgrounds. But also by changing that, just by going line by line or chunk by chunk, we get a better understanding of how this code works. So now we can start to tweak things and play around some more. For example, let's just take the unclustered point. So this right here, go away. When we are super zoomed in and we just see one point, notice it's a blue circle and it has a white stroke around it. It's a little small. It might not show up well, but I can change all of that. I can make it a lot larger. Make it 20 pixels. Zoom in, and where's one of them? There they are. I mean, big boys or girls. Change the stroke width to be 10 and the stroke color to be magenta. And there we go. Those are our single unclustered points. It's not great looking, but this is how you could customize the colors and, do all sorts of things. We'll come back to this. Let's keep going down. Here, we're setting the point count where, let's zoom out. You can see the text that says 8 or 2 or whatever, however many elements are clustered into a single cluster, a single circle. It's going to display in the text field point count abbreviated. So that's just a special thing that comes from Mapbox, right? This is syntax that allows us to reference the cumulative point count for a single cluster. But what I can do is modify this, and I can do something like num. And what do we see? My text, num2. So this is basically interpolating a variable that Mapbox calculates. Or I could put, a number sign in there. I'm not going to actually do this, but I could. And that tells us, that's misleading actually. That makes it look like they're ranked or something. So I wouldn't do that anyway. You can change the fonts. Here's a font stack, font size. What else? This code is responsible for when you click on a cluster, it zooms you in onto the map, right? Like that. So there's a particular method called get cluster expansion zoom. There's a method called ease to, where we can change the center of where we ease to. So that means, we're going to zoom in on, let me just zoom out here. Whatever I click on, that becomes the new center. Just make that one more time. I'll zoom out. As I click on one of them, like over here, that's going to be the new center as I zoom in. Over here, that's the new center. Right? So that's what's happening here. Center, map.ease to, some new center. So I could change this to be some other coordinates that we always just center on whenever you click. I can change the zoom level. It's passed in here, but I could hard code this to be like 10. I'll refresh, and now when I click, we zoom way in. It's a bit extreme, but I just want to show you we have control over that. So I'm not going to do that. I'll go back to zoom. And then we've got our pop-up that we'll also focus on in a separate video. And then what happens when you mouse over a cluster, right? We change the cursor style to pointer, just so we end up with, come on, zoom out. We end up with that pointer. It's not a big difference, but hopefully you can see that there. And then we change it back to nothing when you leave a cluster. So we have a decent understanding of some of this code. In the next video, we'll make some tweaks. I think we also want to get some more campgrounds going so we have more clusters. So we'll do that coming up. Okay, so we've got the basic cluster map done. We can style it. I would like for it to go all the way across the screen. We'll need to change a little bit of our markup to make that work. But let's also focus on the behavior. Right now, we have a pretty small data set. Let's actually increase the amount of campgrounds, maybe by like 2 or 3 times at least. So in my seeds file at the moment, I am, I'm doing how many? 50, I think? Yeah, from 0 to 50. Let's change that to like 200. Still not very many campgrounds in the grand scheme of things, but let's just start with that. They're all going to be very similar in terms of their name or their title. They all have very similar, the same description. But we do have over 1,000 different cities, so that should hopefully give us a good variety across the U.S. Maybe even like 300 or 400. Let's see what that looks like. So node seed/index. Start the server back up. Let's refresh the page on our map. Okay, so we have some clusters that are a bit larger. There's quite a few down in Southern California, a number up in the Bay Area, Northern California. What else? Some in Florida, New England. So maybe we'll even go up more. We'll start with that. One thing that we're definitely going to encounter, though, if we do have that many campgrounds, is that our index is just completely overrun with campgrounds. So later on, as sort of a bonus, we can integrate infinite scroll, or maybe we could add in pagination. We're not going to bother with that at the moment. I'm just increasing the amount of campgrounds so you can see, what we'd be dealing with if we had a lot more campgrounds and what this map would do. So then the question becomes basically, when do we want them to cluster? And when do we want them to split? So right now, there are a couple of different tiers. As I scroll out and zoom basically over the entire map, we get this bigger yellow cluster, and it's 194 right there, and then 300, and that's it. Like, this is the largest cluster we get, and then there's just one size below, which are the blue medium clusters, and then the individual points. But if we go to the code where we define the cluster map, there's this chunk right, where are you? Right here. Map.addLayer, this is inside the load callback. Map.addLayer for clusters, make a circle that is based upon the point count for each individual cluster. They actually wrote some helpful comments. We have blue 20 pixel circles when the point count is less than 100. So that's what this step is right here. So it's kind of odd the way that we write this. Thankfully, they've done it for us. But we have these different tiers. So we've got from 100 and below, we're going to have this color. So I can change that color. Let's do like red, and then we'll go to orange, and then go to yellow. So 0 to 100 campgrounds in a cluster, we get red. 100 to 750, orange, and 750 and beyond, which we don't have any, we would get yellow. So we get red, and as I zoom out, we should get orange. So we can change that cutoff there, where the circle color changes. So let's say, red is below 10, and then 10 to 30 campgrounds is yellow, and then above 30 is yellow, and 10 to 30 is orange. So now we end up with this. They're all the same size, so we may want to adjust that as well. I haven't decided really how I want this to work. I might just go with one color, but have the sizes change, because right now there's a number, right? This is 45 campgrounds, and this is 3. We don't get an indication that there's a bigger cluster here. So we can change that with this circle radius right here, where we provide the pixel width. It's really clunky in my opinion, but this is a pixel width, and then this is our step. So anything below 100 campgrounds is going to be 20 pixels wide. So let's change that to match what we had here, 10, and then we have 30. So now if I refresh, you'll see that we get much larger clusters. We might want to scale that back and change the colors, but the bigger clusters that are above 30, we end up with a yellow bigger circle. And then if they're between 10 and 30, we end up with an orange medium circle. If they're 0 to 10, we end up with a red. Well, actually, it's not 0 to 10. If it's 2 to 10, we end up with red. And then if it's a single item, we end up with our blue little dot, which we can change. So I will pause for a moment. I'm going to think about how I want to, what colors I want. I think I'm going to start by changing the theme, the style sheet for Mapbox right here to be light instead of dark. So what set of colors would look nice? Thinking something along the blue, green, tealish lines. Maybe 3 colors, like for the larger, more campgrounds, bigger cluster. Geez, can't speak. For a bigger cluster, maybe we go with a darker color, and then we slowly lighten up. Let's try that. So this will be the darkest. Let's put that right here. And you can totally come up with your own, obviously. Let's pick this color here, put that as our second. And you can define more steps if you want. So we just have 3 different colors. And then also, I'm using this tool, materialui.co/colors, just to get some easy colors that tend to look okay. But you can come up with your own or use a color picker to make a palette for your entire application, which we're not doing. Let's see what that looks like. Okay. That looks all right. These clusters are too big, though. I definitely don't like how large those are right now, personally at least. Maybe it will look better if we make the map full screen, but I'm going to make that smaller. So the radius right now goes from, let's see, we've got 20 pixel circles, 30 pixel, and 40. I'm thinking I'll probably do maybe 15 pixel circles, 20, and 25. Let's see how that looks. Yeah, I think that looks a bit better. Yeah. Now the only thing is that these colors are not super distinct. There's 2 shades of blue that I used. It's pretty hard to tell. So I might just go down to this color blue for the smallest ones. Let's see how that looks. All right. Yeah, it's not horrible. I don't know. You might just want them all to be the same color, honestly. I'll leave this, and I'll probably end up tweaking it when we change some of our styles, but the point is just to get the clustering to work. So that is working how it's supposed to. Okay, so the next thing we'll work on is what happens when we click on a single element, a single point, not a clustered campground. We're still seeing this earthquake stuff. So let's fix that so we see a link to actually go to the campground, or maybe the title, just something in there other than magnitude undefined and was there a tsunami? No. I mean, good to know for a campground. You want to know if there was a tsunami, but it's actually not accurate. It says no for all of them. So to do this, if we go back to the code that we have copied and sort of butchered, there's this chunk about clicking, map.onClick. When you click on an unclustered point, run this function. And in here, we can see things like setting this tsunami variable to yes or no. And then down here, creating a pop-up calling set HTML with some HTML in there. So I could put my own thing in here, like how about an H3 campground, just to start. And if we try this now, if I click on one of them, there we are, campground. So we know how to do that stuff. We know how to make the pop-up. We've done it before, just on the individual pin on the show page for a campground. But then we've got all this earthquake-specific logic. And this is where it gets a little tricky, because what we want to do is maybe take the title and the ID so we can make a show page, right? Or a link to the show page. I want this to be something like, here's a H3 and then maybe an anchor tag that has an href equal to whatever to go to the show page. So we need to know which campground was clicked on, right? We need to have information about what does this point represent. Is this Dusty Sands or Diamond Sands or Maple Spring? So the way that they do it here on the example that we've copied is in this callback, there's the event object dot features 0. So why don't we just look at that? Console.log event.features square bracket 0. And then we'll open up the console. What happens here when I click? So we end up with this object that has this properties chunk on it. It has this geometry chunk that has our coordinates and our type. So this is from our campground. But then we have properties, which is what they're referencing. And ours is just empty. But theirs has information. It has tsunami. Look, properties.tsunami, properties.mag for magnitude. But why is our campground data not in there? Well, this brings us to another point around how, point's a bad word to use there, it's confusing. This brings us back to GeoJSON and the way that Mapbox is expecting our data to be formatted. There's a page in the documentation about this. Basically, they expect, this is the page I mean, they expect your data to follow a pattern where we have features, like we've already done, set to an array. But then each object inside of there is going to have properties alongside geometry. So those are two crucial things, properties and geometry. Geometry we already have covered. We have type, point, we have our coordinates, but then we're just storing the other information in there, not under properties. We're just storing our campground data like title. And I mean, we can visualize it just quickly if you want to see what it looks like. You know, just up top here, console.log campgrounds. We're part of the way there. And this is what we have. Features, it's an array, and then we have geometry, but this stuff here is not located inside of properties. And unfortunately, in order for this to work with Mapbox, it wants that information. It's looking automatically for something stored under properties. So we don't need to store everything in there. Really, all that we want is some sort of pre-made description or pre-made link, something that we could pass right in. Where are you? Where's the pop-up? Right here. We want this to just be, I don't know, pre-made for us. Wouldn't that be nice? Instead of having to create it ourselves, just have it there predefined. So to do this, we could just make a virtual property in Mongoose and then automatically have it send back our data with properties added to it. So our information would look something like, you know, for a single campground, title, blah, blah, blah. I'll just do an abbreviated version. You know, author is some ID. And then we could have properties and then description or, you know, HTML text or something. I don't know what we want to call it. We'll just go with description, or how about pop-up? There we are, pop-up text. And that could just be made for us as a virtual property. We don't really need to store it there. It can be virtual because it's just going to contain things like, you know, an H2 or whatever, including the title and an anchor tag using the ID. So it's just going to be a piece of information that's populated for us automatically that then when I load my campgrounds here, every campground will have properties and then pop-up text. So it will match this pattern. But we don't need all the other stuff in property. So we don't need to change our entire schema or change the entire structure of our document. So I'll show you how we could do this. Let's go into our, and this doesn't have to be a virtual, just to be clear. You could loop over campgrounds here, and for each campground, you could add a new property called properties and do it via JavaScript. But just to make it easier and less logic happening on the client side, I'm going to go into my model. So here's my campground model, and I'm already defining a virtual on the image schema for that thumbnail property. Right, it's the exact same concept. I wanted to make a virtual property so I could just access .thumbnail, and it's just a modified version of the already existing information, this .url. So we're going to do the same thing, but we're going to do it in a slightly different way. We want campground schema dot virtual, and I'm going to nest this because remember our end goal is to have something like this. Properties is an object, and inside of that we have pop up text or something like that. Or let's maybe go with pop up markup. Just pop up. How about that? Pop up markup. And that should include, like a string that has an H3 with the campground title already in there, and then an anchor tag already in there. So that's the goal here, is to make this nice, pre-made template that it's not actually stored in the database. It's just automatically made for us with a virtual. So to nest something, I can do properties dot, and then pop up markup like that. And then when you get that, we'll just return, to begin with, I am pop up text. Let's start with that. Okay? So that's all we need to do to register a virtual property. And if I go into my campground, or into my index page rather, and I wanted to access that virtual at some point, like let's just say below each title, I also want campground.pop-up markup. This should work. Every campground should now have pop-up markup. And did it work? Did I save that file? What? Index page, campground dot, properties dot pop-up markup. Try again. Okay, so we are getting that I am pop-up text. But there's a problem. If we look at what campgrounds looks like once we actually get it on the JavaScript side of things, pop-up text and properties, it's not included here. So this is a bit of a head scratcher if you're not sure what's going on, and I actually had to search this because I didn't recall this at all. So I searched Mongoose Stringify Virtual, and there's all sorts of results. You can't get Mongoose Virtuals to be part of the result object. So people are talking about it frequently. So I found, on the Mongoose docs through one of those links, it says, by default, Mongoose does not include virtuals when you convert a document to JSON. So if we want them, we need to set this option here, to JSON, virtuals true. And we pass that into our schema, which is right, where is that? Right here. After we pass in the object, initializing the schema pattern. So I'll just show you on our campground model, we will set options to include to JSON virtuals true, and then we pass that in right here. Or you can just do it inline. Now, hopefully, my campgrounds, when they are stringified, include properties. Yep. And inside of that, pop-up markup. So now we can access that from inside of our Mapbox code. So here in our cluster map, just as an example, I'm going to get rid of all of this stuff around properties, tsunami, magnitude. We want the coordinates, so I'll get rid of all that stuff. And I'm just going to look at e.features of 0 to start with. So now when I click on one, what do we see? Inside of properties, there's now information because Mapbox was automatically looking for a key called properties. And it takes that information, pop-up markup. So we could just take that, e.features of 0 dot properties dot pop up markup, and we could use that. So we could just print it out, or we can save it to a variable. And let's just go with const, text equals that, and then I can pass that in right here, not as a string, text. And now if I click, we get a pop-up that says I am pop-up text. So it's silly, right? That's not very useful. But now we can define our virtual in such a way that it actually does include the information we want. So we can play around with what we actually want. But let's go to our model and let's actually define this, the virtual property, in a way that makes sense. So why don't we start by just returning a link. So I'll return I'll do a string template literal that has an anchor tag inside of it. Close that. And then inside of here, we'll add the campground title. So that is this dot title. This refers to the particular campground instance. The href, if we want it to go to the slash campground show page, it should be slash campground slash, and then we need to add in the ID. So we can interpolate that. This dot underscore ID. And let's start there. Is this going to work for us? Let's try it. So now, when I click on one of them, we see a link to go view that campground. And if we click on it, it works. Pretty cool. So we've defined this nice virtual property that is just going to include some markup now for that pop-up on every single campground. And that markup is dynamic. It's based upon whatever the idea is and the title is. So we could improve this a bit if we wanted to, bold it, maybe add a strong tag around the anchor like that. And then maybe we want a paragraph with a description. So we could do that. Maybe we just start with a link though. Let's go back. How's that look? Yeah, I think that's pretty good. We could have the description though. Oh, we should get rid of this for sure. We don't need to print that out anymore. But we could have, this lorem ipsum description and just display the first, 20 characters or so. So I'll do that here. After our strong, we can add a paragraph. And, I can do this on multiple lines. So I'll do a strong with that anchor tag, and then on the line below, let's do a paragraph. And in that paragraph, we'll display the description. So this dot description. And then we can truncate it in case it's too long, because you'll see that most of them have a very long description. And that's just too big of a pop-up. So let's truncate that to be just a substring. So dot substring of 0 to 20 characters maybe. And then we can add dot 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 afterwards. Refresh. Yeah, that's okay. I don't know. Maybe we want more characters than 20. We can decide how does 30 look. No, I think it's better with just 20. Or maybe it's better with just the link. You can decide. But now we've created this nice little tool, this little virtual property that at any point we can call in our markup, also in our JavaScript, if we're passing through as JSON, we're passing through our campgrounds, as we did here. We're stringifying them. They all now include that virtual property because we set that option right here to JSON, virtual's true. We passed it into the schema. So now we don't have to do any JavaScript logic to actually make that markup. We just grab it from the properties field that's been automatically populated, and that's pretty much it. We just take that and display it. So if we wanted, text is not the greatest name. Maybe destructure it here. Pop up markup like that, and then just pass that through. Put this on one line now. We don't need all that spacing. Pop up markup. It's pretty nice. There's a comment here that explains what this chunk does. It just says if there's multiple copies visible of the single point, like if you're super zoomed out, the pop-up will appear over the one that you actually clicked on, the one that's being pointed to. Here, we still need to grab the coordinates. Let's use const though, so we can quickly improve that. Let's see what else. Pretty much anywhere we see var should change to const. Anything else here? That's pretty much it except for this. Let's take a look. Did I misspell const? No. Refresh. Still works. Let's zoom in. Take a look at the map, or at this point in Provo. Click on it, and it takes us to Sky River, which is indeed in Provo. Cool. I mean, it's pretty nice. I think that, that wasn't a whole lot of work. It was mainly just understanding pre-existing code, reworking it a bit. Let's get rid of that. We don't need to display that anymore on the index. So that was just testing if our pop-up markup worked. Now we can just refresh. Cool. And that's kind of it for now. There's a lot more you could tweak with this, but I just wanted to show you kind of what it's like to integrate code that you don't know a single thing about, and then try and wrangle it, or to really just try desperately to make sense of it, and then eventually the pieces fall into place. Okay, so I'm just going to give you the game plan from here on out with Yelp Camp. I want to get to deploying it as soon as possible. So there are undoubtedly, there are definitely errors or bugs, little issues, and some probably big issues that we will encounter, some that I already know of, but many that I just don't know about at this point. and we'll discover either through me just playing around and finding them, or through you guys reporting them and then making its way back to me. The point I'm trying to make is we're not going to get this app perfect before we deploy it. And there's a couple of things. One, I just want to get to deploying ASAP because a lot of you care about that. Just from previous courses and experience teaching, I've noticed a lot of students just really want to get to deploying, getting their apps in the wild. So there are still other features I'd like to add and that we will likely add, but I don't want to force us to add a whole bunch of stuff before we deploy. This has been a very long course, and we've covered a lot. Even just with Yelp Camp, we're talking about, I don't know, a dozen hours or more. I'm not positive yet. So, if you just look at what we have done, we've got full CRUD for campgrounds. We've got maps on the show page. We've got 5-star ratings. We've got, reviews. We've got authentication, of course, and authorization, so I can't delete things I don't own. We've protected our routes with fancy validations. What else? We've got, of course, image upload, and then our very fancy map here with the clusters. And there's other stuff I'm already forgetting, little touches behind the scenes. We've used this as an opportunity to talk about structuring Mongo databases, setting up virtual properties, Mongo middleware, or Mongoose middleware rather. So my point I want to make is that we've covered a lot, but it's still kind of rough around the edges. There are definitely issues that we'll encounter. But the number one thing I want to start with that we just should spend a couple of minutes fixing is the fact that our homepage sucks. Actually, I just broke it on mine because I deleted the home view in preparation for this video. I forgot. I didn't mean to delete it, but I did. And before I deleted it, it was like a single H1 that said homepage. So it was useless. Let's make an actual landing page. Nothing crazy. I'm just going to use some Bootstrap with some custom CSS, a nice style sheet. Now, I am going to speed through this because I am concerned about how long, we've been going at this with Yelp Camp, and I just don't think it's very engaging to watch me type Bootstrap markup. So I'm going to edit this in such a way that I sort of fade in some of the new content quickly so we can get through it. And then just copy the code if you really want to keep up with me and you want to do the exact same thing on your Yelp Camp. Go ahead and download the code and just copy what I'm doing in the home.ejs template. So I have this route. This is not new. We already had this. Get/nothing, just / res.render the home template. So I'm going to make that template in views, which we made earlier. I just managed to delete it. I'm not going to use our layout because the layout has things like Mapbox and other stuff I don't need. This template here for home is going to be very, very simple. It's basically going to be like a modified simple navbar, a full screen image with some text that's centered vertically and horizontally that says, welcome to Yelp Camp or something like that. So I'll give this a title, Yelp Camp. And then I'm going to include Bootstrap, so I do want that. I'll get the Bootstrap JavaScripts and put that at the bottom of the body. And I'll also get the Bootstrap CSS, not the Mapbox stuff, but just this style sheet here. And I'm going to put that up top. Okay, so now I'm going to start with a couple of things. So I've added in some new content here. I have given the body a couple of classes. Make it Flexbox, make it 100% tall, 100 height, white text, center everything in it. And then I added this div inside. And inside of this div, basically I'm going to give it a width of like 60% of the screen or something. I'm going to use a custom style sheet to do that. And I'm going to center everything inside of there. So I've got a header. I'm not doing a full navbar. It's a very simple header. It looks like this over here. If I refresh, hopefully you can see it now. Okay, so here's our background. I gave it BG dark so that you can see the navbar. It's not an actual navbar, remember that. It's not like a responsive, JavaScript-y thing where it collapses. It's just very lightweight. And I've got home and campgrounds. I'm just going to duplicate this and make a bunch more links. So one will be for /register. Or let's do login to start. So that will be log in and then /register. Then I'll also add log out. Now I'm going to add in a little conditional here. I'll show these two if you are not logged in. So EJS, if not current user, we've seen this before. If there's not a current user right now, I need a curly brace there. Then we will render these two. Otherwise, we'll render logout. So EJS, close that. It's always annoying to manage those curly braces. Else, and then EJS, whoops, right there, close the curly brace. So hopefully at the moment I see login and register. Great. And then if I click to register or log in, either one, let's just do Colt, and I go back to home, we see log out. Okay, so we've got that part done. The next thing I'm going to do is just work on some CSS. So I'm actually going to make a custom style sheet that doesn't exist yet. And we'll do that in public, just style sheets right there. I'll call this home.css. And then we'll connect that over here. So after my bootstrap, I'm going to do a link to /stylesheets/home.css. Okay. Now I've got this cover container class. I'm going to set that to have a width. So cover container. I'm going to give it a max width of 60 VW, 60 view width. Okay. So now it's our content is not fully spanning the screen. Then I'm going to have a centered button here and an H1 and then a little footer. And then I'm going to give a full page background image. So back in my home template, after the header, I'm going to work on that content that will be in the middle here. So I'm going to give, what should I use? I guess I'll do a main element because it's sort of the main content here, or we could do a section, but main is fine. I'll give it some padding X3. So remember, that's left and right. Y is top and bottom. Then an H1 that just says Yelp Camp. Great. We'll do a paragraph with the class of lead, just for some lead text, which eventually we'll put something meaningful in here, but let's just do lorem ipsum. And while I'm here, I'm also going to add in a button, and this button is going to have a bunch of classes. It's going to be an anchor tag, but it's going to have a class of button to start, and then I'll do /campgrounds as the href, and this will be like view campgrounds or something to get started. It's going to be a button in the middle, so button dash large, button secondary, I think is what I want. Okay, and then we'll add in a couple more classes like font weight bold. I know, this is so boring watching me type Bootstrap. And then we'll also do text white, because there's going to be a dark background, there's going to be an image in the background. And I'll also give it a white background, which we'll tweak later. But BG white to start, it's going to look a bit odd. That's fine. And then the last thing we'll do is add in a simple footer after this main. This footer is just going to basically be a footer element. It will have the class of margin top auto, text white 50%, and then a paragraph. Let's do the copyright sign, which if I can remember is and copy. It's an entity code, 2020 Yelp Camp. Let's see. Okay, so there's that. And that's really all the markup I plan on having on this entire page. The rest of what's going to happen is through CSS. I'm going to do the next video will be devoted to CSS, but I'm going to give the body a height of 100 VH, 100 view height, and then I'm just going to get rid of this height 100 here. That's 100%. This is 100 VH. Okay, so now we get our content vertically centered the way I want it to be. We need to shrink this sentence down or figure out what we're going to do, give this paragraph a max width. But for now, I'm going to stop here. That's our markup. In the next video, we'll get to work styling it. Okay, so let's add some styles to this relatively bland looking page. The first most noticeable thing that we can do that will be a pretty big win is just adding a background image to the body so that we don't have this ugly gray color. So the background image I'm using is from Unsplash. It's just a camping photo, but I'm also doing something slightly fancier. I'm adding in two background images. The first one is just a gradient, a black gradient. So if let's see, should I just get rid of this? Just show you the URL background. This is what it looks like without the gradient. And then this is what it looks like with the gradient. It just darkens the whole thing. We might want, now that I'm looking at it, we might want a little bit less, like 0.6. That's the alpha color or alpha channel, or even a bit less than that. I don't know, we can decide, but here's 0.5. Now, we also want to make sure this image does not repeat. So we've talked about that a long time ago. We set background size to cover, and then we can set background position if we want to center the image or use the center of the image as the center. There we go. So now we don't get that repeat happening. And already it looks a lot better. The next thing we should definitely work on is the links up here. I want to style them a bit differently. So those are in a class called they're nav links, first of all. Now the problem is if I want to change what they look like, just like nav link, give them some more padding. We'll do 0.25 rems, and then also maybe a thicker font weight, 700, and a different color, right? Like color of, I'll do a white with slight transparency or 50% transparency. So that's 255, 255, 255, 0.5. This is what it looks like now. They're a bit squashed. I want to add some more space between them. Just add some margin left. So I can just do margin left. It's going to be 1 rem. Okay, that's fine. The next thing I'll do is give each of them a border on the bottom that I'm actually going to make completely transparent. But then when you hover over them, it will display. So to do that, I've got my nav links. I'm going to say border bottom should be 0.25 rems, solid, but no color. So transparent is one way of specifying that. But then when you hover, nav link hover, we're going to set border bottom color to actually be this transparent white. So there's a border there that is transparent, and now it reveals. Okay, looks decent enough. We can decide if do we want that background color to change when we hover, or the text color. If not, in hover here, I can just say, take that same color. The nav link color is going to be this whitish color too, which is what it already was. We're just overwriting Bootstrap. So if you like that more, we can do that. Also, I'm not even sure if I like the bolded font weight. I might do away with that. Then it's a little bit harder to read. I guess we'll go back. We can decide, or you can decide on your own. So there's that. Let's see, what else? On the body, I'm going to give it a text shadow and a box shadow. So these just take a lot of time to type up. You can just play with one at a time. So here's the text shadow. It's a bit hard to see, but it applies. Can you see that shadow under all the text here, including there? It is tricky to see, but there's a text shadow involved. And then a box shadow just adds a bit of a shadow around the edges. All right. And then after that, I'm actually going to remove the shadow from this button. So that's a button secondary. And I'm going to give it a darker color for the text. And then I'm going to set text shadow to none so that it doesn't inherit from the body. There we are. The only problem we have right now is when I hover, the text defaults to white still. So I'm basically just going to add in the exact same thing, button secondary, but when you hover. So just style it the exact same way. And now we don't get a difference at all. Okay. What else? Let's just lastly address the width here. Let's also log out and just go back home. All right, so we got login and register. Let's make the active link, which is home. Let's make that have a white background. So that's nav link with the class of active. Give it a color of just full white. Let's see how that looks. Cool. And then let's do border bottom color white. There we are. So that makes it clear where we are. Lastly, let's just fix the width of this paragraph. Let's put some text that we actually want to go in there. So I'm thinking, let's go here. We've got our paragraph with the class of lead, and then we break. I think I just want the text like this right here. Whoops. Something like this. Jump right in, explore our many campgrounds. Feel free to share some of your own. Then I think, honestly, this is a bit janky to use breaks to do this, but I'll just put another break right here. Whoops. Not dot, BR. And there we are. That's good enough. Nothing remarkable, but it works for now. So that's our basic homepage. That's all we need. I just want to have something there. So we've still got new, right? We've got register, home. We won't spend much time here at all, but this is where users will come to originally, and then they can just get started. Okay, so it's kind of painful, I recognize. I'm sorry. I recommended that you just copy the code at the end. I still recommend that, but if you are listening to me, you probably stuck it out through the video. So next up, I'm just going to quickly style some of our login forms, make them, or login and register forms, make them a bit more presentable, and then we'll be done with some styles. I hate this part. So next up, let's make this login form look a bit nicer. We'll just use pure Bootstrap. We won't do anything involving custom CSS. I'm going to make it certainly skinnier so it doesn't go all the way across this container. I'm also going to add a little image on top, make it a card with a button that goes full width. It will look nicer with a little shadow on it. So here's our current login template. I'm just going to cut this form out for a moment and get rid of that H1 that says login. I'm going to make a container and give it display flex, justify content center, and align item center. That's just how we get, stuff inside of this div to be centered vertically, horizontally inside the div. Also give it some margin top 5. All right, and then I'm going to use the grid system, so we'll make a row. And then inside of that row, we're going to make this responsive. So column medium 6. And then we'll just start with that. Actually, let's do offset medium 3. So that's saying from medium and above, I want it to be centered in the middle, but on smaller sizes, it won't be. So in that div, I can now add my card class. I'm also going to give it a shadow. And then I'll just paste this in. It's not going to be exactly what we want just yet, but I want to show you the responsiveness. So I'm going to just shrink this down, and there we are. So here it's only 50%. Then below medium, it goes full width. It's in a container, so it doesn't go all the way across, but it looks decent enough if you ignore what's in it. I'm also, while I'm here on that div, I'm going to get rid of my form for a moment. On that div, I'm going to give it on a larger size, extra large. I only want it to be 1/3. And then I'll offset it by another 1/3. So extra large 4. And now if I put that form back in, you'll see it's just smaller. But then it will take up half, so here it's 1/3. Then here we go to, what is this, half right there, and half, and then all the way across the container. Next up, instead of putting my form directly in there, I'm going to put that inside of the card body. Card dash body. Paste that. I'll also add in an H5 with the card dash title class that will say login. Let's see what that looks like. Okay, getting closer. I'm also going to add an image on top, like a cap. So inside of the card, outside of the card body, I'm just going to paste the source in. This is from Unsplash. You could use whatever image you want here. But if you give it the class of card image top, it looks pretty good. Not too shabby. Another thing we can do is set autofocus on one of these inputs. Let's have it autofocus on the username input. So if I refresh, I'm already in there. I didn't have to click. And let's keep going down. Let's add in the button that I'd like. So I'm going to give it a button block class, btn block. That means it will have display a block and it goes all the way across. And that's pretty much it for our login form. Certainly looks nicer than what we had before. And it's responsive, right? Smaller screens. Looks pretty good. Not bad at all. Now I'm going to duplicate that and do the same thing for register. So that's, I guess, in the next video. So boring, but I'm trying to do it quickly. So let's do the same exact thing for our register form. You know what? I think I'm just going to copy this entire chunk of markup over to register. And I'll just put it up top, and then we can modify it. So for example, I know that the text of our card title will be register. And I know that our form, I'm just going to get rid of that entire form and replace that with this form from our register page, the existing one. Put that in there. And then I'm going to give it a button block, btn block down here. Let's see how that looks if I go to register. And there we are. That's pretty much it. I'll give username autofocus as well. Autofocus. Okay. Validation still look good. Put something in there. Awesome. And that's really it. Log in and register. So what else can we work on here that needs work at least? Our new campground form is fine for now. We could do the same thing if we really wanted to, make it wider and have it just be a card in the middle. Maybe we'll add that around it. So if we just copy what we did here, card with shadow. If we go to the campground new form, it's right here. So I'll wrap that with card shadow and then close that div down right here. Oh, and that needs to go in card body. Did forget that. Dot card body. And same thing here. How's that look? It looks okay. I don't know. I think it's fine enough. Did it look better before? Let's go to one of our edit forms and just see what that looks like. Does that look better? Or does that look better? I don't know. This feels a little cramped to me. It's probably fine. Maybe we can add... Should we add the image on top? Okay, now I'm just confusing myself. I can't decide if I like this or not. If you like it, you can keep it. I actually think I'm going to get rid of it. This looks a little bit nicer to me. It still doesn't look amazing, but maybe it's just where the heading is at the moment. I'm not crazy about. So we can rewire this or tweak it later on. I'm just going to undo that. How embarrassing. Okay. Get rid of the card up top. Yeah, that's fine. Let's definitely make it responsive though. So column medium 6, and then below, so offset medium 3. Let's see how that looks. So as I resize, it should go full width. Good. And then as we get larger, it just stays in the middle. That looks good to me. I'm going to copy that and just apply it to our edit form as well. Just the same grid. So just medium 6, medium off, or column medium 6, offset medium 3. Go to edit. And now we should have that same responsiveness. Alrighty. And that's pretty much it. Yeah, that looks good to me. Okay. So that's enough basic styles at this point, nothing revolutionary, but we're at a place where hopefully we can start to deploy. We've got to talk a little bit about security. We need to talk about some common attacks we want to avoid, and then we need to talk about deploying, which is its own whole thing. So that's all coming up. Another quick thing while we're updating some styles and Bootstrap and making things responsive, let's just add a little bit of spacing between these cards here. So if we go to the index template for campgrounds, each card, they're already responsive, medium 4, column medium 8, but on the card itself, that's where I went wrong. I want the margin bottom 3 to be inside the class quotes. So let's refresh, and there we are. We've got a bit of spacing. One more small thing we should do is remove the inline styles that we have on the map containers. So we have a map on our index page, obviously the cluster map here, where we are setting inline styles. I did that for brevity, just to keep things short while we were working on the map. And I did the same thing on the show page, I believe. Where is the map on the show page? Right here. So they're slightly different. They both have a width of 100, but we have a 300 pixel map on the show page versus a 500 pixel tall map on the index page. So I'm going to make a style sheet, just a public style sheet for now. We have home, stars. I'll just call this like app.css. This is our basic style sheet. If we end up having a bunch of other styles and they're different from one page to the next, we can make different styles, or different style sheets rather. But for now, I'm just going to have one style sheet. And we will have, let's go with cluster map as one of the IDs. It will have a width of 100%. And then a height of 500 pixels. And then the other map will go with details map or show map, or maybe just regular map to keep it easy. With 100%, height was 300 pixels. Okay, So now I need to include this style sheet over in my boilerplate. So views, boilerplate, and just up top, we'll include that. So link href is /stylesheets/app.css. And then, unfortunately, it's a couple of changes I need to make, at least for the cluster map. I need to change my template to say, or to have the ID of cluster-map. And I can get rid of this. And in my show template, I should be able to get rid of the, no, where are you? Where's the map? I lost it again. Oh dear. Here it is. Get rid of that. Great. But then I need to actually go into my JavaScript because I'm using that ID, which I changed for the cluster map. So my public directory, JavaScript, cluster map, I was trying to find something with the ID of map. Now it's cluster-map. Okay, let's see if it still works. Still the same height, still the same styles, and same thing here. But now we no longer have those inline styles directly in our templates. We instead have separate style sheets. So a minor change, but also it affords us the opportunity now to write further styles if needed in this app.css. We've set up a style sheet, we've included it, which is something we probably should have done by now anyway. Cool. One more quick thing we might want to do is add some controls to the map, to zoom in and zoom out, to rotate. You can do all of that without controls, but it's just not that intuitive. Especially if you don't use maps all that often. So if you go to the Mapbox documentation, under examples, what I always do if I have a question is just search on examples first. So controls, and there's a whole section for controls and overlays. So let's take a look at that, just the whole section here. I already lost it. Here it is. So we've got things like you can disable scroll zoom, you can locate the user, but what we want is display map navigation controls, just like this. Zoom in and out, and then also if you hold, control and click, you can rotate, and then this gives us a sort of return to normal compass. So if we want those controls, let's look at the code. Nothing mentions it here. We have all of this, something very similar, but then this line, map.addControl, new mapboxgl.navigation control. Okay, that seems pretty straightforward. And if you have questions, now we know the method, add control, and we know what we're trying to create a new instance of, mapboxgl.navigation control. So we can go to the API docs now. We can look at controls. Here's navigation control. It's very simple, only 3 options to pass in. 3 booleans. Do you want the compass? Do you want to show zoom out and zoom in buttons? Do you want to visualize the pitch? And that defaults to false, but we can pass in true if we want. Also, it looks like this add control method allows us to specify where we add something. Top left, top right. But for now, let's just paste this line in, map.addControl, new mapboxgl.navigation control. I'm on the cluster map file. And there we are. We have our controls. Okay. I think that's enough. Like I said, we can add the marker or add the controls to a particular spot. So if we find add control, where is the documentation for that? Not here. Add control, where are you? Methods. Here it is. Okay. Add control. We can specify a position, top left, top right, bottom left, bottom right. It defaults to top right. But we can specify something else. So let's try, let's see, is it the first? So it's the second argument. After that, let's try bottom left just for a bit of diversity there. Okay. And now we get controls on the bottom left. But I'm going to do top right. And I'm also going to duplicate this line and put it over on my show page map. Okay, so I called this map as well, so that should work. Let's go look at one of these. Redwood Horse Camp, and I have my controls on there too. Cool. So that's it, just adding controls to Mapbox. take a look at the docs. They always have helpful examples. So next up, we're going to talk a little bit about some common security issues and how to address them, or at least how to attempt to address them. Security is another one of those topics that really could be a 40, 50-hour course or more. It's a whole discipline, right? There are massive teams just devoted to security. There are security consultants. You hear about issues and hacks all the time at the big companies, and they're supposed to have the best and the brightest working on their code anyway, and yet still things go wrong. So you're not going to be an expert on security. I am not an expert on security. We are just going to hit some of the common, very basic issues. So the first thing we're going to talk about is SQL injection, or in our case, it's NoSQL Mongo injection. So you may have heard of this term SQL injection before. It refers to a really common exploit in the world of SQL, where basically you're writing a database query, a SQL query, that uses part of some user's input to form the query. For example, you're doing a search, and you have a search field. A user can type something in there, and then you use that search field to populate your query, right? You want to use whatever the user is trying to find. You want to use that when you're querying the database. Now, the way that SQL injection works is that it takes advantage of the SQL syntax. I'll just show you a really quick example. We don't really know SQL at this point. We haven't talked about SQL. But imagine you have something like this. This is what SQL looks like. Select everything from the user's table where name equals, and then you are adding in some dynamic username. I don't know, chicken, Colt, horse person, frog leg lover, whatever that username is, it's coming from, let's say, a form input. So you're supposed to just put a username in, and then that's what you're going to search in your SQL database using. But in a SQL injection attack, a very basic version, like the simplest sort of 101 version I'm going to show you, a user doesn't enter just a nice little string of text. They enter something in like this right here. What they're doing here is basically closing the first query, this select star from blah, 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 where name equals. They add in another single quote here to close that query. They add a semicolon. That's how you basically designate the end of a SQL query. And then they can add in their own query. For example, drop table users. That's how you would remove an entire table, an entire collection in Mongo, but in SQL it's a table. So delete all users, or select everything from user info. So these are very simple examples I'm showing you. But the concept is that somebody can inject SQL, their own queries, into some original query. So a lot of people think that with Mongo, with NoSQL databases, we're immune to that. And that's not true. It works differently. The issues, the exploits are different, but there still is such a thing as Mongo injection. Here's a very simple example. Imagine that we were, taking some information from a user, request.body.username, and we are going to go and try and find, I have a typo here, try and find a user where that username matches whatever is in a form or whatever is in request.body.username. So if a user enters something like, Colts, for example, I think we have that over in my Mongo database. If we run that query, here we are. We get with that one user with the username of Colt. But if a user were instead to enter something in that looked like this here, instead of Colt being the username, if they instead entered something a little bit more devious, like this right here, $GT, if you remember that means greater than, quotes. What the heck is that? Well, this is a Mongo operator. And if I put this in place of Colt, and that was a query coming from the user, that was what they entered into a field, find users where username is greater than nothing. So this is empty, meaning all usernames are greater than an empty string. So find all users, or find where all usernames are greater than an empty string, which is always true. So find everything in the user's collection. And if I run that, that's exactly what happens. We find and retrieve all users. Now, that's a very simple example. It's silly. This is one you can find all over the place as just a demo, an intro to Mongo injection. but it kind of shows the potential issue. The way that Mongo operators work and the way queries are constructed, where we use these curly braces, right, nested objects basically, allows for people to manipulate how queries behave, or they allow people to manipulate the original query that we're intending to make. So all that we need to do, at least to address this basic level of attack, is not allow users to have $signs, also periods. We don't want them in any sort of query that we're going to make, any dynamic query coming from a user, any input. So there's a package that helps us do that. It's called Express Mongo Sanitize, and that's pretty much all it does. It removes any keys containing prohibited characters. So $signs or periods, anything from request.body, query, or params. So I'll just show you really quickly. We'll install this. Over here, go to my actual app, npm I express Mongo Sanitize. Great, start it back up. And then we'll go over to our app.js. And the first thing I'll do, I don't need to print out the session anymore. Why don't we just take a look at the query string to start? It's the easiest one just to show you. Console.log request.query. Okay, so right now, no sanitization is taking place. And if I sent a request, let's use the home route. So just localhost 3000. If I request this URL, there's nothing in the query string. But if I add something in, and again, this is silly, but imagine I have $GT equals something like that. All right, the query string right now includes $GT. So that is something we want to prohibit, and we don't want to manually filter that out ourselves. So this package is going to do that for us. All we need to do is include it and then use it. app.use Mongo Sanitize. So we'll include it and then app.use Mongo Sanitize, like that. And now if I try sending the exact same request, what happens? Our request.query is empty. So it doesn't just delete everything. If we have other stuff in there, for example, that equals that, we still get that second part of the query string. And the same holds true for params, request.params, and request.body. It's just not going to allow any keys that contain a $sign or a period. We can also tell it to replace them instead of just removing them entirely. You can specify replace with character. So if we wanted to do that, just show you briefly, replace with an underscore. And now if we make the same exact request, we can see that underscore GT has been added into the query string instead of $sign. All right, so that's a very, very quick intro to Mongo/SQL injection. All right, so the next type of vulnerability we're going to briefly talk about is cross-site scripting, or XSS. So this is a really, really common and potentially very powerful vulnerability. The idea is to inject some client-side script into somebody else's web page. So the way that it works is that some attacker is going to inject their own client-side code, their own scripts that will run in the browser on somebody else's application. So whoever, let's say they're attacking Yelp Camp. Yelp Camp is our own app, right? It's up and running. The cross-site scripting part comes in when somebody tries to inject their own script into our app that typically does something bad, like reports users' cookies or steals users' information or even forces users to take actions they don't want to take. There are lots and lots of lots of current examples of cross-site vulnerabilities that have been exploited. According to Wikipedia here, it says cross-site scripting accounts for roughly 84% of all security vulnerabilities documented, blah, 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 blah. So it's a very prevalent type of attack. Now, we are not going to go into a whole lot of detail on how they work. It's a really fascinating and complicated topic to really get into. But one tool I recommend to give you a brief introduction to how it works is this tool called XSS Game. And it's just a couple of levels that introduces the idea. You basically play the hacker. And it gets harder as you go. You'll have to do some research and use the hints. But I'll just show you the basic example. Here is the simplest intro to cross-site scripting. Right here, this website that we see is asking me to enter some query. So whatever that query is, it performs a search with that query, and then it just displays the query directly in the document. And that part is important because I can enter something like a script tag, or if I were to enter an H1 in here, just to start, that shows us, oh, they're just taking exactly what I enter and just embedding it in the HTML document. So what if I did this? Script alert. Hey, this is cross-site scripting. I'm injecting my own. Oh no, did I just lose it? Come on. I'm injecting my own script to run on somebody else's website. And there we go. We get, this is a game, so they notice that I alerted, and they say, congratulations, you can advance to the next level. Now, the reason this could be a big problem is that if you can get code to run on somebody else's application, there's information that we would be able to access potentially and do something with. So alerting is a classic demo just to illustrate the concept, but there's a lot more that you could do. One thing that you can access through JavaScript are cookies. Now, we'll actually talk about that in a separate video, and it's very easy to make your cookies not available through JavaScript, but a lot of people will have cookies available in their browser under document.cookie. And if you can inject a script, you could just, console.log, document.cookie, but that's not helpful at all. What we want to do is actually take that information from a single user and send it off to somewhere else. Send it to our bad server that I've created. So here's a simple demo. This is basically a script that makes a new image element where we set the source. And whenever you set the source on an image, your browser is going to send a request. So this is just one way of sending a request. So image.source equals, this is some URL that we've created, some server, and then we're passing through document.cookie, which is coming from whoever is loading this web page. So if I put this in a URL, for example, something like this here, somewebsite.com, and then I have this script included in the URL, and then I send this link out to a bunch of people. Maybe I put it through a URL shortener so it doesn't look so bad. People click it in an email. You've probably heard of these phishing scams. You may have come across them before. Basically, code is in that URL, and that code is injected, and it actually runs and does something bad when a user clicks that link or refreshes the page or whatever it is. So this is still a very simple example, but that demo that I just showed you here, if I refresh the page, the way that it works is it's all based around the URL. So if I have script, blah, 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 alerts, just one more time, or let's do a console.log, blah, and then close my script, you can see it there in the URL. It's part of the query string. That's just the way that this form is set up. So anybody who has this link, if they click on it, or if they open this link up, this query will be set to that script. And then that script will execute because it's directly added into the document. So if I did something like this, following that same pattern, I would be able to take users' cookies and send them off to my server somewhere by making a request with this little image.source shortcut. So that's just a really quick intro to cross-site scripting. There are full courses and certifications you can take to understand more about how it works. There are cheat sheets for people. This is actually on the other side of things. For people trying to evade cross-site scripting filters, like the most obvious thing ever to do is what I just showed you. Make a script and just inject that script itself. But then there are other options. For example, making an image and setting the source. And then there are a ton of other options. These are all exploits, things that you can attempt. So it's very complicated, and it's just a crazy world that we're not going to get into very much, except for the fact that we should make sure our app is not vulnerable to the most obvious type of cross-site scripting attack. And that's what we'll cover in the next video. All right, so let's go back to Yelp Camp, and let's see what happens if I try and inject a script, or even just an HTML element to start. So if I edit my campground and change its title, let's say to have an H1 in it, H1 hi, like that, and I update my campground, okay, nothing happens here. This is not treated as HTML. And the reason for that, if I go to my index.ejs, or actually, I guess this is the show page, the reason is that in EJS, whenever we use our, where is an example of that? Where are we doing the title? Right here. Whenever we use this bracket with the equal sign, less than % equals, this is going to escape HTML. So it does not treat this as an actual HTML H1 tag. But if we go to view page source and we scroll down and find it, it ends up escaping it into entity codes. So a less than tag, a greater than symbol rather, not a tag. So the browser does not treat it as HTML. and that's good news. But there is a problem. We are not invulnerable to this issue because we're not escaping in every single situation or every single scenario. There's one place, right now at least, and we could fix this, but there's one place where our elements are actually being treated as HTML. Aha! In our pin, when we open this up here, right, I mean, it's overflowing here, it's way too large, but when we create that description for that pin, we're doing this both on the index and the show page in different scripts, but if we go to our public, let's look at the show page map. Here we are making a marker and then filling it with an H3 that has the campground.title and campground.location. So where's that coming from? Campground.title, let's just start with that. Remember that we had to pass our information over from from Node and from EJS to actual JavaScript so that we have access to Campground. And that's where we did this quirky little thing here. Campground equals, and then this does not have our equal sign in it like it was supposed to escape the HTML. And that's important. Unfortunately, it will break things if we have the equal sign because we want it to treat this as JavaScript to make a variable. So, later on, one thing we could do is just work around this entirely and delete this, and instead use Ajax to make a request to load our campground data. But at the moment, we're not going to do that, and we're instead going to use this as an opportunity to sanitize our input, to make sure that if somebody creates a campground or edits a campground, they cannot include any sort of HTML elements, especially they cannot include scripts, because that will break things at the moment. If I did something like script, alert, hello, or how about just haha, like that, close my script, update, oh boy, our script runs. So that's not good. Somebody could, add a campground in with a script in its title, or somewhere else, they could do something fancy to make it not look as much like a script. But basically, if anybody has this load on their page, this campground, and same thing on the index actually, they're going to see that alert. If I go to the campground's index, they see that alert. Now, an alert is silly, but as I showed you, it's definitely possible to do things like access users' cookies and send them off in a request. So this is bad. It's also breaking our code down here. You can see all this stuff showing up. This is just an annoying side effect of how we're passing this stuff through. Campground equals JSON stringify campground. Well, the browser gets confused because if we view the page source, come on, here it is. You'll see that we end up with this variable here, campground, equal to all of this stuff. And then it hits this closing script tag right there. And it starts to think that this whole thing from here to here is a script. And so it treats that as a script, and that breaks everything. And then this is just markup. And so we see that markup on the page. And you can see it starts with description right there. Basically, it just breaks everything. Not good. So we don't want to allow a user to enter any sort of script anywhere in any of our fields. And we can validate that. Now, unfortunately, we're using Joy, which is not a bad thing, but Joy does not come with its own validation for escaping HTML. Here we are in Joy. I spent a lot of time digging around to see if it did. It doesn't. There is a tool people use in Express called Express Validator, and it does what Joy does, and it also offers sanitization or HTML escaping. The only reason I didn't use it, honestly, is that I just hate the syntax. You basically write everything in an array as part of your route definition. You pass in this array, and you just have these long validations. But it is very useful. But we're just going to write our own version on top of Joy. So this is a bit of extra credits. It's above and beyond what we need to do. We could just replace Joy with this Express Validator tool. But this is also just an opportunity to show you a bit more about Joy. So Joy allows us to create extensions. And these extensions allow us to define things like on string, joy.string, I could do something like HTML safe. Like it has to be HTML safe or escaped HTML or something like that. That doesn't exist at the moment. But I can define my own methods like that Joy will use in its validations. So I've already gone and done that. I've pasted it in here. It is not at all intuitive, to be honest with you, the way that we write this. I have to look at the docs every time. I also found out that the way it works has changed in recent versions of Joy, so the way that I thought I knew how to do it had changed. It's just a little clunky in my opinion. But what I'm doing here is defining an extension on joy.string called escape HTML. So the idea is that I should be able to then do .escape HTML on my string properties. Okay, and the syntax again is kind of odd, but here it is, escape HTML. It needs to have a function called validate. Joy will call this automatically with whatever the value is that it receives. Now, I'm also using a package called sanitize HTML, which I think, here it is, sanitize-html. I'm going to install that to start. npm I sanitize-html. And this package actually does the job of sanitizing the HTML inputs, right? You pass something in, and it's going to strip the HTML tags away, or the script tags, or the image tags, or whatever it is. So I can actually show you that quickly in Node. If I just open up, or if I require sanitize HTML equals require sanitize HTML like that. If I call it on some value, like the string, script alert, like that. If I call it on that, it just gives me an empty string. It sanitizes it. I also can provide options, which is what I'm doing right here. Allowed tags, allowed attributes. I'm saying nothing is allowed. I'm being very strict. You can rule things in or out. You can say, actually, H1s are fine, or paragraphs, or whatever, but not scripts. But I'm just saying nothing is allowed. And then I check to see if there's a difference between the input that was passed in and then the sanitized output. And if there was a difference, that means something was removed. Then we just return this helpers.error string.escape HTML. That's defined up here. It's all this weird Joy syntax. And then the output just says something like campground.title or review.body must not include HTML. So let's try it out now. In order to use this extension, I need to tell Joy to use it. And I don't really tell Joy to use it, but I basically call a function called extend on Joy. So I'm going to call this base Joy. And then I'm going to do a base joy.extend and pass in my extension. And I'm going to call that thing Joy, just so I don't have to change this. Okay, so Joy now equals the old version, the base version of Joy, but extended with this new extension. And that now gives me the option, the possibility of using escape HTML. So I'm going to do that on the title, like that. I'm going to do that on location. Anytime we have text. What else? Body. Cool. So if I take this now and I restart my server, get out of Node. Let's go to some campground. I'm going to have to log in, huh? Okay, try that again. Okay, so Dusty Sands as an example. If I try and leave a review, and this review says, I don't know, script, alert, hi, close the script, it's going to yell at me. I think. Well, it does yell at me, but not for the reason I was hoping. Sanitize HTML, that package that we installed, I never required it. Amateur mistake. Sanitize HTML equals require sanitize dash HTML. Oh, great. Now we got to go through that process again. Log back in. All right, one more time. Make a review, script, alert, hi, like that. Close the script. And moment of truth, can include HTML. All right, let's try some other parts. Let's try editing. Can I put it in there? Nope, cannot have HTML in there. Location. Well, it's still going to complain about the title. So if I fix the title, nope, can't have it in location. So you see where I'm going with this, right? We're still not making our site like magically impenetrable, but we're just preventing that very, very easy attack. That's like the quickest win for any attacker. That's, 101 first 5 minutes of any sort of hacking class, if there are such things. So take a look at this code. I wouldn't freak out about it too much. If you have questions, feel free to ask them, but it's not intuitive. It took me a while to figure this out. The sanitizing part's easy. It's just the syntax for joy is a bit of a, I won't say nightmare, but it's a bit of a mild nightmare. How about that? Okay. Next up, we've got a couple of other things we should talk about around security and vulnerabilities. Next up, there are a couple of pretty simple changes we can make around our session and cookies. So this will be pretty quick. The first thing that we've actually already done, if you remember, I set up this HTTP only thing on the session config object. This basically says that our cookies, at least the ones that are set through the session, are only accessible over HTTP. They're not accessible through JavaScript. So if somebody were to write a script or somehow, write some JavaScript that executes on our site and extracts cookies, they would not be able to see our session cookie. So if I log in here quickly, we just take a look at our application. We already talked about this very, very briefly, but in here, I think some of these are actually coming from the map, unfortunately. Mapbox adds a bunch of cookies in here. But session ID right here, HTTP only is checked. So it's not accessible through JavaScript. Also, if we add in secure and set that to true, this is actually going to break things for us right now. But I'm going to leave it in here and comment it out. I'll show you how it breaks things. Basically, it says that this cookie should only work over HTTPS. So HTTP secure. You've probably seen HTTPS before. Localhost is not HTTPS. It's not secure. So that cookie is not going to work. If I log in, Colt, it does not treat me as if I'm logged in. It still says log in. I don't see deletes, even though I own this review and I own this campground. And that's because we set up this secure true. Now, when we deploy, we probably want that. Well, we definitely want that to be the case, just so people are only accessing our sites over HTTPS, or at least the cookies can only be configured over secure connections. That's really what it's saying, that the cookies can only be changed or configured over HTTPS. So I'll leave that in there and comment it out. One other thing we should do that's a quick win and is recommended is change the default name of our session. So right now it's connect.sessionid, I believe, but we can actually provide our own name in here, like name equals blah, just to start. And if I refresh the page, I'll log in and go to application again. There's blah now. This is what the name of the cookie is. Instead of, this is the old one that browser still stores, instead of session ID or connect.sid, which is the default, somebody could know, that's what I want to look for. That's what I'm, hoping to extract from this user. I'm going to write a script and it's going to ask for everybody's connect.session ID, and then I'll be able to basically steal their session information and pretend to be them and log in. We don't want that. So, we've put in some other measures to hopefully protect that or protect against that. But one easy one is just to come up with some other name. So I wouldn't go with blah, but just some other name that's not the default that, people would already be on the lookout for. So probably just session or something, just to start. We're not trying to hide this. It's just we don't want to use the default name. Okay. Another thing to be aware of when you are deploying or you're creating an application for production purposes is that you don't want to be giving your users development errors. You don't want them to see like a stack trace, for example, which at the moment we are doing. So let me see if I can, I could trigger an error very easily here. If I delete the title, no, okay, that was wrong. Let's put a title back in there. If I do something like this, which will cause a validation error, we get campground.price must be a number. So that's fine. But this in here, we don't really want a user to see. And that makes sense. This tells users a bit about how our files are set up, what line is causing things to go wrong. And it's just information. It's a bad experience, but also it's information we probably don't want a user to see. So one option for now is just, we have this line already, right? Process.env.node environment. We can just check what that is in our error template, and then just decide based upon this right here if we're going to render the error stack. So just like that, and then close that right there. Whoops. So nothing should change for us at the moment because we're only running in development mode. And actually, if we do try and run in production, I believe other things will break. So here's how you can do this from the command line. Node env equals production. And yeah, our Mapbox SDK freaks out because we don't have the access token anymore. If we look at our app.js, right, we're requiring this .env, but that's only in development, not production. So if we're in production, those credentials are missing. So, I mean, I guess I could just show this to you. Just always use those credentials, just for now. Okay. Now, yeah, it's warning me about this memory store. That's fine. We'll fix that. Now, if I log back in and generate some error, okay, we don't see the stack trace. So super tiny thing, relatively easy fix. Just don't display the error stack outside of development. So the final security related topic that we'll cover for now is a package called Helmet. It's a very popular package that comes with a set of how many? 11 middleware that all have to do with HTTP headers, changing the behavior, turning on or off, or manipulating headers, and all in the name of security. So we're not going to go over how they all work. The docs are pretty good. If you have questions about any of them, you can read more information, for example, on what the heck FrameGuard does and what the Xframe options header does. It helps you mitigate clickjacking attacks. Well, what's clickjacking? You can read about it here. So we don't have time and we don't need to care about how all of these work, although it's definitely worth trying to look into. But the point of Helmet is that you don't have to get into the nitty-gritty. You can just tell your app to use it. Now, there is one thing that will be mildly annoying when we first start using it. So if I just go to my app, npm I helmet, and we just install it, and then we require it in our app, we're going to organize this app at some point, but const helmet equals require helmet, like that. And then we just do an app.use with our helmet. I don't know why I said our helmet, but app.use helmet. That automatically enables all 11 of the middleware that Helmet comes with. So instead of individually selecting the ones that we want, which we can do, we can just do all of them at once. But there's one problem, which we're going to get into actually in the next video. One of these, called Content Security Policy, is not going to be happy with some of our application. If I start my app up and I go to localhost anything, let's just go back to the home page. My image isn't loading? What's going on? What are all these things? Refuse to load the script, popper, bootstrap, unsplash. And then they all say, because it violates the following content security policy directive. Same thing if I go to campgrounds, our maps won't load. So something weird is going on, and it all has to do with content security policy. And that's because Helmet by default includes as one of its middleware, one of 11, this content security policy middleware, which it just for now, let's just say it screws things up. In the next video, we'll talk about how we can control it. For now, we can disable it just by passing in an option. So this is referrer policy, but if we pass in, an object that says content security policy false, that should disable it. So content security policy false for now. And now if I try and load those pages, is it still angry? There we go. We're back to normal and it works. So we get the map, we get our images, we get the styles. If I go home, everything loads correctly. Okay, so I'll just show you a quick example of what Helmet does. If I send a request, just say get request to localhost/campgrounds, like that, send. Let's look at the response headers we get back. There are a couple of them in here that would not be here otherwise. So I think I'm going to now disable Helmet just so we can compare and contrast. Okay, so I just made the exact same request. Now with Helmet disabled, these are the response headers I get back, and then this is what I got back earlier. So there's 15 versus 7. So we have 8 new headers that just weren't there at all. And if we take a look at one of them, for example, X frame options or XSS protection. Each one of those is mentioned on here. So we said frame guard, that sets an X frame options header. You can see it there. And again, we don't really need to know or care about what that means. It just makes our app more secure, makes it harder to do something called a clickjacking attack. XSS filter, we talked about cross-site scripting. This actually, somewhat surprisingly, is going to disable built-in cross-site scripting filters on older buggy browsers because it is buggy. And it does that by setting this header x-xss-protection to 0. It also does things, let's just take a look at one more. No sniff sets the X content type options to no sniff right there. So this is all coming from Helmet. It's just sitting there adding in different headers and manipulating headers in the response, and they all have to do with security. In this case, setting X content type options to no sniff helps mitigate MIME type sniffing, and you can read more about that here. I'm a broken record, but that's kind of the point of Helmet. You don't have to understand everything. You just need to be able to add it into your app, and it's large enough, and you can trust the fact. I guess in the real world, you should, if this was a production app that had a lot on the line and credit cards involved and lots of users, then I wouldn't just use Helmet without digging into exactly what each one of these options actually does, and you would have some security experts at that point anyway. But for us, it's trusted by lots of developers, especially for just a standard Express stack. So that's kind of the basics of Helmet. 11 built-in middleware, you can pick one or use all of them. You can single one out to not be used like we're currently doing. And then in the next video, we will be using this middleware. We just have to talk about what the heck it is. Okay, that's coming up. Okay, so if we go back to just using regular Helmet, we don't turn off that one content secure policy middleware. It breaks everything. Well, I shouldn't say everything. It breaks a lot in our app. Images don't load. The map doesn't load. What else? Certain scripts aren't going to work. I mean, there's a lot of red here in our console, and they all say something around content security policy. So what is that? Well, if we go to Helmet and we look at it, it tells us that this one middleware sets the header called Content Security Policy, which helps mitigate cross-site scripting attacks. All right, you can read more about it here. So let's go there and let's read more about it. So CSP is this basically an extra layer of security that allows us to specify on this one application, this one website that you're on right now, you're only allowed to display images from, Unsplash. You're only allowed to run scripts that come from this website, and you're only allowed to, display fonts or request fonts from this website or from wherever. Like, you can specify a list of acceptable sources, and that's kind of the whole point of content security policy. It's about designating your own policy, what's allowed and what's not allowed for things like images, scripts, fonts, media, objects. There's all these different directives is what they're called, and for each one you can specify the locations that this type of resource is allowed to be loaded or fetched from. For example, if you're looking at font source, you could specify what you'll see most frequently is things like self, which just refers to the same origin where whatever document is being served. So if we set font source to be self, it would just be saying from our Yelp Camp app, if there is a font that we have as a file. But it would not allow us to use fonts from Google Fonts, for example. So we could also specify a URL, Google Fonts, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, that's the very basic idea. Let me show you a simple example here. When we configure the content security policy in Helmet, we actually pass in, or we can pass in our own options. The default looks like this. Default source, self. Font source, self. What else? Image source, self. So these are all different directives that have been set. And in fact, if I send a simple request with Postman, this is what I will get back. Content security policy, this right here. It's hard to read, I guess, but it's basically the content security policy. My browser sees that and it decides, oh, I see, we're only allowed to load fonts from this place. We're not allowed to load fonts from Google Fonts. We're only allowed to load images from Self. So Unsplash is not allowed as an example. But if I have a local image, it would be allowed. So to configure our own policy, because the default policy is not going to work for us, it looks like this. Content security policy, directives, and then we specify default source, script source, object source, upgrade and secure requests if we need. These are all different things that we can specify. And it's kind of a lot of work to do it well. So I've already done it here. And I just recommend you copy this and tweak it to whatever works for your application if you've made some changes. What complicates things right now is that we have quite a few different CDNs and different files and scripts that we're loading from non-self sources. They're not local to our application. So we could definitely smooth things out if we just downloaded some of those. And I probably will do that. It just takes kind of an annoying amount of time to do on video to go download the right files, put them in the right folders, link to them correctly. It's not a big deal. But basically, right now I just have some arrays I've set up. So these are sources for scripts that we want to allow. So actually, we're not using jQuery, so we don't need that. But we're doing some CDN stuff from JS Deliver, some from Cloudflare, Mapbox, tiles.mapbox, Bootstrap CDN. We need that. And then we have the same thing for style source URLs. These are, this is so complicated to really go in depth on, so I'm not going to. Basically, these are 3 different arrays, and if you realize, oh, I actually also have a script from this other URL, and I need to include that, you can put it in this array. Then we actually configure Helmet, and that's what I'm doing here. I'm specifying, as an example, for images, I want images to come from self, which is this URL. We're not going to worry about blob and data. They do need to be there, but again, it's just too much. It's a lot of detail to go into. This is something at a large company, like 1 or 2 people are in charge of, and they configure for the entire application. So it's not a huge issue at the moment. I'm just giving you the configured content security policy setup. And then we want to specify, for example, res.cloudinary.com / whatever your name is that the images are hosted on for your account. So right now, if I use this, we'll just show you what it generates in Postman. This content security policy includes a lot more. And if I try and refresh this page, we should see fewer red errors, but we still have a problem with our images. Yeah, you can see there, because we are not allowing Cloudinary images from my URLs, which if we just go look at my specific setup, it's going to be different than yours because you have a different password, or not password, but you have a different name on Cloudinary. So that's mine right there. I also, I could look in my .env file, but basically I want to put that to allow images from my Cloudinary uploads. Now if I refresh, those images are allowed. So, we can take a look, see if we're getting any other issues. All looks good so far. And if you do add new scripts in, you want to add those in to this array. And we could move this into a separate file. It's a lot of work. But I hope you can understand the basic idea. We're restricting the locations that we can fetch resources from. So I'm only deliberately including Mapbox and Font Awesome and bootstrapcdn.com as places where I want to be able to have my application fetch scripts from. So if somebody tries to inject something else in there, and there's a request going off to some other URL, some other host that I have not allowed, then it's not going to be allowed by the browser. So very useful, even if it is quite restrictive at first and a lot to take in. So you could read a ton about how this all works. I, again, want to keep this as brief as possible, so I'm just going to stop talking. I will put a note in here, though. So I'll just put a comment, I guess, right there. This should match your Cloudinary account. Okay, and that's pretty much it for our basic security setup at this point. Do not leave this section having the false impression that your app is watertight. There are still, I'm sure, many vulnerabilities, many issues. So we'll fix some of them as students point them out. But also, it's just a constant battle, constant process, especially when we're depending on other tools. Some of the packages we have might have their own vulnerabilities and their own issues that, things just can go bad very easily. So keep that in mind, right? This is not to make you a security expert. It's just to show you the bare minimum you should do for your own Express apps. And unfortunately, this one little piece, setting that one header, content secure policy or security policy, is kind of a pain, but it's worth doing. Just remember, if you do change something in your app and you add in a new font or a new script that you're loading from somewhere else or a new location for images, you decide to use a different image API, the CSP, the policy is not going to permit that as it stands currently. So you'll need to modify these URLs. So that's pretty much it. Next up, we're moving on to deploying. So this next chunk of videos is all about deploying our application, which is a decent amount of work. Things are different when we go from local development, right, our own little local Mongo database, everything's on localhost, up to the real world. There are some changes that need to be made. And we're going to start with our Mongo database. So right now, our entire app, the entire database is in a single local database. I think I'm just calling it, Yelp-Camp? Yelp-Camp. That is not really going to work for us when we are in production. I mean, we could theoretically connect to the same database, but it's going to be very difficult because of the fact that when we deploy an application, it's no longer running on this machine, on my laptop. Instead, it's running on a server somewhere, a Heroku server, an AWS server, somebody else's, usually these days at least, unless you own your own infrastructure, your own servers and all of that. It's usually hosted somewhere else. And then my database is on my machine. That Mongo database is here. So I would have to find a way to, serve this Mongo database over the internet myself and then connect to it, let's say from Heroku, which is what we'll be using. Or I would need to export my data from this local database and then somehow sync it up with a database that we're using on Heroku. It's just not that easy. But more importantly, we want a separation. We want a development database and a production. At least a lot of the time we do. That way we can play around with things, tweak things. We can delete data and not worry that it's real user data. So in this video, we're going to set up our production database, which is not going to be a local instance of Mongo at all. We're going to use something called Atlas, which is one of Mongo's cloud database services. It's a product from Mongo, a paid product, but there's a free tier. And the entire product is basically a Mongo database as a service, a global cloud database service for modern applications. So we're going to create a new Mongo database that we don't actually store on our machine at all. It's stored in the cloud, and then we can connect to it very easily. Well, relatively easily. And there are other reasons to use Atlas. One of the main reasons, well, for us at least, is that it makes it very easy to manage permissions and privacy, security. We can set up a user and a password very easily. With a graphical user interface, you can manage all of that. You can see all the fancy visualizations of what's happening with your database, and it's just used a lot in the real world. So it's a good opportunity for us to use this. It's free. The database itself is just like any other Mongo database. So we don't need to change any of our logic or anything like that. It's still Mongo, but it's just not hosted on our machine. So we need to make an account. If you go to mongodb.com, Cloud Atlas right there. Start free, and then sign up. Again, no credit card, fortunately. So go through this process, and I'll fast forward. And then you should see something like this here where it's asking you to pick a tier. We are going with the free option. So shared clusters, this is for learning MongoDB or developing small apps. When it says shared clusters, that means we don't get our own dedicated cluster. So it doesn't really matter what that all means. It's free, and that's all that matters for us at the moment. But in the real world, if you're working on a really large application, Mongo makes a lot of money from this. This is a service people care about. It's very useful, and they charge for it. And this isn't even their enterprise stuff. But let's just create a cluster for free. And then we'll need to pick, I'm just going to leave the defaults, AWS and North America, Virginia. Wherever you are in the world, it will probably highlight one for you and recommend one. This won't make an impact on the syntax or what we need to do. So we just pick that. It's good to go. You can give that cluster a name if you want. Create cluster. And it will take a little bit. It says 1 to 3 minutes. All right, so that finally finished for me. I think it actually took a bit more than 3 minutes, but now thankfully that's finished. So this is minimized on my machine, but you probably see something like this. These are actually steps we want to go through. So the next thing that it's telling us to do is create our first database user. And that's something we haven't used so far. Database users also exist on our local Mongo instance, or right now they don't actually exist. We don't have any, but it's a capability of Mongo where you can have different users with different permissions. Basically, anybody could connect to this database right now. I mean, it's on my machine, only on localhost. But what would stop someone if this was a hosted database like Atlas is, and somebody found the URL, they could just connect to that database, and that would be a problem. So we set up a user with a password. So we're going to do that right now. It tells us how: database access, and then add a new database user. And we're going to authenticate with a password, as they recommend. We're going to come up with some password to start. So just auto-generate one. And I'm just going to copy that. We will need that password. And then we also want to make sure we come up with some username. And I'll just call this, our first user. It really doesn't matter. Our first user. Great. Come up with whatever username that you want there. Put a password in there. Make sure you have that password. Database user privileges. Read and write to any database. That's fine. And then we're not going to restrict access. We're not going to make it a temporary user. Okay. I'm not going to save that there. Great. Now that we have that done, we can almost connect to our database. The next thing we have to do, which is also kind of annoying, is whitelist our IP address. So whitelisting just means basically approving the IP addresses which can access our cluster. And right now there are none that have been approved. So we need to go here. You can either manually type your IP address, you can allow access from anywhere, or add your current IP address, which is what I'm going to do. So I'm going to click this and then click confirm. Okay, so that's done. And then I'm just going to go to connect to your cluster. And to do that, it's pretty easy. We click connect here. And then we need to specify how we want to connect. And we're going to connect through an application. And then we can select node. Basically, it's just going to give us a URL. So if we copy this URL, I'm just going to come over here into my Express app. I'll just paste it for a moment so you can see what this looks like. It is a URL, MongoDB plus serve, and then our first user. And then it told me before I moved to this window, I need to actually put the password, the real password, in here. And then here's the rest of the URL. So basically, I need to connect to this URL and fill in my password. So what I'm going to do is put this in my .env file for now. So here it is. I'm going to call it just db URL for now, equals that. And then I'm going to put the actual password in here and save. Now, if everything went well, I should be able to access process.env.db URL. And I'm going to do, I guess I'll just do it right here for now. I'm going to come up with a variable. I'll call it database, or just, db underscore URL. No, that's not very JavaScripty. How about that? db URL equals process.env.db URL. That has to match what I named it in my .env file. And once we get to deploying with Heroku and everything, we actually won't be putting these variables in a file. We will configure them in a different way. But for now, I just want to make sure that this works. So I'm going to cut this out. I'll keep it as a comment so that if we screw up, we can come back to this URL. But now I'm going to connect to db URL, which is just in a variable. Process.env.db URL. It should be whatever you put in the .env file. And again, we want to do that so that we're not showing people that password. If anyone gets access to our code, if we put it on GitHub or something, Mongo doesn't put the password in there yourself. You still need to fill that password in with the correct password. Okay, so let's see what happens now if I try and connect. In our terminal, it looks okay so far. It says database connected. And we would be able to tell if it worked. If I refresh, we shouldn't really see any campgrounds. And we don't. That's good news. I could try just making a new user really quickly. This one will be Colt. This is on a completely different database. I'm connected not locally, but to my Atlas database. And if I come take a look over here, I can click on collections right here. And it takes a moment, but I see users as a collection, and I can actually view the information in there. So, this is obviously important to keep secure and protected, but there we are. It is working. And this is an important first step for deploying to Heroku or wherever we deploy to. But I don't always want to be using this database, certainly not in development mode. So what I'm going to do is honestly just comment that line out for now. Keep it there so that when we deploy, we have a record of it, but we're just going to stick with our local database for now. So I'll just paste that in again. All right, so now if I refresh, we should go back to having all of our campgrounds, and we do. Okay, so we have our Atlas database set up. We set up a user, we set up a password. We had to whitelist our IP address. By the way, if you got a connection error and it said something about having trouble connecting, it usually makes a suggestion like, did you whitelist your IP address? Go back and do that if needed. You'll know if it's needed. And that's pretty much it. So that's our first step. We're not actually using that database anymore, but it is here so that we can use it going forward when we deploy. Next up, we're going to configure our session. The next thing we'll do is configure our application to store the session information using Mongo. So we talked about this a very long time ago. The fact that the default storage mechanism or location, I guess, for Express Session, if we don't specify a store, it uses a memory store. It manages things in memory, and then that can be very problematic because it doesn't scale well. It just can't hold very much information. It's non-performant. So we're not going to do that in a production environment. Instead, we're going to use Mongo. And it's pretty easy to configure. There's a tool to help us do this called Connect Mongo. And I'm going to start by installing that. So over in my terminal, npm I connect-mongo. And I'll just start the server back up after that. And then what we need to do is require it. So that's the easy one. We require it, and then we immediately execute it. It's a function. We execute it, and we pass in whatever session, Express session, we usually call it just session, the contents of that entire package. So let's do that. We'll worry about reorganizing this file in a bit. So that's just requiring it. Make sure nothing goes wrong there. Great. Now we scroll down to where we're actually using our session. We configure it here, right? And then we do our app.use session config. And the default store is that memory store. Instead, if we want our session information to be stored in Mongo, we need to now use that Mongo store that we just required, that Mongo Connect tool. And to do that, before this session config, I'm going to create a new store variable, which will be a new MongoDB store, or I guess I just called it Mongo store. And then in here, we need to specify the URL. And to begin with, this will eventually be in production at least, our actual URL from Atlas, but I'm just going to paste in, actually, why don't we do this in a separate, just like this, db URL equals this string for now, okay? And then we'll connect to that db URL. So I don't have to, write this in two places. So we have this variable. We are going to use the same Mongo database. There's not really an issue with that, but you could also have a separate database. So I'm not talking about the same collection, right? This is different collections for session versus users versus whatever else, campgrounds and reviews. But I am saying we're using the same exact database location, which is fine. So we pass in that URL, and then we also specify a secret if we want. So I'll add a secret as an environment variable later. For now, I'm just going to use the same secret that we're using right there. Let's see, what else? We need to specify this option called touch after. I'll explain what that does if we go to the docs. I'm pretty sure they talk about it. Here we are. If you're using a newer version of Express Session, you don't want to resave all the session on database. Every single time that the user refreshes the page, you can lazy update the session by limiting a period of time. So this is referring to basically unnecessary resaves, unnecessary updates where the data in the session has not changed. So if the data has changed, if it needs to be updated, it will be saved and updated. But if it is exactly the same as it was, please don't continuously update every time a user refreshes the page. Do it once every 24 hours, for example, which is what we're saying here. So it's in seconds. So we'll do touch after 24 hours times 60 minutes in an hour times 60 seconds, because it needs to be in total number of seconds, not milliseconds, but seconds. This down here is milliseconds. Very confusing. All right, so that just makes our store, and we're using our local database at the moment. Then we just pass that in, but we have the option to look for errors. So if there are any errors, let's just do a console.log, store error or session store error, and then print it out. And then we just pass that directly in to our session config object. Just call it store like that. Or we can do that, store equals store, but I'm not going to do that. And now our session has this object being passed in, session config, that contains a property called store, and it should now use Mongo to store our information. Now let's see if it actually works. Any errors over here? Yes, Mongo store is not a constructor. And there we are, I misspelled. If we want this to be MongoDB store, which is what I did initially, then this just needs to be MongoDB store as well. It did not match what I imported. Let's try that again. Okay, it looks good. Let's go over to our Mongo database. Well, let's just see, if our session works at all. So I'm going to sign in, log in, Colt. Okay, it appears that I'm logged in. Let's just verify. Yep, I stay logged in. That's good news. Now let's go look in our database. So here's my Mongo shell, and I'm just going to do a show collections. Okay, look at that. A new sessions collection. I did not create that myself. And then let's do a db.sessions.find and just look at what's in there. And here we are. This is our session object. And there's only one session going right now. But if I open this up in a different browser, which I'm happy to do in just a second, you can see stuff in here like, the session information. Let's see, is there any flash or anything? There's nothing really in here for you to look at. We do see when it expires. So this information is not just going to be permanently stuck in here. It's automatically, I believe, after 14 days is the default. You can change that. But after 14 days, everything in there is removed. Well, not everything, but for each individual session, it only lasts 14 days. As it says here, by default, it uses this blah, blah, blah to have Mongo automatically remove expired sessions. But you can change this behavior, but we don't need to. We want that behavior. So I'll just go sign in somewhere else in Safari maybe. So here I'm in Safari. I'll log in as, I think we have Todd, I believe. Head back to our shell, and now we have another document in our collection for the sessions collection. All right, so we are successfully using Mongo now. It's just a better option. We're not relying on that default sort of very, very basic memory store. Instead, we've got a fancy Mongo store. Cool. All right, so next up, it's time to work on actually deploying our app, which will take a little bit. It's not instantaneous, but this will be our first step. We're going to be using a tool called Heroku. It's one of many similar tools. It's a platform to store and serve and host our applications. Thankfully, they have a free tier. You'll notice it sometimes takes a little bit of time to wake up your app if no one's visited it in a while. You can pay more money to have more resources allocated, and it's really indistinguishable, at least in my opinion, from a lot of these other platforms. So you could swap Heroku for something else, but know that I'm choosing Heroku because it tends to be the friendliest for beginners to deploy things like Express apps. That doesn't mean it's going to be a perfectly friendly experience. Here, let me explain our end goal. Our goal is to get our app to run on Heroku's machines, okay? But there are things we need to configure. There are settings we need to change. So we have our environment variables. We need to install node packages. That all needs to happen on a machine that's not ours. So that's enough. It's hard enough to do that locally on our machine. But then when we've got to go through this extra layer of trying to command a computer that is not in front of us and going through Heroku's commands and all that stuff instead, sometimes it's a little frustrating. But we'll go through it step by step. And the first step is actually creating your Heroku account. So there's no credit card required. Go ahead, sign up for an account if you want to deploy. And I already have an account that I'll be using. When that finishes, or when you finish that, you'll need to verify your email. So make sure you do that. You'll click on that link. It's going to ask you to type in a password. And then when that's done, you then need to install the Heroku CLI, command line interface. This allows us to use a bunch of command line Heroku tools, which are really, really important, very useful. and it's how we're going to get our code from our machine up to Heroku. So in order to install it, you need to follow the instructions depending on your platform. If you're on Windows, you just download the installer. If you're on a Mac, you need to copy this and run this in your command line. So go ahead and do whichever one makes sense. It might take a little bit, especially if you're on a Mac and you're using Homebrew here. It can take a little bit of time. You also need to make sure you have Git installed. If you don't have Git installed, follow these instructions too. So a good amount of installation before we can actually do anything. So after that is completed, the next step, and this is all documented in a text document that you should see as one of the lectures in this section, because I find it easier just to go through step-by-step text or bullet points instead of watching a video. So that's there if it helps. The next thing we need to do is log into Heroku with our command line client. So here's how we do that. Once you have hopefully correctly and successfully installed the Heroku command line tools, we now need to call a command called Heroku login. And this is to log in on our machine here. And then it tells us press any key to open up the browser to log in, or type Q to get out of here. So hit any key, should open up the browser, and then it asks me to log in here. So go through that. Okay, cool, I'm logged in, I can close that, and then come back to my terminal, and it should say successfully logged in. We now are logged in to Heroku, very important step. And I'm gonna stop there for now. So that's just setting everything up. It has nothing to do with our app. We're just getting ready to deploy or to be able to deploy. In the next video, we'll actually try and deploy our application. Okay, so that's coming up next. All right, so if you're at this point, make sure you went through the previous video, you logged into Heroku in the command line. With the Heroku CLI, you ran Heroku login and all of that, and it worked. Because now we're going to run a special command called Heroku create. And this will actually make a new app for us on Heroku. It doesn't push our code up. It doesn't do anything like that. It's just making space for us. But before you run that, make sure that you are in the top level of your application. You can see your package.json, your app file. Don't be nested in controllers or public or anything like that. So Heroku create, like that. And it should make us a new application. And really all that means is that it makes a URL for us that's, for now, we're not going to change. You can change it. You can configure it to use some domain name that you own. We're not dealing with that at all for the moment. So it just makes us one of these nature-y themed URLs, and it also makes space for us. It does a couple of other things behind the scenes. For example, if you go to your dashboard and refresh, you should now see whatever that app was called. Mine was Limitless Mesa. Yours will be different. It's the whole point. We should see that showing up though. Okay, so if I go to that URL, just paste it in, we see a generic default Heroku message. It says, basically, I know that there will be an app here, there should be an app, or I have space for an app, but there's nothing that's been deployed. So now we need to work on deploying our application. And before we do that, I'm going to make some changes to our app. I'm going to go into my app.js and change what we did with our database URL. I'm now going to say database URL is process.env.db URL or this URL. So there needs to be a db underscore URL, and that should be configured, and we'll do that shortly. It should match up with our URL from Atlas, our Mongo Atlas URL. So that has, the username, the password, that whole thing in there. Also, we'll make sure this db URL variable is still being used here. It's being used here to make our Mongo store for the session. I'm also going to change the secret now to be, how about just const secret equals process.env.secret, or this will just be like a development backup. Okay, so then here, I'll just pass in secret now. And then same thing here, just secret, which will be on Heroku, will be an environment variable that we configure. All right, so that's the first couple of things that I can think of. We may run into some other issues that we need to change. And that should be it. We should be ready to actually try and push our code up. In order to do that, we will use Git. And the first thing I'm going to do is make a file. I already have done this, but make a file called .gitignore. And in this file, it needs to be in the top level directory of your app. It needs to have a dot in there. It needs to be exactly gitignore. I've specified these two things: ignore my .env file and ignore my node modules directory. I don't want Git to care about those. I don't want to track them. I don't want to push them up to Heroku or GitHub or anywhere else for that matter. So I'm going to do that. You don't have to, but node modules is useless to push up to Heroku because it's going to reinstall all the packages we need and make its own node modules folder. So don't do that. And then .env, we're going to configure our env variables, environment variables, ourselves. So we don't want that to go up there. The env file is just for development purposes. Okay, then I'm going to go to my terminal. This is the big moment here. If I type git remote -v, this is a git remote. It's called Heroku. It's just a URL that we can push our code up to. The command we're going to run before we do anything else is git add. I'm going to just add everything and then commit everything. Ready to, I don't know, try deploying. Like that. Alrighty. And then we're going to do a git push Heroku master. So this code right here is saying push our code from master, which is just the default branch we're on, push that up to Heroku, that remote that was created. So we didn't make that, but it should be a Heroku URL, a destination to push our code to. And when this happens, it takes a while and it can go wrong very easily. Let's see. You can see it detected a Node app. It's creating an environment for us. It's installing Node and NPM. It added 252 packages. It's installing those packages. It's building the app. It's compressing. Oh, good. Build succeeded. Okay, so I can tell you right now it's not going to work, but it's close to working. If I refresh the page, I should see something hopefully different. It may just time out and we won't see anything. Yeah, great. Application error. So in the next video, we'll talk about how we see the actual error messages, what's going on, and how do we fix it. Okay, so we got an application error. What is going on? It doesn't tell us what's wrong. Normally, I would just look in my terminal, right? And I would see the error here. But this app is not running on our machine right now. So how do we see the logs? How do we see the output from our server on Heroku? Well, they give us the command that we can run, Heroku logs -- tail. So let's run that. It's going to connect to Heroku and figure out what's going wrong. Well, it doesn't figure out what's going wrong. It's going to just grab the output of Heroku's server for our application, just our Node app, and then pipe it over, send it to our terminal. So what's going on here? Let's see. Missing script. Start. So Heroku doesn't know what to do with our application. We've been running nodemon app.js, right? Heroku needs to know to run our app, and it needs to know how to run it. So we need to designate our own script to do that. And that's pretty easy. In our package.json, right there, there's a scripts section. And we can add our own script in here. We'll call this one start. That's a default thing that Heroku will look for. It's going to try running npm start. And then in here, we'll just do node app.js. Just like that. That's the name of our app. Also, let's see. This is not supposed to be uppercased, so it's not a big deal. We're not deploying this or we're not registering this as an npm module or anything, but you're not supposed to have an uppercase name at all, no uppercase letters. So we made that change. We can run that ourselves here just so you know how that works. npm start is now going to run that script and it starts our app. Nice and easy, right? Okay. Now, before we push our code up again, because we have to do that anytime we make a change, there's another thing I know for sure that we want to change, which is the port that we're serving on. So far, we're just hard coding 3000, but on Heroku, there's actually a port that is specified. I believe the default is 80 on Heroku. So what we can do is basically the exact same thing that we have done already. Const port equals process.env.port. That will be present automatically on Heroku. That will be set to something, usually 80. And then if it's not available, like if we're in local development, then just default to 3000. So now if I start my app, at least here, right, NodeMon app, it's on port 3000. We're always saying 3000, which is kind of annoying, but I can instead replace that with the actual port number. Just use a string template literal. Okay. And we should see serving on port 3000 in this case. And that's what we see, 3000. But when we push to Heroku, this will not be used. Instead, there will be an actual port variable that's available, and we'll be using that port. If we don't do this step now, we just get an error saying, it doesn't know what port we're supposed to use. Okay. So now we go over to our app. Anytime we make these changes, we're going to add the changes, git add dot, git commit, and I'll just say, add start script. All right, and now we can do a git push Heroku master once again. And this goes through that process. It takes our code, pushes it up to Heroku, but it also is going to rebuild the app on Heroku. And hopefully, I can tell you it's not going to work immediately, but hopefully we get a new error, a different problem after this runs. Okay, build succeeded. Let's go back to our Heroku app, refresh. Oh, what do you know? Another application error. So let's copy this, go to our terminal, and what's the problem now? Let's see. Cannot create a client without an access token. All right, so that's a good problem to have. That means that our app has been started. The server is trying to start. You can see it ran node app.js, but it couldn't find any of our tokens. So it would be the same error that we get on our machine locally if we didn't specify a Mapbox token or whatever else needs a token. And that's because our environment variables are not configured. And that's hopefully the final step or the final big step. And that's what we're going to talk about in the next video. Okay, so we need to configure our Heroku environment variables. The way that we did this locally on our machine for development purposes was our .env file, the actual file called .env. We don't do that with Heroku. Instead, we can configure our own environment variables in two ways. First of all, if you go to the dashboard of your application, and then we go to settings right here, we then have the option to specify config variables here. So I could write something like, what do we have in our application? We've got secret, and then I can specify secret right here. And this will add secret with this value to my process.env as a process variable, an environment variable rather. So we need to do this for every single environment variable that our application is relying on. So that includes, let's see, a couple of things. DB URL, that includes also secrets, basically everything in our .env file at this point. So I'll start with my Mapbox token, and then I'm going to paste the corresponding value in right there and add. And then I'm going to do that, or you could do that for every other variable that you need in your application. So there's the Mapbox token, there's the 3 Cloudinary pieces, there's the key, there's the token, there's the name, API name. Then we have our database URL and our secret. So this is one option for configuring them. You can also do it from your command line if you prefer. It looks like this: Heroku config : set, and then some variable name like, secret equals, and then we can just find some randomly generated key, and I'll probably end up having to change this anyway, but put that right there, hit enter, and it tells us setting secret to be that, and it restarted our app. If I head back over to Heroku here, and I refresh the page, we should see that there's a new config variable in here called secret, and there it is. So you have two options: put all your key and value pairs in the graphical user interface here on the website, or do it from the command line like this. But basically take every key value pair combination, everything in our process.env locally, and make sure you add it to Heroku. So I'm going to do that right now. All right, so I just finished that up. I added all those 5 or 6 different key value pairs into my configuration, into the config variables on Heroku. And I'm going to refresh my app. It's still going to be broken because of one more annoying thing, but hopefully we can get past this one. So we're going to go back. I already have my logs running, but if you don't, remember you can run that command. And what do we see here? Well, it has to do with Mongo, and it says, let's see, is there more information about it? Right here. Here we are. Mongoose server, blah, 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 cannot connect to any servers in your MongoDB Atlas cluster. One common reason is that you're trying to access a database from an IP that isn't whitelisted. Okay, so we had to whitelist our IP address from our machine to use our Atlas URL. But now we're not accessing it from our machine right now. This is coming from Heroku. And what's complicated is that Heroku actually uses many IP addresses. It cycles them. So there isn't a single IP address that we can configure. We need to go back to our dashboard for Atlas. We need to add a new IP address using the exact same thing we did before. It's under network access. Add an IP address. And what we're going to do, you can actually learn more here, is just say allow access from anywhere. And that's fine. It's totally fine to do that because we have a username, we have a password that's required, and we need to do this in order to use Atlas alongside Heroku. So this allows access from any IP address, which is fine. Remember, Heroku will be changing IP addresses. So we're going to confirm that, and it will be pending for a bit. And then once it finishes, we'll try again with Heroku. We'll cross our fingers. Okay, moment of truth. Refresh our page again. Still got some bad news. Let's see. Go back to our logs. Saying app crashed. What's the problem now? I'll try running Heroku restart just to make sure it tries starting and connecting again. Then we'll refresh our page here. Haha! Take a look. Whew. Okay. Had me worried for a second. Let's see. Go to campgrounds. There's nothing to show at the moment, but that's okay. Right? This is all on a different database, our Atlas database. Let's try registering. Just do Colt. Register. Ah, shoot. That's the one user I made on our Atlas. So I should be able to log in, actually. And it does work. Just don't get that confused with my local database. It's a different account, everything different. I just happen to use the same username and password combination. So I'm signed in. I should be able to make a new campground. Let's test it out. Colts first camp. Location will be Sitka, Alaska. $13. Choose an image. How about river? Add campground. And everything still works. We've got our map. We've got our image showing up. I've got, who submitted it. I can delete it. I'll leave a review. That's still working. Let's go look at our cluster map with one campground on it. Oh, it's not centered, so you can't even, Alaska is, so far away from the lower 48, so you can't see it, but there it is. I can show you how to seed our database if you want in the next video. You may not want to seed your production database, though. You may want real data. It's up to you. But that's kind of it for now. We've got it deployed, that process. Anytime something goes wrong with Heroku, you need to figure out what it is. You can look at your logs. So that's Heroku logs -- tail. This shows us the output of our server. You can see the different requests. You can see what's going on. And if there was a crash, if there's any output, you can read that. It's also live. So, as I make more requests, it will update here for me. And that's kind of it. So make sure you have your config variables set up correctly. Make sure that you whitelist all IP addresses on the Atlas side of things. And then make sure, any changes you make to your code itself, you add, commit them, and you git push Heroku master. So that's our app up and running.